The House will come to order. Prayer by the chaplain.
Which I adapt. Let us pray. I have other sheep, says Jesus, who are not of this fold. And if you believe in me and follow my way, you will be able to do even greater works than I did in my lifetime. O God, our gracious heavenly creator, we thank you for the fact that you have inspired men and women and everyone in between, in all nations and in all cultures. We call you different names. Some call you Allah, some call you Elohim, some call you Jehovah, some call you Brahma, some call you the unmoved mover, some call you the uncreated, some call you the Great Spirit. We use the Dutch word God. But we see you in all these names, and we see you as one. And grant, O God, that we will follow thee and become so committed to following thy way and thy domain that we will be able to establish here the domain of understanding, when people will live together as siblings, brothers and sisters, and respect the dignity and humanity of all living human personalities. We pray today for the members of this House of Representatives, the People's House, as they meditate on the people's work. We thank them for the altruistic impulse that urges them on to create a better world to live in, which is the ultimate use of their power. Bless them with greater wisdom than their constituents, greater patience than their opponents, and better listening skills than their detractors. Help them to find new ways to collaborate with those they have not worked with before to make something happen. All this we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen. The chaplain for today is Pastor Dean Seal from Shepherd of the Hill in Chaska, Minnesota. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. Members, please take your conversations off of the House floor into the alcoves or the retiring room. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 93rd Session, 2023, 12th day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Wednesday, January 25th, 2023.
If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of business is on your desk, and it's online. If there is no objection, the reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the reports are adopted. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The chief clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction and first reading of House Files 908 through 968.
First reading House files 908 through 968. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, Madam Speaker. I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate file number 13, message assigned Thomas S. Boddard, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate files.
First reading, Senate file number 13, an act relating to state government. Richardson moves that Senate file number 13 and House file number 48, now on the general register, be referred to the chief clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bill to be placed on the calendar for the day for Monday, January 30th, 2023, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bill. House file number 4.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 7. The clerk will report the bill.
House file number 7. An act, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to energy, modifying electric utility renewable energy standard obligations, the first engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Long, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last 8 years globally have been the hottest 8 years on record. And Minnesota is one of the top states in the United States seeing rapid changes to our climate. In my lifetime alone, the average January low temperature has risen by an astonishing 9 degrees. Climate change is impacting our farms through increased flooding, soil erosion, and weather variability. According to the Department of Natural Resources, Minnesota has seen a significant uptick in devastating large area extreme rainstorms. Storms that used to happen every 100 or 500 years are happening with alarming frequency. It's impacting our cities from costly repairs and upgrades to our infrastructure. The 2012 Duluth flood alone caused more than $100 million in infrastructure damage. And it's impacting our traditions from snowmobiling to trout fishing. The fossil fuel pollution that's causing climate change is harming us too. There are around 2,000 early deaths in the metro every year from air pollution. The federal government passed the most significant climate bill in the U.S. history last year, the Inflation Reduction Act. It was a huge step forward after many years of effort. Our Minnesota Senator Tina Smith led the fight on trying to pass a federal clean energy standard like the bill we're passing today. But we know that even with the federal bill, it gets us 40% reductions by 2030, when science is telling us we need to see 50% reductions. Action at the state level is still urgently needed to help the U.S. meet its climate goals. Some have asked us what one state alone can do, and the answer is that collectively states can make a big difference. 51% of the U.S. population now lives in a state with a 100% clean energy standard or goal. The bill before us today would put us on track to achieve the net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 that the world's leading scientists are telling us are required, and would unlock even bigger carbon reductions in the transportation, building, and industrial sectors. The bill provides important flexibilities for utilities. It is technology neutral for clean energy standards, focusing on carbon reductions. It allows for renewable energy credit purchases to provide options to utilities. It contains a partial credit language for carbon-free purchases from regional transmission organizations and from energy using carbon-free technologies. I heard from legislators like Representative Gene Pulowski and other rural legislators the need to provide some additional runway for rural electric co-ops, so we reduced the first compliance obligation for co-ops and munis. And if after all that we got it wrong, the Public Utilities Commission has the flexibility in allowing for off-ramps from the bill, looking at affordability and reliability. The additional flexibility we added is why we have neutrality on the bill from nearly all utilities in the state. The bill also includes very important labor provisions, including allowing for preferences for projects that employ local workers, requiring prevailing wage when constructing large-scale wind and solar facilities, and helping communities with the energy transition by encouraging new renewable energy facilities be built where fossil fuel plants are closing. These important labor provisions and the tremendous job potential unleashed by this bill is why it has the support of the Minnesota Building and Construction Trades, Laborers International Union, the carpenters, and their operating engineers. And with that, Madam Speaker, I look forward to a good debate on the bill today.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Long moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A37.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment makes several clarifying technical changes, and it also makes 3 changes at the request of utility stakeholders. It clarifies that the renewable energy credits can also count towards the solar energy standard. It clarifies that partial compliance is possible for the carbon-free portion of purchases from regional transmission organizations, and it reduces the first compliance obligations for co-ops and municipal utilities in 2030 to 60% from 80%.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend the Long amendment to House File Number 7, the first engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A43.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Long and members. The A43 amendment simply seeks to strike some language from this amendment, and particularly the goal here is to actually help amidst the goals that this chamber is taking up in House File 7 today, specifically related to hydroelectric energy. This amendment simply removes the new language and allows for a larger amount of hydroelectric energy to be considered renewable. And I certainly would ask for your support as we seek to include all hydroelectric energy here in Minnesota. Thank you.
Representative Long.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that members oppose the amendment. It would actually reduce the overall amount of hydro that would be allowed because the new language we have would allow for additional small hydro to be taken into account.
Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'd simply ask that you provide the opportunity for us here in Minnesota to have large hydroelectric energy here in Minnesota. It is the most renewable energy source that we have here in Minnesota. An opportunity for us to expand the goals and horizons of this bill, and an opportunity for us to truly have the opportunity to look for the future, invest in the immense natural resources that we have here in Minnesota, specifically using hydroelectric energy, not just small 100 megawatt energy, but for the future of large hydro here in Minnesota. I would ask for your support.
Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Myers moves to amend the Long amendment to House File Number 7, the first engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A44.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I am offering an amendment to the amendment here today because for me and my family, the environment is important. It's also important to my district. And this amendment to the amendment is going to move 100% carbon-free to 2050. States like New Jersey, New Mexico, Nebraska, Michigan, Colorado are all using these same standards. You know, I know for each of us, we all care about the future, for our neighbors, our friends, family, our community. I think this amendment moves Minnesota towards those reasonable and fair goals and those standards. I've spent years protecting our water in my district, working with cities to reduce phosphorus, because we have to do something. I'm asking members here to support this amendment to my amendment because we see what's happening in other states with some of the standards. And with our weather, I'd hate to see rolling blackouts, especially on cold days like this. So I thank everybody if they would support my amendment. I do ask for a roll call.
Representative Myers requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that members vote no on the amendment. The 2040 deadline is a critical part of the bill, and it is to make sure that we are achieving the reductions in carbon emissions that science requires.
Any further discussion? Representative Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to add that I do believe that this standard is going to allow those Minnesota businesses, those Minnesotans that we all trust here, to move quickly to get to zero, to 100% free, as well as giving a little time that is needed. And so I do ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. We are on the long author's amendment to the bill. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded DE2.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swidzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. The DE2 is a technical amendment that I think really gets to the baseline of finding real support. And we all understand technology, and Minnesota needs to really look at an all-above approach when it comes to energy in the state of Minnesota. And currently, we have goals in the state of Minnesota, but we don't necessarily count all technology in that goal. And that goal, this amendment deletes, I would say, kind of the controversial portions of this bill, and probably leaves open something that we could all get around. And I think we heard that a lot about in the campaign, talking about a one Minnesota, speaking with one voice. And I think this amendment will foundationally obviously change this bill a bit, but it will bring forth a conversation on what we do support. And we do support lifting the cap on hydroelectric and it's how the state of Minnesota views it. It does delete a fair amount of this bill, but I would ask for a roll call and I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Representative Swedzinski requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This deletes the entire bill, and I'd ask members to vote no.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative, seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swedzinski moves to amend House Law Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A29.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I wish that amendment would have went on, I think that would have made the debate a lot shorter today. The A29 members is really a straightforward amendment. And you know what we've seen in Europe with the conflict between Ukraine and Russia and how it's affected the energy and energy prices throughout Europe. Really gets to the baseline of what is Germany doing today. Germany is restarting nuclear, restarting their coal, understanding that there is something to be gained in some reliability when it comes to real, true base load energy. And my concern is that as the steps of this bill potentially get implemented here in Minnesota, that there's going to be a rush by utilities to tear down these large facilities in our communities. And if they're torn down, and when the bill that lays before us fails in its promises because the technology simply doesn't exist, that Minnesota will have a fallback. This helps ensure that these facilities won't be torn down here in our state. And this bill essentially wipes these off the map. This allows that the statewide business property tax that is currently being collected on facilities that wouldn't be collected when they're shut down and torn down, we ask them to keep them all up. And so that utilities aren't being penalized by keeping those facilities up in case things go bad. And we've seen what happens in Europe. I've mentioned that. And I would just ask you, this just is a practical amendment that makes sure that technology that we currently use, that families and businesses and government rely on to keep the lights on, keep the heat in, aren't wiped off the map so that we have an opportunity to restart them to keep our homes warm this winter. And I ask for a roll call, and I ask you to vote yes.
Representative Swedzinski requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no. This would be a burden on businesses because it would require utilities, even if they wanted to demolish a plant, they couldn't for 10 years, and I think that is inappropriate. So we should vote no.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swedzinski Moves to amend House Bill number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A36.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Speaker. The A36 amendment really is, as you're reading this bill, one of the big fears that we have across the state of Minnesota is really that this is a blackout bill. This is relying on technology that doesn't exist. This is putting families and businesses and their reliance on energy at risk, because I don't believe that we can reach the goals that this bill implements. And really, we've seen what happens across the country. We've seen in California rolling blackouts that have devastated communities, that has devastated reliability on the grid. And one of the big issues that this amendment addresses is really just sets some really in the middle of the road guardrails that really help the future of this potential bill if it were to pass and be signed by the governor. And this simply, if you look on line 1.5, if there are a brownout, or a blackout, whichever, I think it would count for both, that would last for over 24 hours in 15% of the state's energy grid, that we would have a 2-year suspension of the implementation and the moving forward. And that's one of the big fears that we have, is that this is taking a big bite for technology that doesn't exist, and if families and businesses and even the state of Minnesota suffers, that we would use calm and concise and use reality, just pause and give it a break. But it also, if there are 2 such blackouts within a calendar year. And this is a good off-ramp that makes common sense, that provides reliability when the grid is unreliable because of this bill. And I ask for your support, and I would ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Representative Swazinski requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that members vote no on the amendment. We already have an off-ramp in the bill to deal with reliability concerns, and that is the appropriate mechanism.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing, I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Kwong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're all familiar of the stories about the brownouts, blackouts, and et cetera in California. There's a big difference here in Minnesota. If you've looked at the weather forecast for the next few days with temperatures below 0, we hit a brownout, blackout, and we lose power, people die. So I think it's a prudent measure to take this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Rep. Swazinski, for the amendment. I will just tell a quick anecdote. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, there was a hearing on the California car standards that we have also brought to Minnesota. And ironically, during that hearing, I was sort of looking at the grid issues across the country, and California, during our hearing, was under a rolling blackout, and 150,000 people in the state of California were without power. This is a real concern. This is a significant concern, and as has been expressed by others, we keep adding mandate on top of mandate on top of mandate here in Minnesota, and we are not going to be able to keep up with it. We're not going to be able to keep up with it. And it's nice that in California, when they've got a blackout, well, they don't get to run their AC quite as much, whatever. But in Minnesota, if we are losing power, we've got real problems. We have real problems. Not only will we not be able to charge cars, people are going to freeze. And I'll tell you what, more significantly, I think as most folks know, my late husband was on a ventilator. When we lost power, that was an emergency situation. And the backup battery for that ventilator was 6 hours. I had 2 separate batteries, so I had some backup power. 6 hours, that's what I had. So I already had a small generator if I needed it, but people can't afford this. People cannot afford blackouts. They can't afford the brownouts. And this amendment simply says that if we're showing a pattern of not being able to adjust, of not being able to provide reliability under these new standards, we got to pause. We got to pause and rethink it and make sure that this is safe for Minnesotans. And I would encourage a yes vote.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when Representative New Brindley was talking, it reminded me of a time that we were vacationing out in California on Huntington Beach. Our kids were little, and we had a great vacation. But I remember being at the pool and coming back into the hotel room and flipping on the light switch, and nothing happened. And it was stuffy in there. So I called to the front desk, and I said, we don't appear to have any electricity in our room. Could you have somebody in maintenance look into that? Oh, that's just part of a rolling brownout. It was just like commonplace to them. And so I like what this amendment does because it says, let's tap the brakes if we have these brownouts or blackouts. And with the author of the bill yield for a question, Mr. Speaker?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Long, your blackout bill here, do you intend for us to become like California and just have us get used to a brownout or a blackout?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. So members are incorrect if they are attributing the brownouts and blackouts in California to renewable energy. The California head of the ISO out there, which operates the grid, has said that renewable energy is not the cause. The problem is that they don't have the ability to import more, so they need to have additional transmission, and also that they need to have additional capacity in the state. Sometimes it's convenient to blame the energy sources that you don't like on problems that are out there, but I think we should adhere to the facts, and renewable energy is reliable. Thank you.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I wasn't attributing it to necessarily green energy. My point is that the likelihood of pushing this blackout bill so quickly for just 20 years down the road, not even, to be 100% renewable is going to cause, most likely, reliability issues. And so I just don't want us to get in the mindset that, well, the juice is worth the squeeze, so we're going to have to get used to potentially black or brownouts in the state of Minnesota, especially in the wintertime. So that was my point. We don't want to become a cold California, regardless of what the reason is. And yes, California did some really poor planning by not thinking ahead to their energy needs for the future. I just don't want us to be in the same boat. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Keel.
Majority Leader Long, I wanted to know, do you know what happens, I know it's a basic question, but do you know what happens when you get a brownout?
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will not lead to brownouts or blackouts. We have excellent reliability planning in the state of Minnesota, and this bill also has off-ramps so that if there are any reliability concerns, then the Public Utilities Commission can address that. Thank you.
Representative Keel.
Well, members, I'm going to enlighten you. I had no idea we had brownouts. I live on a rural electric company, and one night, as luck would have it, when you have teenagers, they like to talk. They only open up at midnight. Oh, Lord. 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm listening to my eldest daughter at the time talk. Funny thing, the lights went down. We didn't have much on, with nothing much running. There was no laundry, there was no dishwasher. Nothing was going on except for the lights above our heads. And of course, the furnace and those types of things. Anyway, yeah, it kind of weakened, and I didn't think much of it. Happened a few other times, and okay, whatever. So, as luck would have it, Ma and Pa, my husband and I, We're in Fargo at a convention, and our children were teenagers and home alone, and we got a storm. We were not going to get from Fargo to home. In my world, when it snows and blows, you can't see your nose in front of your face. So we weren't going anywhere. Kids called the kids, they're fine, the lights are on, the heat's going, they're fine. Okay. 11 o'clock at night, and we're in a hotel, so we're kind of enjoying life, and our 10th grader calls and says, we can smell smoke. Oh, great, because the fire company is not coming out either. What's going on? I don't know. Well, I have a very intuitive son. So he looked. Turned out the furnace was spewing some smoke. Uh-oh. So he shuts it off. The kids, we have a 2-level house. Kids decided in their wisdom that they would shut the doors up top and they'd turn we have a wood fireplace. They put the fireplace on and they saved the day. They called the guy in the morning. It turns out that the fan went out. Why did the fan go out all of a sudden? We just had it serviced. The furnace should work fine. Well, it turns out that brownout that I had 6-8 months ago burnt out the fan. And that was all that was burning, smoking. But thank goodness they shut it off. But it also took out my then data transmission network for marketing in the kitchen. It took out a couple of other things, and we had quite a replacement for brownouts. I had no idea that we had brownouts. Turns out, in my world, the gopher was chewing the line and weakened the line, and that's why we were getting brownouts. And eventually, the gopher went through, and of course, he didn't survive. They found a few carcasses. And the line is back up and running, and actually, they put it up above again instead of in the ground. But that brownout did a lot of financial damage for my home. So it's a long way around the concern, because when it became a blackout or they had to shut things off, there was nobody that was coming out to help them. Turn the heat on. Thank goodness we had a fireplace. I don't know what they would have done if that hadn't worked. And they were smart enough to figure out what to do. But I'm very concerned, and so are my neighbors and friends, that this is going to be a problem. And I would say that we need to stop and think about this if we start having rolling blackouts. I like the amendment that Representative Swedzinski has offered us, and it gives us cause to pause, because this is real. This is real. And I will impart with you one other story. My brother-in-law died in Texas during their blackout. We rescheduled a funeral 3 times, and I finally told my nephew and his sister, just go ahead and do the funeral. They finally got some time to do it. But the point is it really disrupts lives, and this is important to make sure that we have heat and electricity. Even in Texas, it was a problem, but here in Minnesota, man, when you have a blizzard, 50 below can happen real fast. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just make the point that there was sort of an odd counter to what we've said over here, that renewable energy is not what has caused blackouts in California. They just need more energy. Well, that's exactly our concern. We're not going to be able to produce enough energy. That's the cause of blackouts. And if indeed in the state of Minnesota, we can't produce enough energy or purchase enough energy, that's going to cause blackouts here too. And we should pause when that happens. We should pause when that happens, because we already know this is unaffordable. We already know Minnesotans are going to pay thousands of dollars more for this. But if it is showing us that it is unreliable, if we are having blackouts so we know it's unreliable, then we should pause, because this is dangerous.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A42.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. This amendment, the A42 amendment, is really a bill that's meant to really respect landowners. And I believe whether you live in a city or where you live on a farm, one of the biggest issues that we have is that oftentimes, you're the one paying the taxes, you're the one picking the rocks, you're the one looking at this stuff day in and day out, whether it's a wind turbine, a solar farm, a fence post, or a utility line. And one of the things I hear over and over, I just had a neighbor that was dealing with an issue like this before, just 2 or 3 weeks ago. And he had eminent domain across the front of his yard in his rural residence, a line that could have went someplace else. And believe it or not, folks, one of the biggest issues that we hear when it comes to this new green revolution, this bill is going to spur a lot of transmission. And who's going to pay for that transmission is another debate. But at the end of the cost of that transmission is not just the cost of putting up the poles, but it's the quality of life, the ability to look out in your yard and see a beautiful sunset. And if a farmer does not want it across their land, they're very limited in their ability to fight it. In this amendment, because we don't need this, we don't need this development, we don't need more transmission lines, it's necessary for this to move forward. And there's a lot of folks in rural Minnesota and the cities that are concerned, essentially, that I don't want it in my backyard. And they don't. And this bill does not allow utilities under this, if this bill moves forward, to use eminent domain to cross private property if that landowner doesn't want it. If you believe in property rights, if you believe in the ability of individuals and families to determine what goes across their land, this doesn't prohibit those companies that are looking to build something to negotiate with that landowner. This just allows that landowner to say, no thanks. I'm not interested. And not be forced with the sledgehammer of the law to take it. There was a court case just a couple years ago that essentially was buy the farm. It says, well, that's fine. We're going to force it on your land. But the court said, well, we're forced to buy your family farm if you don't want it and you don't want to live here anymore. That's not really fair. I don't think anyone, either side of the aisle, would say that's a middle-of-the-road position. I understand we like electricity. We all rely on it. But as this grows out, we're going to see more and more heavy transmission lines passing through your communities. And people that just say, you know what, I'm not interested in that. This lets the company and the individual, landowner by landowner, person by person, city by city, work those issues out and doesn't have a top-down state mandate. I would ask for your support on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no. We've heard a lot of concerns about reliability, and one of the main tools that we have to make sure we have a reliable electricity system is to build out our transmission grid and strengthen it. And like when we're building our road system or when we're building out our telephone system, eminent domain used appropriately is an important part of that infrastructure, and so I'd urge members to vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A42 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. The A13 amendment really is, do we respect folks in our cooperatives? Do we understand that, they have a voice, they have a seat at the table? And this amendment really allows for some self-determination and allows those cooperatives to make the choice whether or not they want to move forward with these projects. I think we hear over and over that we want to have voice. We want to give voice to the people. It says so right up there. And I've always said the best government is local government. The best representatives are local representatives, not unelected bureaucrats in St. Paul, not from some far-flung place of the state, but someone that's your neighbor. When you have a pothole, who do you call? You don't call the governor. You don't call some unelected bureaucrat someplace. You call the person that you know. You call the person that you've elected. And this amendment, the A13, allows those folks to make some determinations on the future of this bill. And I ask for a roll call and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Representative Swazinski has requested a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Is there any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask members to vote no on the amendment. We are keeping the existing approach that we've had since 2007 with the renewable energy standard in the bill, and that's an appropriate approach. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A16.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. This amendment, the A16, is really, one of the most important amendments that sits before us today. And, when we talk about what's going on in Europe, right now, the Germans are paying 6 times the cost for the electricity generated through natural gas than we are here in Minnesota. And affordability is our biggest concern when it comes to business, when it comes to families. In this blackout bill, it's estimated that each individual family is going to have an increase on their yearly bill of over $1,600 on the bill that they get sent to their front door. $1,600. Is that where you want to spend your $1,600? And if you count all the costs concerned, I have ice cream manufacturers in my district, and I've got other food manufacturers in my district. And the tax incidence studies that we've researched, that if you raise taxes on business, if they're able to, pass on 95% of those increases to their consumer or more. 95%. So when your family's bill goes up by $1,600 because of this bill that sits before us, $1,600. They estimate the cost on business, in addition to those personal costs, is going to be over almost $4,000 of increase. $4,000, members. Do you have extra $4,000? I don't. You got young kids you're trying to feed. You've got businesses you're trying to run. You got gas you're trying to afford from our oil policy here in the U.S. That puts families and business at a disadvantage, foundationally. You know, we happen to have really low unemployment today. Let's not put policy into effect that's going to foundationally change our ability to employ people here in the U.S., especially here in the state of Minnesota. We all agree that families and businesses and our communities rely on affordable energy. And we already have a goal of affordable energy. It states one of the goals. We have, reliability, but we also have affordability in state law. 95%. We must have oil or energy policy in the state of Minnesota that keeps energy at 95% of the national average. Not the bill that gets put in your pocket at the end of the month, but our rates. And right now, we're way over that. In this amendment, boy, this just puts some real simple, straightforward guardrails on this extreme bill that's moving at the speed of light until it goes dark here in the state. The A16 amendment, folks, is just a simple off-ramp to this extreme bill. It adds concrete criteria for Minnesota to just, hey, let's hold back. Let's hold back so that this isn't going to hurt families more than it should, because it's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt them. And Representative Long talked a little bit about, yes, we're just one state, but, together we can do something. This bill isn't going to do anything when it comes to lowering the temperature. I've asked over and over the scientists that came before the committee and said, hey, if this bill moves forward, how much colder is it going to be here in Minnesota? I know this is the wrong time of year to ask that question, but how much colder is it going to be? And said, well, it's not really going to make a difference. But we just need to do the right thing. And I understand that. But what is doing just to do the right thing going to cost? I just want you to think about it. And oftentimes the solution in St. Paul is say, well, we understand. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. And my kids, they are young. And, most savers have a piggy bank. And when they want money out of it, what do they need to do? They need to break the piggy bank. And I don't want to break family's pocketbook. I don't want to break family's pocketbook. I want to make sure that we are competitive, our economy is lean, our economy is mean when it comes to competing against others. And this bill will not do those things. This bill will cause the cost of energy to skyrocket, relying on technology that simply doesn't exist. And I understand, Representative Myers had an amendment that would have at least given you a little bit of breathing room to say, we understand that in 17 years, we can start relying on technology that, the person that's going to invent it hasn't been born yet. That's if it gets invented. We're going to rely on those things for our future. And this amendment, I think we can all just, I'm willing to not have a roll call if it could be considered a friendly amendment, but my guess is it won't be. Along with a lot of other voices, they won't be heard on the movement of this bill. The co-ops aren't being let out of this bill, but maybe they will if one of our amendments gets on. And do it for the families in your district. And I ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Representative Swedzinski requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Is there any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no. For those who are looking for affordable energy, good news. Renewable energy is the cheapest energy that you can buy. Wind energy is the cheapest on the system, and solar will be the cheapest within 3 years. And the estimates are that if we're moving towards carbon-free energy, that will save Minnesota ratepayers $1,200 a year. So this bill will result in lower energy prices. And if it doesn't, there is an off-ramp that is existing in the bill for utilities to pursue at the Public Utilities Commission. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Swedzinski, I really appreciate these couple of very logical amendments to provide some safeguards for Minnesotans, and this is one of them. We already have in statute an affordability goal for energy, 5% below the national average. That's our affordability goal in the state of Minnesota. If we can't meet that, then again, we should pause. We should pause. We already know, it's such nonsense that we're talking about how, well, this individual technology is the cheapest technology. Well, if you can't transmit it, it doesn't make it the cheapest. It may be cheapest to generate, but you got to transmit it. You've got other costs involved. And so overall, if we are not meeting that affordability goal, which frankly, we know we're not going to do, then we should pause. We should pause and get to a place where we can meet that. This bill is absolutely unaffordable for Minnesotans. This is going to cost Minnesotans $4,000 a year. $4,000. That is unaffordable. Minnesotans are in a place right now where they can't buy groceries. And we can't say that if this bill clearly is not meeting the affordability goals that are already in statute, we should pause.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard someone say cheapest. And frankly, not if you take into account the billions of taxpayer dollars that are subsidizing that cost, and not if you take into the fact that Minnesotans are already paying 20% more than the average for the nation, and not if you look at China, who has the lowest of the large economies for electric cost, because they're building about every week a coal facility. So I just wanted to make it clear that I didn't agree with that statement, and if we want to get in the details, I'm ready.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swedzinski moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A17.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members. What is Minnesota known for? What do we think about when you think about the state of Minnesota? We think about our lakes, We think about our parks. We think about our rich tradition of the outdoors, whether it be fishing or hunting and just spending time with family and friends in our communities and just enjoying the gifts that God has given us. And that's not an accident, right? The state of Minnesota puts a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in generating the capital to build parks, to set land aside for our WMAs, for folks to enjoy the great outdoors and our great hunting traditions here in the state of Minnesota. And the A17 members really, I think, whether or not you agree with solar or you hate solar or you don't like whatever, this amendment really, its goal is to just respect the assets that the state of Minnesota has set aside for not just us, but for the next generation. And this amendment really plays on the fact of a trip that I took. Everybody travels to different parts of this state, and we all enjoy, the natural beauty of this estate. And my family and I were heading up to Alexandria, and we were on 94, took the Osakis exit. And if you've ever been there, take it. I would recommend any member in this body that if you're happening to be on a road trip, it's this site that I'm going to explain to you, which is really quite tragic, is just off the interstate on the Osakis exit. And you take a right, you head north, start heading on that tar road, take a little curve, and then you look to your right, and you look to your left, and you see a solar farm. And you're like, oh, there's a solar farm, great, regardless of what you think of solar. And tucked in the middle, with a fence that's 8 foot tall with razor wire on top, right next to it is a WMA. And how many in this room, raise your hand if you like. If you don't, I understand. But how many in this folks have taken hunter safety courses? Well, regardless of what you think of the Second Amendment or hunting, I think it's a good idea to take that or have your children do it so that it maybe when they self-determine their hunting facilities, whether or not they want to do it, they can. But one of the big things they teach you is know your target and know what's behind it. And the state of Minnesota put thousands and thousands, if not $1 million, into developing this WMA. But yet, right next to it, literally, boom, just as this pole is right here, those big pillars. Imagine that pillar being a big chain link fence with solar on this side and pheasants and turkeys and deer over here. If I'm walking through this grass and a deer runs that way, what does it run into? A fence. And if that pheasant is flying up, as the sun's coming up and you're shooting and, that picturesque scene that you have when you pheasant hunt or spend times outdoors, and it flies over that, what has happened? Well, I can't shoot because I don't want to destroy these glass things and fence that's just right there. Under current state law, wind turbines, for the safety of the animals and the enjoyment of the hunt, need to be over a half a mile away from a WMA. Why? Because you don't want to shoot them, right? Then why do we treat solar panels any different? So under current law, which we've seen, the outline, the example I've given you at that Osakis exit, literally on the fence line, pretty much doesn't allow you to use that land that the state of Minnesota, the taxpayers, the hardworking Minnesotans that we all know, worked to set aside. And this amendment just says, hey, we understand the way hunting works. We understand that maybe deer want to come out of a state park once in a while and not have a fence that locks them in. They're estimating potentially that over 100,000 acres of Minnesota farmland and land in general are going to be set aside for solar development. And what we're saying is, hey, let's respect the things that are already there so that our shooting sports can enjoy the sport as it was intended. And this has solar farms be about 3/4 of a mile away from WMAs. If that amount isn't quite right, if we think, it should be farther up north because for some reason and not as much down south, maybe we could have that conversation. But we need to have the conversation. We need to set some parameters if this bill is to move forward. for the sake of our shooting heritage and our outdoors and our parks and our wildlife. Please vote green.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no. This is an anti-property rights amendment, private property rights, because if you happen to be located next to a county park, you couldn't put solar on your roof. So I'd urge members to vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what an odd argument against the amendment. We just voted down amendment to protect private property rights through eminent domain. And now we are arguing that we should vote this down in favor of private property rights? I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what's happening here. That is just comical. I was going to stand to support the amendment anyway. You know, I represent a district that has 2 state parks. And because of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, you can't build a cell phone tower within view of the St. Croix River. And so I actually think this is a really good amendment. And thank you, Representative Swedzinski, for bringing it forward.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to kind of go on what Representative Swedzinski said. You know, to generate power, and we look at new alternative energy, whether it's solar or wind, 5,000 solar panels generate 1 megawatt. That's about 10 acres of land you need. That's the land we're going to give up from farmers and our food and everything. You look at that, and we use 78,762 megawatt a day in Minnesota. That's 787,000 acres of land we're going to surrender if we go solar panels. That's 160 square miles. That's pretty much Chicago, or look at those. I think it's ridiculous we're looking at this and not exploring more options. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? All those in favor of the A17 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swedzinski moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A19.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. You know, the A19 amendment, really is trying to tip its hat to local control. And we spoke to this a little earlier. And, self-determination, other states, we're going out on a limb with this bill. Other states like Colorado has a mandate like this that affects investor-owned utilities, but really leaves, because of the respect they have for locally elected officials of cooperatives and municipalities, and the importance of that. There's nothing better when you think of the way a business is set up and the way a cooperative is set up. My cooperative, I am a member of a rural cooperative. And every single year, usually it's in June, we gather together in a big room. We have pork chops and beans and potato salad and sometimes chips. And, of course, the kids get hot dogs and eat too much. But we gather there not just for the food and the fellowship, but because our voice matters. Our voice matters. And while they may use that hot dog or barbecue or pork chop to get us there, we show up because, you know what? It's our civic duty. It's our civic duty. We don't go there to call up a state representative and say, hey, can we do this? What should we do? We go there because we want to self-determine our future. Because I believe that, cooperatives are probably one of the most, up until not that long ago, something both sides of the aisle could get behind. They understand that people putting their minds together and saying, you know what, this is what we want to do. This is the direction we want to take. This amendment is straightforward in the fact that, we've got a job to do here in St. Paul. And it allows those members, so when you go have that pork chop, you go have those beans and sometimes a chip, that your voice is going to mean something, that you can debate the issues that impact your pocketbook. We spoke earlier that this is going to affect families by almost $4,000. And when I go to that meal, folks say, Chris, what's going on in St. Paul? The answer shouldn't be that it's going to self-determine whatever they want to do. It should be, you know what, this is what we want to do. We want to implement this carbon-free by 2040. Let them vote. Let them have that decision to respect them. And I know we got members, every single member in this body knows someone that belongs to a cooperative. And if you don't, I'll introduce you to some. And the governor's talked a lot about a One Minnesota. And this is an issue that has more than one voice. And we need to respect it. Respect membership. Respect the ability for people that may disagree with you or agree with you to make their own choice. Just last week we were talking a lot about choice and the importance of it. Let's give cooperative members and folks that aren't investor-owned utilities a choice in determining their future. I ask for a roll call and I ask for a green vote.
Representative Swedzinski requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask members to vote no on the amendment for the reasons I stated before. Cooperative utilities are treated the same under this bill as they have been since 2007 under the renewable energy standard. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the democracy amendment. Maybe some of this regulation makes sense to investor-owned utilities who get to increase their profit margins the more that energy prices go up. But this kind of unaffordable and unreliable mandate does not make sense to every electric cooperative. And I speak as a member of an electric cooperative. In Connexus Energy, I get to vote on the people who make the decisions for Connexus Energy. This bill, without the amendment, takes away my ability to vote. So again, on this amendment, members, democracy really is on the ballot. Please vote yes.
I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to urge my support to the Swedzinski amendment. I am also a proud member of a co-op, actually, and not just any co-op, one of the largest co-ops in the United States. Lake Country Power covers almost 11,000 square miles here in the state of Minnesota and serves 50,000 members. And I guess the reason I really want to support having this ruling today, this amendment to change the bill, is to give them the freedom to choose. And the freedom to choose on this is going to be so critically important because we've had a lot of big storms the last year in northern Minnesota. And what's northern Minnesota full of? Yes, lots of big trees, and what happens when trees fall? They take down power lines. When it snows, those trees fall down and they take out power lines. And you'd think, okay, that creates a lot of work. Well, just about a month ago, we had 11,000 members in northeastern Minnesota that were without power when it was 10 degrees outside. Okay? So they need to go out there and fix those lines. And you'd think, okay, that's a pretty quick and easy job. A co-op that big's got enough trucks. They got plenty of linemen. They got plenty of trucks. They're going to get the job done. But here's the problem. The supply chain is not there for them. This summer when we were having the large storms, you'd think, gosh, is it having enough wires? Is it having enough transducers? Is it the biggest thing they couldn't get enough of? Poles, members. Telephone poles to be able to run the lines. And I was talking to a lot of the members there who worked there. I was talking to their GM. I said, how close are we to having a real problem? And he said to me, Spence, if we get one more major storm, I don't know how we're going to put this thing back together. So for already having supply chain problems, keeping the lights on in these rural electric co-ops like Lake Country Power, And they're doing their best to make sure that we're all staying warm in this winter and keeping our lights on, having that reliability and that affordability. Well, then the blackout bill today isn't going to make their lives any easier. It's actually going to make it a lot harder when they're having to jack their prices to pay for this electricity and put it back on their members, who the members in Lake Country Power are some of the people that really can't see any more increases. This is the same part of the state that saw the highest increase in their property taxes the last year, which, gosh, we're a month into session. We haven't even talked about that yet. But no, this is more important, I guess. So I would encourage this whole body to vote green on this. Let's give the co-ops the authority they deserve and have them to be able to make the decisions they need to make to keep the lights on for their friends, families, and neighbors.
I recognize the member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, over the years, I think our rural cooperatives have been pretty good soldiers in following the orders we've given them down here, you know, the SIP program, things like that. And they haven't raised many concerns, but this bill is different. I've heard from all of our co-ops a lot of concern about meeting some of these mandates, these goals in the timelines that are given in the bill. And, you know, I think there's some angst, especially from those of us who live in rural Minnesota. Is this thing really going to work? You know, we've talked about life-threatening situations, reliability, the expense, the cost of moving this way. And, you know, I think it's good we're looking at it moving that way, but I think we're moving the clock too fast, too quickly. We're pushing it more than we can safely do this the way we want to do it. And in an amendment like this, again, gives some control back to our local cooperatives in the sense that if they can't meet some of these goals, it gives them the ability to govern their co-ops in the best way they can for their membership. So I like the amendment, Mr. Speaker and members, and I would encourage a green vote on the Swedzinski amendment.
I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sitting on the Climate and Energy Committee meeting, I just want to say the experience that we had, and of course we most of us should know in this body, this was rammed through so fast that this only went to one committee. And Minnesota needs to know this when so many of our other bills are really being vetted out, which that is democracy, right? You know, we want to make sure we get this right. Energy is way too important for us to be forcing this through. And yet, that's exactly what we saw. This only came through the Climate and Energy Committee, as I said, that I sit on. And it's very concerning to me to see our co-op members showing up and testifying. And I will tell you, each one of them started out by saying, we support this. We support green energy. We are moving towards this as fast as we can. And yet, this is too fast, too dangerous, too unreliable. We do not know if we can get there. Democrats, rural co-ops make up 1/3 of the electric grid in our state. 1/3. We cannot shun rural Minnesota and say, we don't care about you, rural Minnesota. We cannot say that. We don't care that you're not going to have reliable energy. Sitting on the Energy Committee, I have heard from co-op after co-op. Just this week, I had the Minnesota Municipal Utility Association come into my office, and they told me on December 23rd, if you all remember, the wind was blowing, we were negative degrees, and they said to me, they were moments away from telling us to power down. Moments away. And do you know why that happened? This is important. We cannot ignore what is happening with our energy grid. There was a huge windmill farm. I'm sorry, I don't remember where it is right now. I can find that out for you. But because of the cold temperatures, because of the wind, you think that would be generating all sorts of energy. It was frozen. The blades were frozen on the windmill farm. And that was a big contributing factor to why our energy dipped so low that it became this high-risk situation. Democrats, we cannot force through a bill that 1/3 of Minnesota electricity grid is saying they're concerned. And yet they're saying they want to get there. They're saying they're working towards this. They have told me that they think they can get to 80%, maybe 90%. But to say to get to 100% by 2040 in only 17 years is truly an impossibility. Democrats, you cannot ignore Greater Minnesota. You cannot shut them out of this debate. You cannot shut them out of this discussion. I urge you to vote for this amendment for our co-ops, for Greater Minnesota, for the farmers. Hey, DFL, isn't that in your name? Vote for rural Minnesota on this. You cannot leave this out of the equation.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A21.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, for not being necessarily a bill about transportation, we're sure talking about off-ramps a lot. The A21, what do we say, A21? Yeah, the A21 amendment really looks at kind of the field that lays before us. And, you know, you don't have to go to the grocery store. You don't have to go to the gas station. You don't have to go many places to see that, you know, the rate of inflation, the cost of living here in the state of Minnesota, the cost of living here in the United States is going up. And we know that's part of the deal. We know that's part of the deal. This administration is you know, definitely heading us in that direction. And you know, this off-ramp, the A21, you know, really just kind of gives just a little relief valve. It says, hey, you know what? If utility rates rise faster than the rate of inflation, we just take a little 3-year pause. Just tap the brakes a little bit for this op-ramp. Give us a chance to just catch our breath. Give us a chance to just view the landscape for what it is. And we understand we're in a time that things are costing more. That just seems to be what's going on. It's hurting the pocketbooks of families, hurting the pocketbooks of business. But we're just saying that if this bill is to move forward, if this bill is signed into law, this amendment, the A21, just tap the brakes a bit. If the cost of energy rises faster than the rate of inflation. That's a pretty low bar, folks. Real low bar. Kind of the bare minimum. These amendments aren't you know, trying to be some fringy thing like this bill. These bills are just trying to say, hey, let's just calm this thing down again. You know, my old shop teacher, he was a woodworker by trade. And you often use sandpaper, you know, not to take out the low spots, to take off the high spots, to try to get rid of a little someplace in between. This amendment's just a little bit of sandpaper to take off some of the high spots, and that's the high cost of energy. Please vote green.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no. If you want affordable energy, we should move off of natural gas, which we have seen is the leading cause for rate increases in recent years. It was 90% of the increase from Xcel Energy's recent rates because natural gas is variable, and if we move away from fuel costs and towards fixed prices like wind and solar, we will have cheaper energy. So I'd urge members to vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A21 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A23.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members. The A23 really points to the fact that, you know what, you just don't have to be a part of some big group. You don't have to be part of a big business. You don't have to be a big part of a utility. You can just be you. Just you as an individual that's concerned about the direction that this bill takes us. And what this does is allow individuals, as we did with another bill we heard earlier this week, to go before the PUC and say, you know what, I think we need an off-ramp. I think me, myself, and I have been affected in a negative way because of this bill. You know, we believe in individual voices, or used to, and this gives a chance for folks to go before the PUC and plead their case. I ask for a vote, green vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no. This is unworkable, and utilities can petition for themselves right now. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A23, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A18.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment to the amendment to kind of get the amendment in the proper place. Thank you.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Swazinski is moving to amend his amendment to House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A45.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would appreciate a voice vote to get the amendment in the proper place as I'd like it discussed. It deals with the use of prime farmland and solar.
Any discussion to the amendment to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members not to vote for the amendment. This is a different subject, or not a different subject. It is a different effect than the underlying amendment, so we should discuss each separately.
Any further discussion to the amendment to the amendment? Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the amendment to the amendment really does, I believe, agree with the underlying amendment. And really, you look at state law, and currently under state law, we have in place a statute that protects prime farmland in the case of electrical generation facilities. And, you know, in creating this amendment, we put forth to protect prime farmland, because believe it or not, I call both of these amendments, both the underlying amendment and the amendment to amendment, Save the Amazon. And believe it or not, we need to grow crops. People eat, animals eat. And when we take an acre of land out of the Midwest, which is the absolute positive breadbasket of the world, I wish all my fields have 5-foot deep black dirt, but I know people that do. They're in Joe's district. And we have a duty here in St. Paul that if we're setting aside and we're pushing forward by putting our thumb on the scales of certain technologies for special interests, that we also take into account the unintended consequences. And this amendment to the amendment would have utility rate solar, if it goes on, and join solar gardens, when those places, those are put on the ground, that it would look into what is it displacing. We hear over and over and over, this bill is about saving the environment. This is about taking CO2 out of the air. And when we take out good, prime farmland here, right here in the good old USA, we take out good, green rainforest in the Amazon. We do. Just as Representative Franzen has some amendments to speak to, if we don't do it here, obviously Biden has an opinion on what he doesn't want done here that we just heard about. We get it from other parts of the world. We enslave people for our good deeds. Let's not take prime farmland out of production. And we're going to hear from the other side say, well, we just want to have people do what they want with their land. Well, we just voted down an amendment on putting in highline wires on land that they don't want. Well, for the good of the people, for the good of all of us, we need to do this. Well, I can tell you what policy is good and bad right here. Let's protect prime farmland so that the cost of food doesn't go up. That's a concern for people. Let's save the Amazon. I ask for your support.
Any further discussion to the amendment to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The underlying bill doesn't address community solar gardens, but as long as we're talking about the amendment, there are restrictions already around prime farmland, but this amendment would prohibit a farmer from putting solar on their fields if they want to, so I'd ask to vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail, and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. I will remind members that we are now on the underlying amendment. Any further discussion to the underlying A45 amendment? Excuse me, any further discussion to the A18 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail, and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House Bill number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A24.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. The A24 amendment really is to protect the consumer here in Minnesota. When we think of community solar, what do you think about? You think about the place you live, the friends and family you know, the businesses you go to pick up your groceries or whatever that might be. But one of the hidden facts of solar gardens here in the state of Minnesota is it's one of the highest cost solar energy in the country. Right now, utility solar in committee is about, let's say, 3 cents. Community solar is mandated, I think, at 13.1. 13.1. And I'm all about getting foreign investors here to invest their dollars here in Minnesota. But at what cost? It's estimated that the solar garden system in Minnesota, one of its highest and biggest owners, is someone that doesn't even live in this state. Someone that might live in Omaha. And if you think higher cost on ratepayers is worth putting in the pocket, I hear over and over these rich people coming in here and taking our jobs, rising the cost of energy. This is a great amendment. I've heard from testimony in the past, you know what, let's be just colorblind on energy. Let's allow the market to work. And I believe it too. If the state of Minnesota says, hey, you're going to pay me 4 times the going rate for something, I'm going to want you to pay me for that. If you want to buy something, if you have the choice of spending 3 cents or 12 cents, which one you're going to choose? 3 cents. Me too. But when you're forced to buy it, You know, we talked a little earlier about a pork chop feed and an annual meeting to get people to show up. It's a different thing when you're forced to wear the pork chop. And this is pork as big as it gets, folks. They estimate that, let's say you wanted to put 100 megawatts of solar in the ground, and you go before the PUC and say, you know what, we want to do 100 megawatts. It's going to cost us 3 cents. The PUC said, whoa, wait. Before you're going to give you approval for that 100 megawatts of electricity, we have to take into account, what are solar gardens going to do? Well, solar gardens, they're coming in. They don't have to ask permission. They say, hey, we're here. Take it. And most importantly, you pay for it 4 times more than what barely makes economic sense. 4 times more. This amendment simply says, you know what, hey, we don't want to say no to community solar, but we want to say, hey, rather than displace over half of utility rate solar, half, folks, not 25%, not 75%, but half. Let's instead tap the brakes a bit again on this blackout bill, and let's take the highest cost solar in the country and say, we're not saying no to you. Is 10% enough? Is 10% enough for this high cost solar? We're not saying no. This amendment, straightforward, just 10%. And you're going to hear folks, especially on this side of the aisle, well, we just want folks to participate. This has been a very successful program. Well, if you're the one selling 12 cents and you're forced to buy it, you're certainly not going to buy 3 cents if you had to sell it. Thank you. Vote green.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no. As I mentioned, there's no community solar provisions in the underlying bill. Representative Swazinski will have plenty of opportunity to discuss community solar, I'm sure, in the future. So I'd urge members to vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail, and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. You know, we've heard a lot in the last month about nuclear fission. President Biden got before the nation and touted this new technology that he was releasing. And do we want to miss that boat? President Biden announced this to the world, that huge advancements has happened. And while this technology may be a few years away, nuclear fusion isn't built in a day. Folks have been looking at this technology for over 70 years. 70 years, members. And the A14 allows nuclear fission to be allowed in the state of Minnesota to be deployed. This is about as easy as it gets, folks. This isn't the nuclear plants of days of old. This is the nuclear plant of today and tomorrow. And if you believe that we need base load energy, because the wind don't always blow and the sun don't always shine, we're gonna have to rely on something. And we're just not saying that you have to build it. We're just saying that after a lot of work and review that you could. And I would ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thanks for the amendment, Representative Swedzinski. I'd urge a no vote. We are a long, long way from this technology being proven. In fact, the amount of electricity it took to power the lasers in this experiment was, kind of negated any net gain in electricity. So there's a lot more to do, and I think it would be premature to accept this amendment now, and I'd urge a no vote.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, nationally, there's a group of experts that decide what is feasible and not, and would prevent something not ready to be built. But what's wrong with the option for something that's no carbon and it's doesn't have any, I'm trying to get down to the base load and reliability of the system when it comes forward in the U.S. will be great. So what's wrong with saying, sure, when it's ready and it's agreed upon, the designs are fine? Because nuclear takes sometimes decades. In fact, President Obama okayed in Georgia early in his presidency trying to do a nuclear facility. It's not up yet. So it takes decades in the process. Now let's just have the door open to something new and something that is green because it doesn't have any carbon, and it's baseline. In Minnesota, we need baseline because it gets cold.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail, and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A39.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A39 is my amendment, and I would request a roll call ahead of time.
Representative Nash requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would also alert members to a letter that I had distributed from the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce urging your yes vote on the A39 and indicating to all that received and read the letter that this will be a scored vote. Mr. Speaker and members, last year in August, I attended, I think like a few of you, the NCSL conference in Colorado. And I was walking with Representative Scott, and she said, let's go to this next wave energy symposium, and I was going to head to another elections one, and she said, come on, we're going. And I am so glad that she brought me to that because my mind was blown. And I was really impressed with some of the new nuclear technology, molten salt. And I had never actually said the words molten salt together, so now I get to say that on a regular basis because I thought it was very impressive. But when I walked away from that, I walked away with a couple of things that came to mind. One, the people presenting that were saying that this was a revolutionary technology were both Republicans and Democrats that said that this is the next generation. And for those of you that have been here before, you know I like to tie these things to either a catchy TV phrase or a movie, and I thought, well, this is the way. This is the way. I thought about The Mandalorian because this is the next generation of how we're going to create energy, and I thought of Baby Grogu. Who doesn't love Baby Grogu, right, or Baby Yoda? And I thought that these technologies are not something that we want to limit here in the state of Minnesota because we want cheap, clean, reliable, safe energy that takes up a very small footprint. And for those that have grave fears about nuclear technology, this is none of what you've grown to despise over the years. This is the way. And as you begin thinking about whether you're going to push red or green on this, if you are compelled to provide cheap, clean energy for the people who will live in Minnesota moving forward, this is the way. This is compelling. And you know, I get nerded out over shiny objects all the time. This is not a shiny object. I actually have begun thinking about this. I was so impressed with this that we spent some time afterwards talking to the presenters. Folks, this is actually really impressive technology. I am so compelled that that's why I brought the A39. And, you know, quick story. You remember the blackouts that were suffered down in Texas? Well, my family, I have some family members that live in Texas. And, you know, they were actually considering, you know, chopping up chairs to burn it in the middle of the house to stay warm. I don't want Minnesota to be a blackout state, and that's what this blackout bill does. This puts us in a position where we may have to long-term wonder where our energy is coming from. And on the way in today, I actually, for the first time in a long time, I had to put my sunglasses on because there was this strange yellow orb in the sky. We haven't seen that for a while, so the efficacy of the solar plants that we've been seeing, I question. That is not the way. This is the way. I think that we as Minnesotans should embrace this technology so that we should exclude it from the prohibition that we have here in the state of Minnesota, and that moving forward, you can build these inexpensively, put them in small places across the state that will benefit Minnesotans, that will not drive up the cost of energy, $1,600 or $4,000 for families, and it's not going to put us in danger. It's not going to be a dangerous bill. It's not going to create wide blackouts. And you know, one of the things that comes to mind regularly as I think about the movement towards green and renewable energy is I consume a lot of news, and when you're an insomniac, you spend a lot of time watching things, and I digest news at night. I remember the governor of California one day encouraging everybody, you need an electric car. Everyone should have an electric car. And then like 3 days later, same governor, same newscast, same state, hey, Californians, don't plug in your car. We don't have the power. Don't plug in your car. Well, come on, folks. If you want reliable energy so that you don't have blackouts like this bill will create, this is the way. We need to embrace this technology and really move it into the forefront of a conversation. And I really hope that we will be able to adopt this amendment. Once again, the Chamber is watching because they know that businesses who want to come to this state are going to need that energy to create whatever it is that they may want to create in our, hopefully one day, business-friendly economy here in the state of Minnesota. So remember, this is the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great alternative to energy. You know, coming from my district, I've been on the PUC board, I've dealt with utilities, I'm on the NMPA board, and understanding, you know, when you're a city representative, a mayor, or a council, and we have our own utilities from the city I live in Hawley, we have to put people on limiters. And a limiter, if anybody understands, it's when you don't pay your bill and you have to put their time on limiters. So they get a half hour on and a half hour off. You'll get a lot of emails when people do not get power. When they don't pay their bill, we put a limiter on. In the wintertime, you cannot shut them off. In the spring and summer, we can shut them off during the guidelines. What this energy is going to do is bring new energy to Minnesota. We need to, you know, we turn around and we talk about not using electricity during the high demand periods and everything like that. This is all we've done. We've turned around, We've told people we're going to incentivize you for buying LED lights to cut electricity, to cut usage. Now we're turning around, we're going to shut these plants down. We're going to not have an idea on new alternative fuel. We're going to turn around and have electric cars added to the grid that I'm sure nobody's going to want to use them during the day, and nobody's going to want to charge during the day because we shouldn't be using power during then, but you will be. And every charger station that's out there uses daytime power. This is going to affect us. People are going to have power. They will not have power. It will not happen. I mean, I have seen this. I know. I mean, I sit on this. We have a plant. We buy power. We buy coal-fired power in Hawley. But when they tell us, you guys need to quit using demand power, now we're not even exploring the option of nuclear. We need to think about this. This is a great idea. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could not be more excited about this amendment. Might be the only amendment I speak on today, and I'm on the Energy and Climate Committee, but this is game-changing. We absolutely must lift the nuclear moratorium, and we have to talk about the advanced reactors. I want to just tell you about a few of the reactors, and Representative Nash already talked about one, but what he didn't tell you, so the molten salt reactor, you know why it's really amazing? Because, so I have spent fuel in my backyard. I live very close to Monticello. The Prairie Island Indian community has spent fuel in their backyard. They don't really want it there. They don't want it there more than my community doesn't want it there. But let me tell you about these new designs that are coming out of advanced reactors. These molten salt reactors will burn spent fuel. Did you hear what I said? They'll burn spent fuel. That's amazing. They burn so hot that they will take the spent fuel off of our backs and burn it and turn it into electricity. So that is one of the designs. That's very exciting. So I don't know if you knew that, Representative Nash, about the molten salt. He does now, he says. Another design that actually will be built and opened and completed, the plan is to open this new design at the end of 2024, so in less than 2 years, is Pele, Project Pele. If you don't remember anything else of what I said, please remember Project Pele. Why? Because this is a micro-reactor. This is built in Idaho Falls, put on a semi-truck, and trucked to where it needs to go. So it'll be eventually set up in Wyoming. But it's a micro-reactor, so between 1 and 5 megawatts of energy it'll produce per hour. But it's a DOD, DOE, so Department of Defense, Department of Energy joint project. How many military people are in this room right now? Would you just raise your hand? How many military folks are in here? Okay, so you know when the military puts their minds to something? I mean, we have a lot of technology because the military got involved. This is happening. This is being built and it is happening. And it's a high temperature gas reactor and it's using a TRISO fuel. So you won't remember that stuff, but for the nerds in the room, that's what it is. It's really cool. So what that means is it's a high assay, low enriched uranium. So it has very low enriched uranium, very, very low. It's very, very safe. And the TRISO is, it's like contained inside of a ball. So it's very, very safe of material that keeps it contained. Anyway, that is about to go up and it should be completed in 2024. Let me tell you about one more. This is a TerraPower Nitrum reactor. So this is the sodium-cooled fast reactor. And it's using advanced construction, so it cuts the cost tremendously. So the construction of this facility will be done in an assembly line fashion. And that one can produce 345 megawatts of energy. And where it's going up in Wyoming is a coal plant. So here's another really cool thing. So they've decommissioned a coal plant in Wyoming. They have all of the infrastructure there. They have the transmission, the transformers, they have the cooling systems, they have the generator. And so this is going to go on top of an old coal plant in Wyoming, done by TerraPower. Now let me tell you about one more thing that happened yesterday. Yesterday, people. Yesterday, the NRC certified the first ever design for small modular reactors. Small modular, that means you can put 1, you can put 2, you can put 3, you can put 12, and serial them together. And each reactor is 50 megawatts of energy. I should probably explain what that means, huh, Representative Nash? So Sherco, that's the big coal plant in Minnesota that is being decommissioned, is 2,400 megawatts of electricity. That's the biggest in the Midwest, by the way. So it's going to be a heck of a time replacing that. But in any case, these small modular reactors are 50 megawatts per reactor, and you can serial up to 12. And that design was just approved. So what does that mean when NRC approves a design? It means now anybody that can build it can apply for a license. And the company that designed this, called NewScale, has 19, this happened yesterday, by the way, guys. Yesterday, this was approved by NRC. Yesterday. There are 19 companies lined up to build this new reactor. But you know what we can't do here in Minnesota? We can't do any of this. Do you want carbon-free power in Minnesota? Do you really want that? We cannot get there unless we embrace this new technology. And right now, we can't even really have a conversation about it. And in the Energy Committee, Representative Long kind of pushed me back a bit on my comments about advanced reactors. He says, well, no one's asking for it. Really? Have you read what's on your desks? You know why the Chamber of Commerce is wanting this amendment on the bill? It's because Xcel Energy wants it. Xcel Energy has been at Idaho Falls, where they're developing this at the National Energy Laboratory. And they're in collaboration with them on other projects like hydrogen and other things. So the hydrogen is going to be going down to Prairie Island, and they're going to work with Xcel Energy. So they're already partnering with Idaho Energy, the National Laboratory in Idaho Falls. But we can't do any of that here. And it's Xcel Energy, that's who wants this. That's what your letter is about. Members, if you really want cleaner, cheaper, carbon-free, and not blackouts, because that's where we're headed. I was at an event last night talking to somebody from a city, so he's a city utilities director. And he said, we're already making plans to try to figure out how to mitigate rolling blackouts because of this bill. Because of this bill. If you don't do some advanced reactors in this state and expand nuclear, remember these are new designs, I just told you. Some of the new designs will actually consume the spent fuel on site. Oh, and I should tell you one last thing about Pele, why it's so amazing. So they've put it on a truck and they set it up, and then it runs full power for 3 years. And then they put it back on their truck and they send it back to Idaho Falls. And this is what the nuclear scientist said to me. We recharge it, so they add back the electrons and then they send it back again. There's no spent fuel on site. Now is the time. We have to lift the nuclear moratorium. I don't know what we're waiting for. I really hope you accept this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the underlying bill yield to a question or two?
He will yield, Representative Quam.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you know how many small coal muni facilities that were shut down across the state, because those are the locations that was just spoken about could be utilized. We've got, the infrastructure, everything else, to do these small nuclear. So would
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
I don't have that number at my fingertips, Representative Quam.
Representative Quam.
Thank you. When we're looking at baseline and infrastructure cost, the saving of the infrastructure cost from the distribution and the location and siting to do what was just mentioned would make a very economical way of giving us that baseline we have during the night or when the wind doesn't blow. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the way. It's very rare to actually be able to make a Star Wars reference on the floor. I just had to do that. But this really is the way, because the way I'm looking at this is we're going to build a house. And the house is a carbon-free, renewable energy. This bill as it sits right now is like we're going to go build this place with nails without a hammer and measure without a tape measure. So that's exactly what nuclear brings to this equation. Nuclear is going to allow us to have that base load energy. Minnesota Chamber agrees with us. Minnesotans agree with us. You know how many times I get stopped, actually, when I was campaigning this last year saying, you know, Spence, you're going to get that nuclear moratorium lift? I was baffled by that so many, Minnesotans are watching this energy policy. But it's true. And, it's worth mentioning, too, as we keep progressing as a society and as a civilization, our demand for electricity is only going to increase. So if the demand for electricity increases, we're going to have to increase the supply. Well, when it gets dark and the wind doesn't blow, we're not going to have any supply. And I don't know how we're going to be able to put enough batteries in series to be able to have hundreds upon thousands of megawatts on demand when it's dark and cold up here for 18 hours a day. So, nuclear power, here it is. Here's the amendment. Let's put this on the bill and take a first step so that not only just our power producers around the state can start looking into this, but potentially our industries. When we have something this size, who's to say that a mine in my district couldn't be doing something like this? Who's to say a paper mill wouldn't be doing something like this? OSB facility. The list goes on and on and on. And it's going to give the options for these companies and these manufacturers who believe in this renewable energy, want to, and not just because we're talking about in this room, but because it's what consumers want at the same time, right? And the free market is adjusting it to get there. Right now, the free market can't do its job. So, Representative Nash, this is the way. To the House, this is the way. Vote green.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nash, it's hard for me to do this, but I have to say I recommend a no vote on this. You're a good friend, and he's already up. Members, I know that we've had some information, a lot of it promoted by some of the industry folks promoting this, but I hope we'll look at some independent scientists who are really starting to scrutinize this. Stanford had a study that was released just earlier last year. Stanford-led research finds smaller modular reactors will exacerbate challenges of highly radioactive nuclear waste. And that is one of the reasons we have a moratorium. After all these years, we still have not found safe ways to dispose of the waste. In addition to that, there's another study from the Swedish nuclear fuel and waste management company. Simple metrics such as estimates of the mass of spent fuel offer little insight into the resources that will be required to store, package, and dispose of the spent fuel and other radioactive waste. In fact, the Swedish scientist adds, remarkably few studies have analyzed the management and disposal of nuclear waste streams from small modular reactors. So again, this is premature, and I also want to remind the body that we have many, many issues and challenges at the front end of the nuclear fuel cycle with uranium mining. Most of the uranium that we use in the United States is imported from places like Kazakhstan, Russia, and I think that we really need to go very cautiously when we analyze this. It's premature. We should not be lifting the moratorium for this technology. I urge a no vote.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Ingen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in response to that, members, in 2021, France itself, the country, it reported that 69% of its energy grid was generated by nuclear energy, the same thing that we have a moratorium on. China, the place that's about to sell us all of those solar panels, they're putting in 39 new nuclear energy facilities this year alone. I think it is absolutely abysmal that we are talking about a green future without bringing an all-of-the-above approach to the table. I've heard a lot of folks call this bill the blackout bill, and for good reason. It's because we are not looking at all of the energy sources that we could use to not only make sure that Minnesotans have affordable energy, but it's reliable and it's safe.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've heard some compelling information, and Representative O'Neill gave you information contrary to whatever you may have downloaded on the internet. Representative Hornstein got green-lighted yesterday by our government saying move forward, and Representative Niska just pointed out to me that you still have the PUC that they can vet and green-light something or not. So if you trust the PUC as much as I believe you do, I would encourage you to at least move this forward in the conversation, because right now, you can't. So if you blithely want to walk off into the darkness, and as you pass this blackout bill, remember that you had a chance to initiate the conversation around these new amazing technologies. And once again, this is the way. So as you hover over the button, please think about Grogu. Please think about Baby Yoda, as I believe some members call it. This is the way. We should embrace technology. For as much technology as is created here in the state of Minnesota, and as proud as we are about some of our medical technology that we develop out of nothing, here is a technology that has been proven and green-lighted, as Representative O'Neill pointed out, that you're just going to say, nah, no, I don't think so. So please, members, remember again, the chamber is watching, and so is Grogu. Vote green.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Igo moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A25.
I recognize the member from Itasca, the author of the amendment, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, this amendment didn't turn out the way I would like it. So in respect of everyone's time and the amendments that I have after this that are just like it, I would like to withdraw this amendment.
Representative Igo has withdrawn the A25 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Igo moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A31.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is something that I think we should definitely be adding on to the bill today to kind of give some transparency to the processes that this bill is going to be pushing forward. So the amendment simply states that if we're going to be adopting this carbon-free standard under the obligations, the commission must take into account the amount of carbon dioxide that's going to be emitted from producing all of this new renewable green technology that's going to power our grid. So that's really important, because if we talk about solar and wind and where we're getting everything right now, the United States doesn't actually produce any of the critical minerals needed to produce this solar and wind. So, in fact, it's worth, before I really dive into this, Indonesian nickel, which is about a third of the world's supply, actually produces 25 times more carbon when we extract. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Produces 25 times more carbon when we take that out of the ground than Indonesia, put it on a ship, send it to Finland or Russia to get refined, then sent to the United States where we turn it into a solar panel or a wind turbine. So, I don't think that's considered being a leader here in Minnesota. And I know there was a lot of talk about this bill is, Minnesota's going to lead. We're going to hit carbon neutrality before everyone else. We're going to show the country. We're going to show the world. All we're showing the world with this bill is that we're really good at taking advantage of the little guy. We're really good at taking advantage of the people that have slave labor, no labor standards, no environmental regulations. That's the problem here. So this bill, let's actually get to the root of the problem. Let's lead. Let's start setting a national standard, a worldwide standard, that if we're going to build wind and solar and all the other things that go along with it in the transmission, we are going to do it with ethically sourced critical minerals. And I do have a solution, because I know I like to talk a lot about breaking down an equation and figuring out the problems. So I worked it backwards, and I did find the solution. And it's 250 miles north of here on the Iron Range. Yes, everyone knew I was probably going to get there. A third of the world's deposits of copper and nickel are just 250 miles north of here. So if we really want to lead, there's our answer. We start developing those critical minerals immediately. We show the world what it's like to have environmental standards. We show the world what it's like to have the best labor standards. I mean, all these facilities, we're talking billions of dollars of capital investment that are all going to be done with PLAs and prevailing wage. I don't see a problem with that. I don't think anyone in this room should have a problem with that. And that's what the people that I represent up on the Iron Range want. It's what the people around the Iron Range want. So why can't the state of Minnesota get on board? Because that's how we're going to lead. And Representative Garofalo has been really good at telling a story for my district, the Talon mine. Talon's a great example of where things are going to go. We're eventually just going to start having holes in the ground here and shipping it across to North Dakota where it's going to get refined and made into things. But again, we go back to this amendment that I'm trying to offer today. That's going to be added carbon. And if we really want to be aware of being carbon neutral and having a renewable energy future, it starts with us. It starts with us being leaders, because we cannot continue to push things into the corner of the world where we don't see them. That's not being leaders. Representative Lislegard said it best the other day, we live in a global climate. So if we live in a global climate, then our decisions we make in this chamber affect all of us equally around the world. And we want to talk about equity and equality. You tell me how it's fair that a bunch of kids are getting their lives destroyed in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. You tell me how it's fair that a bunch of Indonesians are dying in a mudslide because there's no environmental regulations. You tell me that it's fair that 1 million people in China were sterilized because they're mining and making solar panels. It's not fair. So if we want to be fair, if we want to be leaders, let's take the step today to say we're going to do it right, we're going to do it here. And it's not just me that thinks this. The President of the United States, President Joe Biden, put a ton of money in the IIJA and the IRA for domestically produced minerals that we're going to manufacture here. So in the Sustainable Infrastructure Committee, we're trying to find ways to get those dollars to Minnesota. So let's adopt this amendment. This is going to make Minnesota attractive to be able to utilize those things, to utilize the dollars that can have that investment that's going to create generational wealth for all of us. And not just our communities in greater Minnesota, those dollars will come right back down here to St. Paul. We'll all thrive. We get to sit in a building that was built with mining dollars. Let that sit in, let that register. This is huge. The mines of Minnesota won world wars, built a nation, and continue to do so. Now it's our chance to build the world of tomorrow. Now it's our chance to give a clean energy future to the rest of the country. And it's right here in Minnesota. But we're ignoring it. Again, to take advantage of the people outside the corner of our view that don't seem to be important. But they are important. We talk about taking care of our fellow man, from the people in the lowest levels of our society that need a helping hand up. This is how we take care of them. This is how we set the precedent. This is what we can do today. And we need to talk about what this bill is going to do. We really need to think long and hard about that, because these decisions are going to be waking for generations to come. So sure, the bill might get implemented, and you know what? Maybe our wind and solar is going to be able to keep up with our grid's demand. I frankly don't think it would be able to without a lot of battery storage. But now 20, 30, 40 years from now, and China's smog is so bad that tens of millions are dying a year. Indonesia is just destroyed. Africa is just in shambles. South American rainforests are gone. But hey, we have renewable energy here in Minnesota. Meanwhile, the district I represent will be continuing to fight to try and do their God-given potential, which is mining, which they've been doing for 140 years. And you'll have to excuse me, I might be a little bit more emotional than I should be right now, because it was just a few hours ago that I found out that the President of the United States banned over 200,000 acres of mining in northern Minnesota, with some of the most critical deposits to do what this bill needs to do. Now, I just put a letter together, a bipartisan letter with members of the range delegation to the President. I would like to ask that this chamber considers doing the same thing. Because what that just did today is cost Minnesota billions in tax revenue, not just for our state budget, but for our kids. The permanent school trust fund lost today on billions of dollars. I mean, one copper nickel mine is like adding a Super Bowl every year to the state's GDP. We lost that. My friends and family that live on the Iron Range, some of them have been texting me furious, one, but others with tears in their eyes. We need to make a change here if we want to be the change that we wish to see in the world. And I think we all want to do good here. We really do, all of us. We're elected by people to come here and do good. Let's do good, and let's not do bad around us. I encourage a green vote on this, and I would ask for a roll call.
Representative Igo requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Is there any further discussion to the amendment? Noted. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I certainly appreciate the underlying intent behind the amendment, this really would be unworkable for the Public Utilities Commission to determine this on its own. And if Representative Igo is interested in working on trying to help promote domestic manufacturing, I encourage him to work with us on the Buy Clean legislation that we've worked on for a couple of years in this body. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Igo, you hit some buzzwords for me tonight. School trust lands, and those of you who have been around here know that I've been very, very involved in that. And I just wanted to let members know how important those school trust lands are to Minnesota. As Representative Igo said, in the subsurface of the earth.
Representative Long, for what purpose do you rise?
There are a number of different minerals.
Representative O'Driscoll, Representative Long has the floor. Representative Long, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of order under Mason's 101. Needs to remind members to stick to the subject of the debate, please.
I will remind members to confine their remarks to the question before the body and to limit them to the subject of our debate. Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the things that I was told not to talk about by the Speaker tonight on the school trust lands, there may be other resources such as timber and things that may also be alternative energy sources that, once again, this body has a constitutional obligation to be able to market for the benefit of the school trust land students here in the state of Minnesota. So with that, I encourage a yes vote on the Igo amendment this afternoon.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support Representative Igo's amendment. If you want solar and you want windmills, you have to have nickel. And where do you have nickel? In my district. I represent the district where the Duluth complex comes up to where we can mine it. It's so important to have those minerals to move forward in the future. You all want to have a clean future? This is where it starts in Minnesota, in northern Minnesota. And this study will help determine, I'm hoping, how to streamline the process to get our mining in Minnesota. It needs to be discussed somewhere, and it can start right here. And I move for everyone to vote for favor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Igo is exactly correct. We should stand in support of Minnesota workers. Stand in support of Minnesota's union workforce. That's what this amendment offers. The opportunity for the operating engineers, the electrical workers, the steel workers to go to work here in Minnesota to accomplish what? Exactly what this bill does. This not only supports our Minnesota union workforce, this bill supports human rights across the globe. This amendment, members, is exactly the amendment that will support human rights across the world. This amendment, members, benefits every community across this state, every school district across this state, every student across this state. This amendment supports regional centers across this state. This amendment supports the city of Duluth, the port city of Duluth. That's what this amendment does. This isn't partisan. This is about human rights. Please vote for the amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I request a call of the House.
Representative Demuth requests a call of the House. Are there 10 hands? Seeing 10 hands, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Isanti, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am from Itasca County. I wouldn't be from central Minnesota like that. I'm a ranger. Come on. So just in closing, I appreciate the good debate today. I wanted to just leave a few more facts on the table for everyone about how this applies to carbon. I actually got in front of me the International Energy Agency's report on critical minerals, which is a 250-page read. So I did a lot of research on this today. But I wanted to see where actually all of our processing for these critical minerals that we're building our solar panels and wind is coming from. And for copper, 40% is China, nickel, almost 40% is China, cobalt is 60% China, lithium is 60% China, and the rare earths is almost 90%. So we're getting everything from China, who at a moment's notice could decide whether or not we're going to get these critical minerals. And I think I said this the other day, it's worth noting. When the Russians were invading the Ukraine and attacking and committing horrible crimes, and we put all these sanctions on them as a country, what was the one thing that we didn't put a sanction on? We actually increased our nickel imports. So if we want to talk about making sure that we control nations that are hostile and trying to attack others, we should be making sure to have these things here. So please support this amendment with a green vote today. We are going to bring back production to the United States. We are going to create carbon neutral, carbon negative critical minerals that are going to build the world of tomorrow. We're going to do it right here in Minnesota, folks. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Yeah. There being 63 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we lift the call of the House.
Representative Long Representative Long moves that we dispense with the call of the House. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. We are no longer under the call of the House.
Igo moves to amend House Law Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A23-0013.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, please take your conversations off the House floor and into the alcoves or the retiring room. Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment here today is going to make carbon capture and sequestration our state policy, which, again, we're adding another tool to that toolbox to make sure we can actually combat climate change, global warming, create that carbon neutral future that this bill is trying to do. Again, if we're going to solve a problem, let's make sure we bring everything there to do it. Carbon sequestration is a way to do it. So there's actually a bunch of different ways I want to discuss today about what we can do with carbon sequestration. The first, I think, that everyone thinks about is what we can do with coal plants, a coal-burning power plant. So I think I've mentioned it before, but for those who are new here, which there's a lot of us, I'm going to tell the story of Project Tundra. So in North Dakota, they've created a power plant. They're working. It's going to be up and running here soon, where they're going to be able to sequester 80% or more of the CO2 out of the coal stack and then inject it underground into deep underground saline aquifers. So what that's going to mean is that we can produce coal-powered electricity with a fraction of the CO2. Now, it's not carbon neutral. I'll give you that on that one. It could be in the future, but the technology there is growing. But the equivalent of the CO2 that this will take off the road in North Dakota when it's operational is 800,000 cars. That means every car in the state of North Dakota is now off the road. So when we talk about energy policy with REC credits and all this stuff, it's just a sliding scale anyway. So if you can bring a coal plant down to only 20% of the CO2 it's going to emit now, it's just a sliding scale. We can call it carbon neutral with RECs, right? So we can apply it to coal, but we can also apply it to a lot of other things. Now, it's already been mentioned one other time tonight, but the Talon mine, located in Tamarack, Minnesota, in my district, has a nickel deposit, which goes back to the previous amendment. One of the actually most pure nickel deposits found in the world. Some parts, it's at 6% nickel, which for the geologists, that's crazy. It's unheard of. But here's the really cool part they found. They found something called olivine sand nestled in the deposits around the nickel. I mean, really, you can't make this up. It has stunned geologists around the world. They're wondering how the heck this stuff got here. Well, why is it such a big deal? So olivine sand is a magnesium-based sand, and I don't need to break, I'm not a chemist, but what I can say is when you inject CO2 into this type of sand, it carbonizes. It creates hard rock like a magnesium carbonate. So any carbon that we pump underground and send to this deposit is stored in perpetuity thousands of feet under the ground. But now we're wondering how big this deposit is. And they're still discovering more and more, but the last I heard was it was in the gigatons. I mean, the ability to take all of the emissions in the state of Minnesota for like the next 20 years and put them underground if we stayed where we're at. So then my idea was, why can't we apply this to other industries? I mean, we go back to the prior amendment when I was talking about. So we start producing copper, nickel, other critical minerals here, and we actually start taking the CO2 in those operations, capturing it, pumping it underground at the Tamarack site, the Tamarack intrusion. Friends, we just created the world's first carbon negative nickel. You want to talk about getting on board for having a renewable energy future, a carbon neutral future? That is the key. So the reason I want to add this to the bill today is so we can go after this technology. We can have this be a part of our energy grid, whether we're applying it to coal, whether we're applying it to manufacturing, whether we're applying it to other parts of our industry. I know the ag industry, carbon sequestration is a huge part of the ethanol process. This is great policy that we should have in our bill today. So really, again, to break it all down, let's use everything at our disposal to solve the problem of being carbon neutral by 2040. And again, I'll go back. I'm on that Sustainable Infrastructure Committee. We are doing everything we can in that committee to get the most IIJA and IRA dollars. There's $4 billion for carbon sequestration hubs in those bills. I'm going to tell you what right now, though, Minnesota does not stand a chance to get any of those dollars, because you know who we're going to lose to? We're going to lose to Texas, Alaska, Louisiana. Why? Because they've been sequestering carbon for years. Now they use it for oil, which I know some people on the other side really don't like. So why not take this technology away from the oil moguls and let's put it here and have it be for copper nickel. Let's have it be here to provide grid load electricity with coal power or natural gas. This is our potential. Let's use everything we have to solve these problems and actually, again, like I said, be leaders. We can be leaders with this. Let's show the world what we can do here in Minnesota. Minnesotans stand up when we're faced with a challenge. Let's do it together. I encourage a green vote, and I would ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Igo requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I'd like to just take a minute to talk about something that is near and dear to my heart, and that's corn. I love corn where I come from. My family's been farming for about 150 years. And what I want to talk about is exactly what we're discussing, the idea of carbon sequestration, carbon capture and utilization. These are technologies that are just developing, and they are so exciting when we're talking about our future energy situation, all right? Now, whatever we're talking about here today, I think we can all agree when we're honest with ourselves that we need to take a holistic look at our energy policy here in the state of Minnesota. We need all hands on deck. And I can tell you that when we are sequestering corn carbon based off of ethanol, we're actually going in the right direction. I want to just share something with you. Picture a kernel of corn, right? So in the summertime, we like to eat our sweet corn. One kernel of corn is about 50% carbon. One kernel, 50% carbon. Okay, now it's really disappointing for me to tell you that 50% carbon, you eat it, you exhale carbon, it's really a net zero gain. So the corn plant takes the carbon dioxide out of the air, turns it into the corn plant, and in the end, it ends up back in the atmosphere. Except when we sequester that carbon, we move in the right direction. We are actually taking carbon out of the air and doing exactly what everyone in this room is hoping to accomplish, which is clean our air and reduce the carbon that is inside the air. We can actually do that. We can take the carbon from the sky, utilizing the power of the corn plant with the whole photosynthesis. I don't need to get into that with you here today. But we can take that carbon and we can shove it into the ground, or we can do other really great things. We're talking about plastics. I just had a conversation this afternoon about it with an individual who is telling me, he says, we can capture this carbon and we can utilize it for the greater good. We can make plastics with it. We can make green methanol, another fuel that's a very green source. It's on the cusp of technology here. We can do this. We can actually reduce the carbon in the air. Everything you're talking about today, when you're talking about solar and you're talking about wind power, guess what? That is a zero net gain. The wind blows, power is created, and guess what? No carbon is reduced out of the sky. But I'm telling you that we can use the corn plant to take the carbon out of the sky and prevent it from going back into the sky. This is not the entire answer to our problem, but this is a huge part of it. And we can do great things by harnessing this technology. Members, I urge you today to open your eyes and be realistic. We can do great things here as a state. The answer is not just wind. That's a part of it. I will give you that. It's a part of it. It's not just solar. That is a part of it, but it's not the entire part of it. Carbon sequestration, it's not the entire answer, but members, it is a part of it. And I ask that you vote green on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge members to vote no. The amendment does not distinguish between carbon that is permanently sequestered and carbon that is used for enhanced oil recovery, which would actually increase carbon emissions. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Representative Olson.
I was wondering if the majority leader would yield to a question.
He will yield to a question. Representative Olson.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Long. I'm wondering if this did make a distinction between permanently sequestered carbon and not permanently sequestered carbon, would you take an amendment such as that?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't allow amendments on the floor. We have a 24-hour rule. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Olson still has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the majority leader would yet yield to another question.
He will yield to another question. Representative Olson.
Imagining in a fairy world where we could have anything that we want and there wasn't this rule, would you take an amendment such as this?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do live here in reality, so I can't answer a fairy world question.
Anything else, Representative Olson?
Yeah, one more question if the majority leader would continue to yield.
He will yield. Representative Olson.
We here in this establishment have the ability to suspend the rules and take this up. Is there a good reason, Representative Long, why we should not temporarily suspend the rules in order to apply an amendment that would be so great to our state, so great for our environment, and actually move us in the right direction? Not just net zero, net negative. There is no conceivable reason why we shouldn't do this here today. This is a wonderful technology. This is a wonderful amendment. If you would yield, I would I would move to suspend the rules, if I may, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Sounds like we're on a motion to suspend the rules. I will oppose the.
Representative Long, I believe that Representative Olson was asking you to yield to
Okay,
a
if
question.
he's asking me to yield for a question, then he asked for a good reason, and the good reason is it's 6:15 and we have 3 bills left. Thank you.
Representative Olson, were you asking him to yield or were you making a motion? Okay, I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Frankly, if it's a good idea, why not? I move to suspend the rules and allow amendment to this, as Olson stated.
Members, is there any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, disappointed that we can't be adding this amendment today. Representative Long, I will disagree with you on the enhanced oil recovery. I hate to break it to the body, but even if we got rid of all of our gasoline cars tomorrow and jets that use fuel, we have plastics in everything we use. We're going to need oil for a while to come. So that enhanced oil recovery actually would be a good way to get rid of carbon and products, so we're still going to need that oil and petroleum products for a lot of other things we're going to need in the future. Again, let's just think outside the box. I mean, our systems that exist in our society are very large and very broad, but the decisions we make here are also very large and very broad and affect generations of people long after we're gone. So let's keep thinking that in mind. Again, I encourage a green vote on this amendment, and I'll continue to work and carry this bill in the Minnesota House. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Niska moves to amend House Bill number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this blackout bill has a lot of problems, as we've discussed. Some of them are, in my opinion, fatal. This type of mandate scheme will be unaffordable, unreliable, and dangerous to Minnesotans, especially in extreme cold snaps or heat waves. And I use the word fatal literally. I think this bill will kill people. Some of those problems can be minimized, and they could have been if we would have taken up some of the amendments that have been offered here today, but there's one problem in this bill that is very easy to fix. And that problem is the lawsuit that North Dakota is going to file against Minnesota and probably win if we pass this bill as unamended. So the A38 amendment is the way to fix that, by ensuring that this bill does not overstep our authority as a state, one of 50 states in the United States, and try to regulate activities, generation of power that happens entirely outside of the state of Minnesota. And Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if Representative Joy will yield for a question.
Representative Niska.
Mr. Speaker, will Representative Joy yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Niska.
Representative Joy, I know that your district is right on the border of North Dakota, and if we in the state government of Minnesota try to hire agents or go and inspect all of the places where the power in your district is generated, what would we have to do? Where would we have to go?
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nishka. So it is interesting you asked that question. I live in a city of Hawley that we have 10 cities involved by, we own a coal plant in North Dakota, 30% of it. And so they would have to travel 542 miles from here to go talk to the coal plant out there. Now keep in mind, it's called the Coyote Station. They have a dry scrubber in that station to remove sulfur dioxide. They have overfire to reduce nitrate oxide. They activate carbon, remove mercury in fabric fiber bags. Fly ash, which is used in roads and concrete, is recycled. Bottom ash is sold for roads, for de-icer, stabilizer, and roofing material. So they would have to drive to Beulah, North Dakota to get that.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Representative Joy. And members, this is the problem with this bill right now. It tries to tell utilities what sources of electricity they can and cannot use, but utilities can't control where that electricity comes from. It comes onto the grid, and they can't physically control the flow of that electricity and ensure that the electricity sold to retail users in Minnesota comes from any specific source. That's the reason why, if this bill passes unamended, we face what the governor of North Dakota called the certainty of a lawsuit. And frankly, they will almost certainly win. Just like they did when they sued over the Next Generation Energy Act, the last time Minnesota tried to regulate the generation of power in North Dakota, and they won that lawsuit. There are three very strong grounds for that lawsuit. I think it's important that that there's some understanding about the particular legal issues that are involved under the federal Constitution and the Federal Supremacy Clause. The first is what's called the Dormant Commerce Clause. As you may know, the U.S. Constitution gives Congress the power to regulate commerce among the several states. And the U.S. Supreme Court and federal courts have interpreted that to mean that state legislatures like us cannot constitutionally regulate commerce directly in another state. They can't discriminate. We can't discriminate against interstate commerce, and we can't excessively burden interstate commerce. This bill, unamended, will do all three by trying to reach into North Dakota, tell them how to generate electricity. It discriminates against and burdens that out-of-state commerce by forcing that electricity generation to be subject to renewable energy credits or other costly offsets. North Dakota, just like they did against the Next Generation Energy Act, is going to sue. They're going to say we're violating their constitutional rights, and they're going to win, just like they did last time. The second legal argument they're going to make is that the Federal Power Act gives the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission exclusive jurisdiction over regulating the transmission of power across interstate lines and interstate commerce. By trying to limit what utilities can enter into, the kinds of agreements that will purchase wholesale energy, that interferes with that federal regulatory scheme. Judge Diana Murphy, the late Judge Diana Murphy, who the Minneapolis courthouse is named after, in the Eighth Circuit case in the last North Dakota lawsuit, issued a concurring opinion saying this was the reason why our Next Generation Energy Act was illegal. The third reason, the third ground that North Dakota will sue us under is the Clean Air Act, which provides a comprehensive national scheme to regulate air pollution. As you may remember, in 2011, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that that regulation of clean air covers the regulation of carbon emissions from power plants. Again, we're going to be stepping into an exclusive regulatory scheme by the federal government by trying to regulate beyond the borders of Minnesota, oversteps our bounds as a state. Again, as I mentioned, the last time we tried to regulate North Dakota's energy generation, they sued and we lost. But this was even worse than losing to North Dakota in hockey, because this time we had to pay them money. See, when a state violates someone else's federal constitutional rights, the federal civil rights law gives them the right to seek attorney's fees. The North Dakota coal industry did that, and they won. We had to pay them $1.4 million, $1.4 million out of the state treasury for the privilege of losing to North Dakota in court. So, again, Mr. Speaker, would Representative Joy yield for another question?
He will yield for a question. Representative Niska.
Representative Joy, again, we were talking earlier about your district right on the border of North Dakota, and I was wondering, as you were door knocking in your district, as you were going out and talking to folks, many of whom I'm sure have friends in North Dakota who love people in North Dakota, did you ever hear anyone in your district make it a priority that we should take money from the Minnesota State Treasury and send it to North Dakota to pay for attorney's fees in a lawsuit that we're going to lose?
Representative Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, nobody said that. We sent enough to North Dakota. We want to keep people in Minnesota. I don't want the money to continue going across. As you referenced in here, we did that once before because we got sued, and we're going to have it again. We need to take sensible measures on this.
Thank you,
Representative
Representative.
Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Joy. I agree. I don't think it's a good idea either. Please, let's fix this bill. The A38 amendment will fix this bill. It's a very simple fix. It just makes clear that the only thing we're regulating is energy consumption that happens in Minnesota and energy generation that happens in Minnesota, and we're not regulating anything that happens in North Dakota or Wisconsin or any other state. So I urge you all to vote yes on the A38 amendment, and Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call.
Representative Niska requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Anything else, Representative Niska? Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed that you're on Team North Dakota, not Team Minnesota on this one, but you're also wrong on the law, unfortunately, Representative Niska. And I'm happy to send you an opinion by now Justice Gorsuch that outlines the reasons why we would win this lawsuit if it were brought by North Dakota, and I'd urge members to vote no. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Long, I am absolutely on Team Minnesota. I am on Team keep our tax dollars in the state of Minnesota. Don't give them to North Dakota. Don't give them to the big law firm that North Dakota will hire to sue out this case and for it to win. Ben Franklin said there are only two things in life that are certain: death and taxes. Coming pretty close behind that, in terms of level of certainty, is that North Dakota is going to sue us and that North Dakota is going to win. The fact of the matter is North Dakota won against the Next Generation Energy Act. There were 4 federal judges who reviewed that law. 1 district court judge here in Minnesota, not on Team North Dakota, a district court judge in Minnesota, and 3 Eighth Circuit judges, 2 of whom are residents of Minnesota, Judge Diana Murphy and Judge Loken. The other is Judge Stephen Colleton, who lives in Iowa. None of them were on Team North Dakota, but all 4 of them agreed that we can't reach over into North Dakota and regulate its energy production. So the Team Minnesota vote is to keep our money, our treasury, in the state of Minnesota. It's not to do a reckless bill that risks a lawsuit that we're almost certainly going to lose. It's not failing to learn the lessons of the past. And Representative Long, I appreciate that maybe Justice Gorsuch has written something that in the 10th Circuit that may have been interesting law in the 10th Circuit. I will tell you, as a certainty, this case will end up before the 8th Circuit. I did spend a little bit of time at the 8th Circuit. I clerked for 2 judges on the 8th Circuit, and we're probably not going to win this case in the 8th Circuit, Representative Long. So I urge members, please vote yes. Please vote against taking money from our treasury, giving it to North Dakota, giving it to the North Dakota coal industry, and giving it to the lawyers who are going to represent the North Dakota coal industry against the state of Minnesota. They're going to do just fine without our $1 million out of the state treasury. They are going to do just fine. They do have families to feed, but they'll do just fine without our state dollars going to pay for their business generation to sue the state of Minnesota. This is irresponsible. This is a common sense way to fix this bill so that we don't get sued and lose in court to North Dakota again. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A23-0012.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Mr. Speaker and members, this next amendment to House File 7, the blackout bill, which is unaffordable, unreliable, and dangerous, and now we know it's extreme. The next amendment is about securing our food supply chains. It's about local control, and it's about the economy in rural Minnesota. For many of you, I hope that you have the chance, and certainly you did during the campaign, to traverse this great state, to go to rural communities in every corner. And I hope that you saw along the way the impacts to solar panels across this state and solar panels on agriculture property across the state. In my district and in the surrounding communities and the surrounding counties, this is very real. Counties that were once almost wholly reliant upon agriculture as the primary economy have already been transitioning to a place where solar is taking up our ag land. And this particular amendment, if you're on page 13 of the bill, you can follow along, talks specifically about local benefits. And this amendment simply provides that the location of any new energy generating facility does not disincentivize or negatively impact agriculture production. The reason this is important, members, is our economy here in Minnesota has always been based on agriculture. The fiber of who we are is agriculture. What made Minneapolis, Minneapolis was agriculture. This is who we are. This is who we will be for the future, unless we have a bill like this that continues to take the prime ag land across our state. So this amendment simply says that in places where fossil fuel generating plants have been retired, that ag land not be disincentivized from the future of Minnesota. There are situations happening in our state today, members, where farmers cannot compete with the subsidies provided by solar panels. This limits our ability to secure our food security for the future. This is more than just an issue for our state, it's an issue for the region, for our country, and as was mentioned earlier by Representative Swedzinski, this is an issue about the rainforest too. So members, I hope that you can find this as a friendly amendment, as it simply states that we do not disincentivize or negatively impact agriculture production here in Minnesota. I ask for your support and I ask for a roll call.
Representative Schultz has requested a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Anything else, Representative Schultz? Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge members to vote no. I trust farmers to make decisions about their own land. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Schultz.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Long, for respecting farmers. If this body did a little bit more of that, our state would really thrive. Members, local control and the decisions made by farmers is important, but it's really quite crazy and quite extreme when this body chooses to subsidize solar panels over ag land. When this body chooses solar panels made in China by slave labor over our farmers here in Minnesota. That's the decision, members. I'll give credit to the majority party right now. You have members in many corners of this state who represent agricultural land. You have members who have facilities, fossil fuel facilities that will be retired. This directly impacts the future food security here in Minnesota. This is real, members. This impacts University Avenue. This impacts Hennepin Avenue. This impacts the state of Minnesota. Vote for the amendment.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 7. The first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A27.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Speaker Wolkema, thank you. Members, the A27 requires a site permit for solar be contingent upon the applicant committing to set aside resources to pay for decommissioning and recycling. And Mr. Speaker, before I forget, I would like to ask for a roll call.
Representative Scott requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Scott.
Thank you. Members, I'm really glad to bring this amendment to the long blackout bill. As you know, solar power is on the increase across the world. And according to the International Energy Agency, it makes up about 4% of the world's electricity, so not huge yet, but obviously this bill would make a big difference here in Minnesota. And forecasts suggest that 8 million metric tons of these panels, PV panels, will be reaching the end of their working life by the year 2030. A tally that is projected to reach 80 million by 2050. And if you break that down in Minnesota, I talked to the MPCA and I said, how many panels approximately do we have in the state of Minnesota? 4 million. We have 4 million panels right now in the state of Minnesota. You take that times about 40 pounds, which is the average weight for a panel, and that leaves us with 80,000 metric tons of panels. That's no small thing, folks. As many of you that are existing members know, not the new members, but over the last 6 to 8 years, I've worked on Peg's Pit, getting funding to clean up a hazardous waste pit in my district. And surrounding that pit was a huge dump. And I certainly don't want these solar panels to be dumped in somebody's backyard, and years down the road, they have to look at the cleanup for that. So these PV panels contain toxic materials like lead. We do an awful lot of legislating around this body when it comes to lead, because it could damage the brain. And of course, it causes environmental pollution. And according to the U.S. National Renewable Energy Laboratory, less than 10% of the country's decommissioned panels are recycled. So they are probably in a landfill somewhere. And this same organization says that it costs about $15 to $45 to recycle a panel, while throwing it in a dump is $1 to $5. No commercial recycling processes can yet recover all these useful materials from a PV panel. There's a lot of research going on across the country and also across the world, but there's no consensus about the best way to achieve that goal. The recycling technologies are just still too rudimentary. In the U.S., new regulations in Washington State stipulate that from July 2023, PV modules cannot be sold there without the manufacturer or retailer having a state-approved plan for end-of-life reuse or recycling. Members, I look back, I reintroduced my bill this year on setting up a solar and wind stewardship program patterned after the electronic stewardship program and also the paint recycling program that we have here in the state of Minnesota. And I look back, because this bill's been around for a while. I look back, I introduced that bill in 2014. Here we are almost 10 years later, and nothing's been done on this. We had a period about 5 years ago where these panels were faulty. And forget the life of the panel being 20 to 30 years. These were coming over here from China, other places, and they were faulty. There was a manufacturing facility in Minnesota that was having problems too. So folks, we need to tackle this issue. And I know the governor's budget has money in there for a study. The MPCA has been studying this for 3 years. In fact, when I introduced this bill in 2014, I sat down with the MPCA, and they were interested in talking about this, but there was no action taken that I know of, other than this 3-year study that was interrupted due to COVID. So members, let's do the responsible thing. Let's be green. Let's really, truly be green. If we're going to have green energy, let's not just dump these panels somewhere where it's going to cause someone in this body someday to come back here and ask for the project in my district end up costing over $20 million. So the cleanup of this stuff is super expensive, so let's nip it in the bud. Let's require these permits. Before they get a permit, they have to have a way of recycling this or reusing it. Remember back in the day when you know, the little triangle thing with all the arrows, and it was the statement: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Nowhere was it on that little triangle. It did not say to dump. Okay? We don't want to dump this stuff in somebody's backyard. Members, please vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I acknowledge and agree with Representative Scott that recycling at the end of life for solar panels is an important goal. Unfortunately, this amendment isn't workable because it requires recycling of every single component of the panel. So I'd ask for members to vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Long, you got to start somewhere. So, offer me an amendment to the amendment. You can offer something over in the Senate to make it more palatable to you, but let's not kick the can down the road anymore on this. These panels are already starting to retire. They've got to have a place to go.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House Law Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A30.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Speaker Wolgamott. Well, this is not unlike the previous amendment. This would require the disposal of retired wind turbine blades to be disposed of within our own state and be recycled into a useful byproduct here. Members, there's an article from and I can send you the link if you're interested, let me know. But there's an article that was in the Star Tribune this summer. Actually, it was about a decommissioned wind farm out in Representative Schumacher's district. And out there in, it looks like, where's the name of the city? There's Lincoln County and another county out in that area of Minnesota. But it was when a 2003 vintage wind farm became obsolete, and the owner, Elite Clean Energy, tore it down to build a new one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The new wind project came online the previous month from when the article was written, with bigger turbines that produce 32% more electricity than the old facility. And the new turbines, they scoop up so much more wind that Elite needed to erect only 37 of them, that the only problem was they had to do something with the 65 old ones. And members, I don't know if you've ever been traveling, taking a road trip somewhere, and seen a bunch of windmill blades piled up somewhere. But I've seen that going down 35W to Iowa. I'm from Iowa, and I saw a bunch along the interstate there. And it's like, what will they do with those big honking blades? They are big. And so, members, we need to make sure that if we're producing green energy here, that we're not exporting a byproduct of that that's going to cause a landfill to fill up in another state. If we're going to be green here in this state, then let's be truly green and find a use, find ways, technologically speaking, of recycling these windmills blades. I mean, we have so many lakes here. Is there a way that they can, now if this idea launches, I want credit for it, but can we make canoes out of them? Can we do something with the materials and with what these blades are made of? But members, we have to have a plan in place for recycling all this stuff. It takes up enormous amounts of space. And don't even get me started on car batteries and storage batteries for solar or wind energy. Some of those are the size of semis. So members, this is sensible. Please vote green.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no. The federal government is incentivizing recycling wind turbine blades now with a federal tax credit. So we are making progress in this direction, but this amendment is too burdensome.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Speaker. Would Representative Long yield for a question?
He will yield, Representative Scott.
Thank you. Representative Long, where are these things going now in the state of Minnesota? Where are they going?
Representative Long.
Wyoming.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Speaker. Would he continue to yield?
He will, Representative Scott.
Representative Long, how do they get there?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By truck.
Representative Scott.
Well, there you have it, folks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're using carbon on a semi to truck it to Wyoming. Is this the way we're going to move through this legislative body? We're going to create problems here and ship them out to another state? Do we do that for other states? Do they bring their stuff and dump it here? Wow. Please vote green.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A34.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So the A34 amendment, I simply just want some environmental assessments done on the farmland. I trust farmers, and I do believe that the majority party trusts farmers too, which is news to me because this is like a first, so I'm super excited about that. Thank you for trusting farmers finally. However, what I don't trust are solar companies. Solar companies that make billions of dollars from our tax dollars in the form of subsidies. Members, we know that recycling solar panels is questionable because of the toxic material in them. A solar panel typically lasts around 25 years, and that's about what these contracts are, about 25 years. I want to make sure that during those 25 years that we don't have dangerous material leaching into our prime farmland. And if the owner of that ag property chooses not to garden solar panels anymore, that they can turn that back into ag land for farming. So this is an environmentally friendly amendment proposed by the Republican Party, and we all want to leave this environment in better hands than what we received it. So I ask you to vote yes for this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no. Considerations like this can be taken care of in the site permitting process.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. To Representative Long. It can be taken care of in the permitting process, I suppose, but the state of Minnesota has a vested interest in continuing the solar panel production on our ag property. So this is a great amendment, and I request a roll call to this. Thank you.
Representative Hansen requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Anything further, Representative Franzen? Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A32.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Did you know that the long blackout bill relies on slave labor to achieve its goals? If your energy bill relies on slave labor, then is this energy bill really clean? We here have an opportunity to mold the supply chain, to admit that green energy has a dirty past and present. What I don't want is a dirty future. Slave labor. 70% of the world's lithium and almost all of the world's graphite comes from China, where Uyghurs are held as slaves. They are raped, they are beaten, they are killed, and many will resort to suicide in order to escape the suffering. In places such as Congo, we've got children as young as 6 years old mining for the materials so that we can have a quote-unquote net zero blackout bill. Members, this is an easy yes vote. I urge you to vote green. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for raising this serious issue, Representative Franzen. The federal government in 2021 passed the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which currently requires that Custom and Border Protection stop solar panels that are coming into the United States that do not certify that they are not coming from the Uyghur region of, or they're not coming through Uyghur forced labor. And so this is being addressed at the federal level. The state does not have the resources to implement the bill in the way that you've described, and so I'd urge members to vote no.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm used to hearing references and appeals to slavery of the past. And those appeals are usually conducted with a fair amount of passion. It's really easy to get upset and angry and theatrical about something that you have no ability to do anything about because the problem was solved long before you were born. We have an opportunity here to amend this language, to amend this bill, so that it includes a prohibition upon the state of Minnesota benefiting from slave labor that's actually occurring today. And I know this is relevant to you guys because those of you who serve alongside me in the Public Safety Committee, this week we heard Representative Pinto's bill for a constitutional amendment that will make clear that we prohibit slavery and involuntary servitude here in the state of Minnesota. Now that bill passed out of that committee unanimously in bipartisan fashion. And, you know, I'd congratulate us, but it's, again, really easy to signal virtue when it costs nothing and you're attacking a problem that doesn't exist. Here we have an opportunity to actually have an impact upon people whose rights are being violated today. And as much as I regard the blackout bill as unaffordable, unreliable, and dangerous, I nevertheless recognize a good intent, and that is to act locally in order to affect a global problem. So let's do that here. Let's come together as we did on the Public Safety Committee and affirm that we oppose slavery wherever it happens, whether it's in Minnesota or it's elsewhere in the world. Please vote yes.
I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to speak on this because I have some amendments. We're going to talk about this later. But when I heard we don't have the money as a reason to justify slavery to build out our solar infrastructure here in Minnesota, I just about fell out of my chair. Like, let that sit in. I mean, that struck me to my core. I mean, we should feel pretty bad about that. I know the members on my side of the aisle, like, we're looking at each other like, wow, did we really just hear that? This is a part of the larger conversation of having this renewable carbon neutral future. If we don't look at these problems and push them to the corners of the world, out of our sight, out of our mind, that doesn't mean they don't exist. So I appreciate Representative Franson taking this time to move an amendment that's actually going to make a difference. Let's be leaders and set the example. To say we don't have the money is not a good excuse. Well, what? When Nazi Germany was invading Europe, should we have said, the United States doesn't have the money? That's not how we do this. We're leaders. We're Americans. We have freedom and liberty for all. That's what our beacon of our country is. That's what Minnesotans have done. That is not a good answer. I will not accept it. My constituents will not accept it. I also just want to close on, too, just because there's a commerce ban on these panels coming from China now in that affected region doesn't mean that funny stuff doesn't happen. There was just an investigation within the last year about how these solar panels are being dumped in like countries around China. I believe Cambodia was one of them. They get assembled up to 90%, then shipped across the ocean, and they put 4 screws in them in California and say American made. And we're smart enough to realize that, and we understand that. And I know that the people in our state government, in our agencies, could recognize that, because if the Federal Department of Commerce was able to identify that, we can identify that here in Minnesota. This is a good amendment. I will be voting green. I encourage everyone else to do so.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to take you back to last session. Representative Jordan brought an initiative that I think all of us supported, that we took a vote to divest ourselves of any investments in Russia because of the crimes that they were perpetrating on the country of Ukraine. We stood up and made a moral commentary in this chamber that we were not going to support that, we were not going to put up with that. And when we have an amendment over here that does the same thing, just in a different part of the world, you all run away from it because we don't have the money. Well, I would encourage you to maybe check some of the budget forecasts that you've seen lately, and I think we have a couple of nickels laying around. But you were all together with us. We were unified in that effort to say we will not support that behavior. And I was proud. I stood right next to Representative Jordan, and I was proud to do it. Because that was a message that was worth sending. You know what else is? This. This is a message worth sending. Members, vote green.
I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Franson and Hudson, for your comments on this particular issue. You know, you really just have to ask yourself, folks, you know, I understand that omelets have to be made, and at what cost? Regardless of what you think about solar panels, this isn't a conversation about that. You know, we've had a lot of conversations about duty, responsibility. We had an abortion bill here just last week that Republicans said we have a duty, we have a responsibility to protect those unborn people. We weren't successful in doing that. This is an opportunity for us to have another crack at that apple. These are not fetuses in the womb. These are living, breathing people that deserve a voice. And I understand this green new age that this bill proposes isn't ready for prime time. You know, President Biden, I think in June, suspended tariffs that were being levied when they found out that this was essentially allowing slave labor to thrive in other parts of the world. And why did he do that? Is it because he's, not paying attention to the issue? Or is it that he understands, as Representative Long said, that, well, it's being handled at the federal level? We have a responsibility. You know, teachers, when they see a child being molested, have a duty to call police, turn them in, so that abuse can end. We, as a legislative body, with Representative Franzen's amendment, have pointed out the abuse. To some children, to some Muslim Uyghurs, to some women, men, boys, girls, living, breathing people. Well, here we need to do what's right for the globe. Here's just a small bite of an apple, a peace offering to people that have no voice in a land that we may never visit. We like to talk about the injustices that happened maybe in this very spot before this building was built. But we don't want to face the injustices that are happening right beneath our nose. And for what? Well, we just need to do the right thing. Well, members, you've got a choice. Oftentimes, these discussions are based on color, creed. There's no gray area in this. A red vote means that we can look the other way today. A green vote allows us to shed light on this blackout bill for what it really is. That we sometimes need to break an egg to make an omelet on the backs of the voiceless. Vote green.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I do want to just remind everyone, when you're looking at this amendment, you might not really understand where it fits into the bill, but where it fits into the bill is just one item at the end of a very long list of considerations that we're telling the Public Utilities Commission to look at. This bill vests a lot of power, a lot of trust in our Public Utilities Commission. This amendment simply tells them not to ignore the victims, not to ignore the kids forced into labor, those enslaved in labor, and those effects on other parts of the world that we want to just forget. I understand it's easy to just ignore stuff that happens other places. It's easy to ignore horrible things that happen all over the world, sometimes for our benefit. This amendment simply tells that Public Utilities Commission that we have vested so much trust in that this is one thing that they shouldn't ignore. This should be a unanimous vote, members. Please vote yes.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Representative Franzen requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Anything further, Representative Franzen? Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A35.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So 2 days ago, there was a very important event here at the Capitol. It was a human rights issues event. And that event was titled Women, Life, Freedom. And it had to do with Iranian women. The event focused mainly on the executions of political prisoners. Just so happens that there were Republicans that watched the event, as well as myself from a distance, as well as Democrat colleagues across the aisle. As a matter of fact, I know that Representative Finke was there. She was in the News Tribune there, pictured. So we're able to come together to learn about the atrocities taking place in Iran. But we're not willing, as a body, to do something on the injustices taking place in places like Congo, in China, Mongolia. This amendment here simply says that it says impacts on child labor, slave labor in the local environment and the location from which materials used to manufacture technologies used to meet a standard obligation under this section were mined. There are children as young as 6 years old, maybe even younger, because the younger ones, the little babies, they're playing in the mining dirt while their children are digging away so that we have a clean, green energy here in Minnesota. Laborers earning less than $2 a day. And here in this body, you want to raise the wage, you want to do paid sick time and family leave, and you're okay with people overseas mining material so that you can have a dirty, clean energy here in Minnesota with people making less than $2 a day. It's disgusting. This issue keeps me awake at night because I wonder how many more children are going to be needed in order to achieve your blackout goals. I wonder how many more slaves are going to be needed in China and other places of the world so that you can achieve your green energy goals. Do you know how many more are going to be needed? And it's not just for Minnesota, it's all across the globe, reliant on slave labor and child labor. You would never in your wildest dreams imagine a 6-year-old here in Minnesota going to work, because it wouldn't happen. We have labor standards. Children who lived in mining districts had 10 times as much cobalt in their urine as children living elsewhere. DNA damage of children living in the mining areas, because there's no safety standards there. Anything goes in order to achieve the goals in the West. Ongoing studies suggest minors' newborn babies have increased risks of birth defects. Again, I ask, how many more slaves and children are needed to achieve the goals of Long's blackout bill? Uyghurs in China, Muslims, political prisoners over there. There have been more than 1 million in what they call re-education camps since 2017. They are beaten, involuntarily sterilized, raped, under intense surveillance. And as I stated before, many just resort to suicide to escape the horror that they are living in so that you can push your green energy here in Minnesota. It's disgusting. Members, I ask you to stand in unison. Stand for human rights. Send a message that we will not tolerate it, and vote yes for the 835.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned on the last amendment, the federal government is taking these concerns very seriously, and the Customs and Border Patrol are stopping at the border any solar panels that do not have certification that they are not from the Xinjiang region of China under the Forced Labor Prevention Act. So we have a federal government that is doing their job. And I would also note that if there are concerns that this body has about the health of our youth and the health of Minnesotans, then we should stop fossil fuel pollution, which right now causes 350,000 premature deaths every year in the United States. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 364,000. That's the number of people who are crossing the border without being stopped every month. Okay?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Long, state your point of order.
Mason's 101, we must confine debate to the question before the body.
I will remind the body that under Mason's section 101.1, debate must be confined to the question before your body. Members, please confine your remarks to the question before the body. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will ask the Majority Leader to allow me to make my point before he determines it's irrelevant. 364,000 people are crossing the border as a result of the failures of the very agency which the Majority Leader just cited as the reason why we don't have
Representative Long, for what purpose do you rise?
Under Mason's 101, must confine remarks to the subject of the debate.
Representative Hudson, if you would please confine your remarks to the question before the body, which is the A35 Franzen Amendment. Representative Hudson.
The A35 amendment addresses the question of whether or not we're going to allow something that the Majority Leader says we don't need to worry about because we're going to trust the exact same federal agency that fails to stop 364,000 people from illegally crossing the border every year. It's directly relevant to the amendment. I'll pause to give an opportunity to present another point of order if you'd like. But the fact of the matter is, twice now with both these amendments, both the one where we were trying to affect slavery, which is happening today, and this one where we're trying to help women who are being abused internationally, the reason why we don't need to adopt these amendments, according to the author of the bill, is because we can rely upon an agency that we know is failing every day. Vote yes.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not in our backyard. We don't care because we didn't vote for the amendment about the other things that, we don't care if it's the byproducts are shipped somewhere else. Not in our backyard. But it's okay to trust the China's certification that they're not using stuff. We believe that and we trust that because it's not in our backyard. I thought the base idea for clean energy was our planet, which isn't just our backyard, it's the planet. And if we want to be honest to our desire for the planet, we ought to care about what's not in our backyard. Because that's what decent Minnesotans care about others. This amendment cares about others. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about the impacts of child labor and slave labor and the local environment and the location from which minerals used to manufacture energy technologies used to meet a standard obligation. That's what this amendment does. It's a simple yes vote. Roll call, please.
Representative Franson requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Any further discussion? Representative Franson. I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been several really important points made. The majority leader is telling us that we don't need this because the federal government is managing it. But again, as Representative Hudson pointed out, frankly, the federal government is not very good at managing all kinds of things. And the philosophy here is we're just going to trust China and what they tell us? Thank you, Representative Quam, for pointing that out. This is insane. And I would just add to the argument, the only reason we wouldn't take this amendment is because we're afraid of what it would mean. Representative Quam mentioned NIMBY. I talk about this all the time, and frankly, anyone who applies an ounce of intellectual honesty says, well, yeah, it's true. If you don't want what comes out of the ground in northern Minnesota to come out of the ground in northern Minnesota, you are not an environmentalist. You are not an environmentalist. You are NIMBY. That's it. Because if you were an environmentalist, if you really stood behind your principles and values of this renewable energy mandate by 2040, you would absolutely support taking these minerals out of the ground in Minnesota, where we have the most strict environmental and labor standards in the entire world. Here in Minnesota is where we do this responsibly. Here in Minnesota is where we do this environmentally consciously. Here in Minnesota is where we protect our workers. But instead, we're going to reject this amendment. We're going to reject this amendment and say, frankly, we don't really care what's happening in China, and we're just going to trust what they tell us. Because I'm sure the Chinese will be perfectly honest when they tell us, no, it's all legit, it's all good. We promise. We promise. We've been throwing out this word trust a lot on the floor and in different committees lately. So I'm trying to keep a list now. We should trust our doctors. We should not trust our therapists. We should trust landowners, but we should not trust landowners. We should trust China, but we should not trust the folks in northern Minnesota. I'm trying to keep track, but it's a lot. It's a lot to keep in my brain at this point. But Representative Franson, thank you for bringing forward an amendment to say that, you know what? We Minnesotans are trusting, but we like to verify. We actually think we should know. And we should certainly know that we are not encouraging child labor, slave labor, environmental atrocities. I really believe that that's your whole goal with this underlying bill. I believe that that is your intention. I believe that your intentions are good with this underlying bill, that you want to do good things. You're just losing sight of what good is in the process. You're so wrapped around this one idea that you're willing to just completely abandon. I mean, it goes beyond morality. You're willing to just completely abandon morality for this one goal. For this one goal. We have the resources, we have the workers, we have the people, we have the intellectual capabilities. We have everything we need to do this responsibly. We have everything we need to protect human rights. But the majority leader is telling us to trust China. Well, I think I'd rather verify. I'll be voting yes on this amendment.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative New Brindley. Representative New Brindley is exactly right. This is a question about who we trust on this important issue, child labor, slave labor, and local environmental effects. Do we trust China? Do we trust the federal government? Or do we trust the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission to evaluate those factors in determining what the off-ramps are? Again, I'm disappointed in the majority leader. I'm on Team Minnesota on this one. I think the Team Minnesota vote is yes. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Representative New Brindley, you kind of just made a great point there, talking about trusting northeastern Minnesota. We've been trusting the Iron Range in northeastern Minnesota for over 140 years to get us everything we need to make this state and this country strong. From winning world wars to building city skylines, it was northeastern Minnesota that we trusted. And we trusted them well because, members, where is the cleanest water and air in the state? That's right, my district. The heart of the Iron Range has the best water and air quality. So we can do it right, and we have 150 years to prove that we did it right. So instead of trusting our adversaries and trusting people we don't get along with, I think that's wrong. And I think Representative New Brindley made another great point. The ideas that are had in this bill by the other side are true and virtuous. I really do believe that. But if you weren't educated on what's going on with the mineral problems, the critical mineral problems outside of our country, it's really easy to think that what this bill does today is a good thing. And my hope is through these amendments that we've gone through today, and there's a few more left, that this is an opportunity to be educated on the fact that there is a lot more going on in this equation than we understand, and we need to do more of a deep dive on and look into the solutions we have here. Again, I'll always be an advocate for the proven 140-year-old solution that is Minnesota's Iron Range. And I know there's other representatives in this room that think the same thing. I look forward to having these conversations with everyone who had these questions on my side of the aisle and the other side of the aisle. But this is an amendment we can all support today and in good faith start making the right decisions to put Minnesota on the right path.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I was going to let this one go, but my colleagues have instilled in me an idea. So as session goes on in committee and here on the floor, we're going to hear from so many of you heart-wrenching stories that will react with us. We will feel compelled to help. We will make moral statements alongside of you like we did for the Ukrainian situation last year. I will hear from a lot of you on your side, either through watching you on Twitter or here on the floor, that you'll say, we see you. We see you, insert issue here. I see you. Well, we have another opportunity to make a moral statement here. That as a state who has a rich mining history, we have this stuff available right now. And if you want to pursue green energy, Representative Long, I get it. I don't know that we disagree as vastly on some of these things as you think. But on Representative Franzen's amendment here, she's trying to say to the children who are forced into slave labor, we see you. And we're going to stand with you. And we don't mind standing up as our caucus to be that voice. I would have expected that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have possibly beaten us to that. That they would have said, you know what? We can't handle the guilt that will come along with this because it is overwhelming. That the burden of putting these solar panels together in China and being sourced with minerals from kids, and I reminded you before, I'm the dad of 6. When I think of situations like this, I think of how would Hannah, what would I do to make sure my daughter Hannah wasn't put into slavery? What would I do to prevent Matthew or Emily or James or David or Sarah? What would I do to prevent that from happening? You have the opportunity to put a vote up right now for kids who we don't know their name, but we see them. And you know this to be an incontrovertible fact that slave labor is being utilized to produce these minerals that go into these panels, to go into these things that you are using. I urge you, see these children and vote green.
Recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been sitting here with the thought, and once Representative Nash talked about a moral statement, I'd like to lift up that there are members here in this chamber where this language that we've been shouting is really hard for. When we're talking about slavery, it's not up to our black and brown colleagues to talk about how offensive that is over and over and over at high volume. It is not up to our indigenous colleagues to listen to child labor over and over at high volume when their children were stolen from them. I'd like to lift that up.
Point of order. I would like to rise on 101, saying we need to be talking about the amendment at hand.
I'll remind the body to confine your remarks to the question before the body. Representative Berg.
Thank you. I'll abide by that because I've already given the message.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the long blackout bill is unaffordable. It is unreliable. And if you vote down this amendment, another amendment dealing with child and slave labor, you will make this dangerous as well. So I urge you to vote green on the A35 amendment. Thank you. And I'd like a roll call.
Seeing no members, a roll call vote had already been requested. There had been 15 hands and there was a roll call, but always get a double check, Representative Franzen. There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
IGO moves to amend House File Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A28.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment here today is very simple in the fact that it's going to be a nickel supply study. So I've kind of been talking all day about the facts around the United States, Minnesota's nickel supply, where it comes from. Again, most of those places, Indonesia, Russia, and China. So what this study is going to do today is it's going to require the Department of Commerce to kind of tally up where we're getting all of our nickel from, not only just see where it's coming from, but then we can also get an idea of the amount of carbon that's been emitted through that process, other violations like we were talking about with Representative Franzen, environmental destruction. So we can really start wrapping our head, kind of have that global view of what this transition is going to do to our state's economy, and again, I'm looking at this just like a rec credit. If we're going to count them differently, how we move things around in the grid, we're kind of just moving these rec credits to the other side of the world where we can't see them, where we can't count them. So again, this is a bill to support doing things the right way, which I believe there's only two ways to do something, the right way and the right way, and we here in the Minnesota legislature should all think about doing that when we're moving legislation. I would encourage a green vote on this, and I would like to request a roll call.
Representative Igo requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Olson, for what purpose do you rise?
I rise to a point of order under House Rules 4.05. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to state my point of order, if that's okay.
Representative Olson, state your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under House Rule 4.05, an amendment to a bill that has received its second reading and is being considered by the House is out of order if that amendment would increase the spending or spending base from any fund from which appropriations are made in the bill, or would increase the spending or spending base in the total from all funds in the bill or in the bill with the proposed amendment. And the amendment proposed, the A28, would require a study which would cost the Commerce Department, would have to pay for that. So this amendment is out of order.
Any advice? Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no cost in the amendment, and I don't see, is there any information from the Department of Commerce that there is a cost in this? I know I've been ruled out on this before, and I've gotten a letter from a commissioner right on my desk saying there's a cost. I don't see that letter. That is my advice. There is no spending in this amendment.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice. There is no appropriation. There's no appropriation in this, and it is up to the Department of Commerce to do the study. It's not complicated. We appropriate money to departments, and they do what we tell them to do with that money. We have appropriated them money already, and they do the study. There is literally no spending. In order for there to be spending, there has to be an appropriation. There's no appropriation. Like, what a silly argument we're making right now. I don't know why in the world we wouldn't just vote on this amendment. There is clearly no appropriation. We are clearly not spending any money. The Rule 4.05 does not apply to agencies and departments incurring costs. Rule 4.05 applies to bill language itself. And this bill language clearly does not spend money. I would advise the Speaker that the point of order be not well taken.
Members,
Mr. Speaker,
I have...
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, advice.
Representative Pinto.
Mr. Speaker, if this was introduced as a bill, would have a fiscal note. There would be a cost. The Department of Commerce would have a cost for doing a study. There is, in fact, a cost to this, and I ask that you find and suggest that you find the point of order well taken.
Members, I have studied the amendment. I have reviewed the bill. I have considered advice from Representative Olson, Representative Igo, Representative New Brindley, and Representative Pinto, and I find that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal the ruling of the Speaker.
Representative Damoth.
And I'll request a roll call.
Representative Damoth appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Any discussion to the Damoth appeal? Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's very clear if you read Rule 4.05, there is no appropriation in my amendment. We're just kind of making assumptions here, like I said. And the research that I've been presenting to this House all day about nickel studies, I was just doing with independent research. I mean, it's not going to require that much money, and again, there's not even an appropriation in here. So I'd hope that we can find this, we can overturn the ruling of the Speaker, take a clean vote on this amendment. Again, this is just having the mentality that we are going to acquire things correctly. I mean, even if this amendment, the goal is to find out if we do find out we're getting things that are wrong, bad, taking advantage of people, we as a state can make a change and make things better. I don't see a problem with that. I think this whole chamber should get behind something like that. I know that my colleagues and I have been talking about this. I'm going to have their support today. I hope that I can have your support today as well. Please vote red to overturn the ruling of the Speaker, please.
Any further discussion to the appeal? I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to uphold the ruling of the Speaker. Studies cost money, and you ruled correctly. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Olson yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Dameth.
Representative Olson, can you please point to me where there is actual spending in this amendment? Because as I look at Rule Point 405 and then I'm looking again at the amendment, I'm not seeing that.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to answer the question, that I think Representative Pinto did a great job, that if this were to be proposed as legislation, it would have a cost. And the cost would be, according to the Department of Commerce, approximately $150,000, and would need to go through the proper channels, would get a fiscal note, would have come through the Ways and Means Committee. We have run this by fiscal. I support the ruling of the Speaker for all of the reasons that were mentioned, and ruled in favor of this being out of order for that it would have a cost.
Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Olson. I'm sorry, I don't have a fiscal cost. Was there one that was actually requested that we would have seen? And would Representative Olson yield for that question?
She will yield. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dameth. I think Representative Igo actually did a pretty good job describing the breadth of the work that the Department of Commerce would have done in delivering on this, and it sounded like quite a bit of work and would have required a cost to the department and would have added an additional cost to this bill.
Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm hearing is it sounds like we are assuming that there's going to be a cost by the agency, but we don't actually have that proof here. I would recommend, Mr. Speaker, that you would find this advice well taken and please vote to overrule.
Representative Dameth, we are debating the appeal, not offering advice. I have given a ruling. The question before us is if the decision of the Speaker shall stand as the judgment of the House. We are debating the appeal.
Okay.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to read Rule 4.05 because we seem to be a little bit confused about what Rule 4.05 says. We keep talking, the majority party keeps talking about cost, that there's a cost to this bill. But Rule 4.05 very clearly says that an amendment is out of order if that amendment would increase the spending or spending base from any fund from which the appropriations are made in that bill. This amendment does not increase the spending. Frankly, cost is irrelevant. The Department of Commerce can absorb a $150,000 cost. Nowhere in Rule 4.05 does it mention cost. This isn't about cost. This is about spending. Rule 4.05 refers to spending. There is very clearly no spending in the amendment. None. I mean, if this is the game we're going to play this session, it's going to be a long session. And I think you know that we're here to be serious. This is crazy. This is crazy. You know, and I don't understand. It's very confusing. You know, I mean, typically when we use these rules to say that amendments are out of order, you know, we're concerned about taking an up or down vote on a rule. Over the last 4 years, it's become very clear that we don't actually care what the rules are and what the rules say. We're just going to rule anything out of order if we don't want to vote on it. This is bonkers. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. I would overrule the ruling of the Speaker.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've read the entire amendment. The only thing that even remotely sounds like an appropriation in there is the word nickel. So I'm just saying, there's no dollar amount in there, and I've read lots of amendments, and I've written lots of amendments, and I may be offering an amendment later that has an appropriation that I'm sure you're going to rule out of order. Foreshadowing. But there's nothing in here that 4.05 is even applicable to. There's nothing. I mean, just because you want to dodge a vote at least have the spine to do it over something that's actually germane. I mean, if we're going to adopt these rules and we're going to abide by them and we're going to live by them and we're going to put our name behind them, particularly when you put up a vote for them, at least be intellectually honest and say that if you're going to stand up and rule something out of order over the use of 4.05 on amendment limits, recognize that people at home can at least read and they'll say to themselves, self, I'm looking for the dollar amount. There's none in there. So I would urge you to overturn the ruling of the Speaker because, to quote Representative Ann New Brindley, this is bonkers. This is not something, and yes, I did say bonkers, but there's no money in here. Nothing. So I urge you to vote to overturn the ruling of the Speaker.
Further discussion to the appeal. I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Olson yield for a question?
She will yield, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering, did this bill go to the Ways and Means Committee?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Igo. It didn't, and because we would, if you wanted to adopt this amendment, it probably would have gone to Ways and Means where we would have fiscal noted it and we would have had the ability to review this in that way because there is a cost associated with the 828.
Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just kind of baffled. We're looking at a bill that's this size, and we've been talking all night about how much it's going to increase spending, and it didn't go to Ways and Means. So maybe the motion needs to be, after we're done with this, that we need to re-refer. That's my advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 23, line 20 of the bill to 23, there is a requirement that the Commerce Department may take any action required or requested by the Commission related to the environmental review requirements under Chapter 216E or 216F immediately following a hearing and vote by the Commission prior to issuing a written order finding authorization or certificate. So, Mr. Speaker and members, if anything that the Commerce Department may be required to do as a result of this bill is something that is an appropriation, then as Representative Igo pointed out, this bill does need to be referred to the Ways and Means Committee. So again, this is a very, very, very dangerous precedent for us to set again in the fourth week of this session. If you're going to make up the rules as you go along, that's fine. That's fine. We'll play the same game. But this amendment is. Yep, just above that language on line page 23, line 11, it says the commissioner shall periodically report to the commission concerning the Department of Commerce's costs of providing assistance. That's there are costs that are created by this bill. There are costs given to the Public Utilities Commission by this bill. If costs are appropriations, if that's what we're doing here tonight, then this entire bill does need to get sent back to Ways and Means. I think you all want to vote on this bill tonight, and if you do, I hope you'll overrule the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, apparently the underlying bill wasn't checked by the Ways and Means chair because such expensive and extravagant words as study in this amendment are being inferred to be expensive spending of resources, and there's no way that you're doing this clean energy bill and not have analysis, study, and reports. 3 words. This amendment just has, there's study in there a couple times. So frankly, if you're honestly upholding the determination of the of the Speaker, the inference is the bill itself is spending money and therefore shouldn't be on the House floor because apparently it didn't get the appropriate analysis by Ways and Means, and we're doing an improper organization of voting on the bill itself. Thank you.
Further discussion to the appeal. I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Olson please yield for a question?
She will yield, Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Olson, do you believe that every fiscal note needs to be fully funded by the legislature?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Dameth. I don't think I would use a blanket statement. I don't have a blanket statement on that.
Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Olson. I just want to point out to the body, as we are deciding this to overturn your ruling, when we are talking about a cost that is not in the amendment, but I just want to point out that the Department of Commerce annually has a budget of $531.9 million. They also have 366 FTEs. So, member, as you are deciding to overturn the ruling of the Speaker, which I hope you do, keep that in mind, that this is not putting the Department of Commerce out of their way at all to do what is right for Minnesota as we are deciding on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Jordan, state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you remind the body what a yes vote means and what a no vote means?
A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker, and a no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. And the question before us is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the appeal. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 62 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Igo moves to amend House Law Number 7, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A33.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be my last amendment of the night. This one is going to be about wood burning facilities. So, the world's oldest and best way to take care of heating our homes and taking care of humanity has been burning wood. So this amendment today is just going to make sure that no political subdivision may ban the use of wood stoves, wood boilers, or wood-burning fireplaces. So for those of us in northern Minnesota, I guess from all parts of the state, we use wood to keep our homes warm, whether it be in a fireplace, whether it be in a wood boiler. It's a renewable resource. In fact, it's actually another form of carbon sequestration. Whenever we cut down a tree, we replant a tree, usually 2 or 3 more come up, especially if it's popple. And then those grow and we continue to burn those, we take care of our homes. Meanwhile, those trees that are growing are sequestering more carbon, so it's a nice, complete cycle. So, one of the main reasons I authored this amendment today is because I have a lot of concerns. Again, this is the blackout bill we're talking about, affordability, reliability. If things go dark and the electric heat pumps don't work and the lights don't turn on, it might be nice to have a nice warm fireplace and a wood boiler going to make sure that the people of northeastern Minnesota stay nice and warm and can implement that around the rest of our state. So I would encourage a yes vote on this, and I will be asking for a roll call.
Representative Igo requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Discussion to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order.
Representative Holland, state your point of order.
Under House Rules 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane. A motion or proposition on a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted under the guise of it being an amendment. The current amendment modifies Chapter 325F, Consumer Protection Products and Sales, by creating a new section of the statute. So House File 7 does not include that chapter, and therefore it is not germane.
Any advice to the point of order? Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment actually is 100% germane, because if we're talking about an energy bill and the lights go out, you're going to need some wood to keep your place warm and the lights on in some sense. So I don't know how this isn't germane to the bill. I would hope you'd find this point of order not well taken.
I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I feel this is certainly germane. I mean, we've been talking about heat. We've been talking about energy all night. Wood heat is energy. Besides, I've had a story I've been waiting hours to tell, and if you rule this out of order, I can't tell it.
Members, I have studied the amendment. I have reviewed the bill. I have considered advice from Representative Hollins, Representative Igo, and Representative Erdahl, and I find the point of order is well taken. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 7, as amended.
Third reading as amended. I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, this is when we're done amending the bill and move on to third reading when we get to actually debate the contents of the bill. We've had a lot of discussion tonight about a lot of the flaws in the bill. I hope you noticed that not a single amendment that was offered by Republicans on this bill was adopted. This is a partisan bill. This is a Democrat dream bill about how they want to, you know, imagine the world to be without considering any of the realities that are actually in the world. I keep thinking about, and I can't remember if it's that, there used to be a dryer sheets, Snuggle, I think they were called, although I might be mixing it up with Charmin bath tissue, but was there a Snuggle bear or something that always hugged the towels and they were so soft? And that's what I imagine that Democrats do with their bills at night at home, is just cuddle them. You know, they love them. But unfortunately, they don't work. And this bill is a prime example of that. You know, and I think we're seeing at a rapid clip these bills come through committees day after day, and you know, we try to offer reasonable amendments to try to make the bills work and to try to make them work better, and they're just rebutted, refuted, rejected, and it can be frustrating. But this particular bill, and amendment after amendment tonight, to try to put some accountability into the bill, some things, protections for people not even in this country sometimes, people here in this state to make sure they can get affordable energy. This bill does not work. It will not work. And I know that some of the deadlines in this are as far out as 2040, so some legislature after we're all gone, and some of us probably in our graves, somebody will have to fix this, and they will. But Chair Davids will still be here. But you know, the reality is you do, and I want to say this very sincerely to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you do have people on this side of the aisle who have some ideas and want to help you make the bill work. We may not like the bill, we may not want to vote for it, but the reality is we want it to work. We don't want it to hurt Minnesotans. So, you know, please take advantage of that. Please talk to us and please work with us and hear us out, because the reason that we have a legislature like this, and the reason that we all represent a fairly equal number of constituents, is so that people's voices from all over the state, from all different walks of life, from all different economic situations, are represented here at the Capitol. And these sorts of bills impact people all across the state very differently. You
You know, I think today is an interesting day to talk about the failures of Democrats' energy policy, considering the decision that came out of the Biden administration this afternoon about mining, shutting off a great deal of property and land here in the state of Minnesota from mining. And the reality is that this bill requires a whole bunch of those precious metals that we have an abundance of here in the state of Minnesota to make this bill work, okay? And we've had this conversation on the House floor dozens of times. If you don't, and if you remember me, I could go through right now and call you out by name on who's on their iPhone and who's on their iPad and who's on their, you know, computer, because all of those products that you're using require those precious metals that we could mine right here in Minnesota. And by the way, if we mined them here in the state of Minnesota, we'd create great jobs for people that need them here in this state, and we'd be doing that mining in the place in the world where they have the highest environmental standards in the world. We'd do it with the highest ethical standards in the world, and we'd get the economic benefit. Our economy would, we could tax that product, we'd create those jobs, we'd collect income tax off of those jobs, and we could do good stuff with those resources. But when you create a demand for the product and you don't allow that product to gather its resources in the places in the world where they have the highest environmental standards, you are driving that demand to the places in the world where they have the lowest environmental standards. So when I say this bill doesn't work, that's what I mean. I mean, it's not just a blanket statement where I'm saying, hey, nice try, you just missed the target. You're actually making the problem worse because you're creating a demand for a product that we can't produce here, and they're producing in another country. I've talked a lot about China, and you know, I've told the story a few times, I think, on the House floor, but there's a lot of new members. I was traveling abroad once, probably, I forget when they signed the Paris Climate Accords, but it was when Obama was president. And I was in my hotel room with jet lag and couldn't sleep, and I had BBC on because it was the only English-speaking channel on the TV. And this was just before the Paris Climate Accords, and there was a story that kept coming on. I think they were on a 30-minute deal, and I sat up for hours with jet lag, not being able to sleep. So I watched that story time and time and time again before I could finally fall asleep. But the story was about how the mission and goal of a lot of countries, including, I think, the Obama administration, going into that Paris Climate Accords was, and I remember they showed people in India cooking with coal on the street. And you know, if you've been to India, if you've been to China, and I don't know if you can see it at home on the TV here, but the color of the walls in here, this dark beige color, would be a really good day in some of these countries on what the sky looks like. So while we're trying to bend over backwards and you know, reduce any sort of emission whatsoever, our President Obama at that time signed the Paris Climate Accords, which allowed China and other polluting countries to increase their emissions. And at that time, if I'm not mistaken, it was 15 years that China had to increase their emissions before they had to start decreasing. But we had to start decreasing immediately, okay? So that's the day that I realized that this whole thing wasn't about the environment. Because if it really was about the environment, and if we had an environmental crisis in this world, we would have all banded together and say, let's start reducing emissions now, right? This is an emergency. How many times have you heard that? It wasn't an emergency. It was about equalizing economies in the world. And they will actually tell you that, and that's what that news story said that I was watching over and over again on BBC, that the priority of some of the countries that were going to the Paris Climate Accords was that we needed to reduce the emissions in developed countries so that underdeveloped countries could continue to increase their emissions and thereby help them develop their economy, okay? So it wasn't an emergency. It wasn't a climate crisis. And by the way, China got to increase for 15 years, which means we have a net increase since that document has been signed. We have a net increase in carbon emissions in the world, and I think you all know we're not the bad cops or the bad actors in this, right? I mean, when you walk outside, the sky is blue and the air smells fresh and clean, right? Even in the city. But in these other countries, it's dangerous to walk outside and breathe the air. So when I say that you are making the problem worse, you're not putting any regulation. I mean, you turned down, I don't know how many amendments tonight, or rejected how many amendments tonight that would have said, you know what, let's actually care about other people on the planet. Let's actually make sure that we're not using child labor, or we're not mining in areas in the world where they have zero environmental standards. And I know you've all heard the atrocities that happen in these other countries, right? You are contributing to that with this bill. You are contributing to that when you buy these products that are sitting all over your desks over there, because you're creating a demand for that product, but you're saying, yep, we want the product, we're going to create the demand, but we're not going to allow that product to be mined right here in our backyards in the place of the world where we have the highest environmental standards in the world. You're not doing the right thing. You're actually making the problem worse. So when China gets to increase for 15 years before they have to start decreasing, it may take 15 years to get back to where we are right now after that, which is 30 years after that Paris Climate Accord was signed. And there's no guarantee that China's ever going to do that. There's no guarantee that the emissions that we see reported out of China right now are accurate. In fact, I would guarantee, because I've been there, and I've looked at the sky, and I've breathed the air, I would guarantee you that the emissions that are being reported worldwide are absolutely not accurate, and we should not trust those. But you've rejected tonight so many times the opportunity to put just a few common sense protections in place to make sure we're actually looking at that stuff. There's a chance that you actually are passing stuff that would be worse for the environment than if we actually just continued on the path that we're on right now. In fact, it's likely, because there is no protection in this bill. There is no check and balance. You even rejected a report that would just tell us the basics, right? You don't even want to know the data. That's the part that's shocking. On a separate note, I wanted to speak on that point of order about, I'll just tell you, we have gotten too comfortable. As I read that amendment, and I heard one member stand up, and I don't think she's wrong. I think that would get a fiscal note of $150,000 to create that report. We could have an intern create that report in probably 40 hours, once a year. I mean, but we in this chamber and in this government have gotten so used to zeros behind numbers that we don't care anymore, and we're numb to them. They don't mean anything. $150,000 to create a report like that? My 15-year-old nephew could do that in his homework in a week. This isn't rocket science, but yet we do it. And we allow somebody to give us a fiscal note that says we need 3 more FTEs to create this report. Give me a break. We can be better stewards of tax dollars than that. So a separate point, but this bill will literally be worse for the environment than staying on the path that we're on right now. And if you don't believe me, and if you don't believe where the problems are, take a trip to China, take a trip to India, and see the pollution that's going on in this world. The best thing that we could do right now is create more advanced technologies to provide food and heat to folks around the world that don't emit, and provide those to those people. Instead of saying, well, we're going to reduce below where we should, below our fair share, just so that another country can increase their emissions. And by the way, theirs are so much greater than ours are right now. That's even if you believe the numbers they're publishing, which I'd bet the numbers of their emissions are actually 10 times greater than what's being published. And I think you can see that. I don't hear them talk about smog in LA anymore. But boy, they sure did when I was a kid. And I remember going out there. We had some cousins, or I had an aunt and uncle that lived there, and we would go out there once every 3 years. That was our family vacation. And I remember always talking about smog and the smog report, and you could see it in the valley over LA. You don't see that anymore. I've been out there a few times lately. You don't hear anybody talk about it anymore because we've done a good job. We have catalytic combustors on cars now or catalytic converters. It's a combustor on my wood stove, sorry. And I do have a wood stove. Use it every day. And they actually have emissions controls on those now. They're required to have a catalytic combustor, which is just like your catalytic converter in your car. By the way, there's some good stuff that comes from emissions. I was a meteorology minor in college, and that smoke creates what we would call cloud condensation nuclei, which creates clouds and will ultimately create rain. So it's not all bad. But we can continue to ignore science and pretend like, the world's going to hell in a handbasket if we don't act right now. Well, you know what? We acted right now, and we listened to our President Obama when he signed that Paris Climate Accords, and that was going to solve the world's problems. And nobody was talking about the fact that the problem was actually going to get worse, potentially for 30 years before we even got back to par. And then we'd start to see some improvement. And it was an emergency. It was a climate crisis. It wasn't. It wasn't at all. The whole thing was about equalizing economies in the world. And you know what? There is some responsibility with being the sole superpower in the world and having the technology to help other nations instead of letting them continue to use the most polluting heat and cooking sources and energy sources in the world and mining with zero environmental standards. We could actually help them with our technology, but instead of doing that, we allow them to continue on this dirty, polluting path that they're on while we feel good about ourselves. We're that, what was the bear from the Snuggle fabric softener, hugging our bills here in the Minnesota legislature. And I don't mean to tease you. I know that what you're doing, you really feel like you're making a difference. But it's okay to listen to some people on the other side of the aisle who might have a little different perspective, because sometimes they're going to make you say, you know what? I never thought of that. And maybe there is a better way to accomplish this. Remember that Republicans are actually the original conservationists. We're the ones who set aside the national parks. And I would argue that people in my community care a hell of a lot more about the environment than people in a lot of the communities that I visit when I'm here in the Twin Cities. Because we're living off the land and heating our homes and planting and growing our own food. And we're actually planting and growing the food for a lot of people in your districts too. And we want to do that. We're proud to do that. And we want to help our state be great. So please let us do that. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, would the Majority Leader yield for a question?
Representative Long will yield. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Long, what is your answer to the electric cooperatives and the utilities, municipal utilities, question when they have a 30 to a 40-year contract for their energy from coal, from nuclear, from hydro, from solar, and wind? How do you respond to that? And how do we get back to our constituents and electric cooperatives who have that 30-year contract already in place? What is your response to that?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. Contracts have to obey state law.
Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Well, I presume that you've done your homework because, members, if you're not aware of this, most of our electric cooperatives and utilities, municipal utilities, have contracts for their energy. It just so happens that the contract in my district, Delano, has a 30-year contract that they already fulfilled and signed just recently for their energy. So by state law, if you breach a contract, it costs millions of dollars. So Representative Long, your answer, although is correct, you forgot to tell the folks that your bill in breaching contracts, utilities, and electric cooperatives will cost the taxpayers millions of dollars. In our community in Delano, we have a municipal utilities, And our superintendent is very gravely concerned about the bill, about the cost, of course, and the unsustainability of it to begin with. Millions of dollars to breach those contracts. Would the majority leader yield for question?
He will yield. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Majority Long, now that you're aware of the state law and the consequences of your bill, what say you?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've always been aware of the consequences of my bill. So for utilities that have contracts for carbon-free energy, like you stated, if they have a hydro contract or a solar contract, they don't have to change anything. If they have a contract that is long-term and has carbon content electricity, then they have options under the bill. They can purchase renewable energy credits to offset that. They can move towards renewable energy, or they can seek an exemption from the Public Utilities Commission.
Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, those will all be ratepayers that will have to pay that. The fact of the matter is they will breach the contracts, and it'll cost ratepayers millions of dollars in their districts because they breached the contract because of his bill. Right now, with your bill, renewable energy by 2040, without hydro, with only wind and solar, and neglecting nuclear, which is the most affordable and clean and reliable energy we have, is simply a foolish gesture. In your bill, it's not reliable, it's not affordable, and it's undependable. In the state of Minnesota, coal and nuclear is reliable and affordable and renewable to some point. With wind and solar, you can't schedule it, you can't predict it, and you can't dispatch it. And Minnesotans will suffer. We will pay gravely for this grave mistake that you're making today in your renewable energy in 2040.
I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, I want to talk directly to the Minnesota citizens. Since I have been sworn in here at the state legislature on January 3rd, it's obvious that the Republican Party is in the minority. And it has been greatly disappointing to me to see the lack of democracy happening here at the state legislature in committees, the amendments being denied, the lack of speaking, coming to reasonable results. To give you a little background about me, I grew up on a farm. And you know, I would say our family was a very democratic family, right? Farmers is in the name. Farmers, laborers, union workers really made you feel like the party was for the small person. It was to help someone up. It was against big business. It was against big corporation. It was against those awful rich people, right? That's the messaging. That's what I've heard. What happened, Minnesota? Your Democrat Party has completely flipped. Tonight, they took reasonable amendments and voted against farmers. They took reasonable amendments and voted for eminent domain to take away your land. Tonight, the Democrat Party voted against miners, voted against northern Minnesota and the people of the state. Tonight, the Democrat Party voted against rural greater Minnesota. Tonight, the Democrat Party voted against co-ops, 1/3 of our energy grid. Tonight, Democrats in Minnesota, in this legislature, voted against our neighboring states, voted against North Dakota, said they don't care if we get sued. Tonight, Minnesota, Democrat Party voted against small businesses, voted against families as we watch our energy prices soar. You can believe the lies. You can believe the lies that your energy prices are going to decrease. Lies, lies, lies. Your energy prices will greatly increase, estimated $1,000 to $4,000 per household. Why? Because we are double paying our rates. That goes to the ratepayer. All of these places that have contracts with the coals, the natural gas, you will be double paying. So when they say your energy is cheaper, they're conveniently leaving out all of that infrastructure that we still have to pay for. Minnesota, I am talking to you because what happened to this Democrat Party that said they were running on democracy, that they were here to work, that they cared about the people? Tonight, the Democrat Party has forgotten about the rural communities. I sit on the Climate Energy Committee. It was truly appalling to me to see a bill this big that touches every area of Minnesota, every occupation, every person, and for this to be driven through one committee. And why? Why? Why the urgency? This is a 2040 bill. We're 17 years out. So why the urgency to not get this right, Minnesota? Why the urgency for the Democrats to leave all of these good amendments on the table? In my committee, I literally heard a testifier say that they didn't know how we were going to get to carbon-free energy in 2040. And then they followed that up and said, but we have to have faith. We have to have faith. Hey, Minnesota, we don't know how we're going to get to carbon-free energy by 2040, but I want you to know we have to have faith, Minnesota. You should be angry about this. You should be angry that the majority party is not listening, that they are driving through an energy bill that's irresponsible, dangerous, unreliable, unsafe energy, and by the way, they also voted against preventing slave labor. I don't know what happened to the Democrat Party, Minnesota. It's not the party I grew up with. Your party has changed. Instead of being for the little person, the farmer, the small business owner, the family that's going to pay dearly for this price, Minnesota, instead of the Democratic Party being with you, Minnesota, they are with mandates, big government, corporations, pushing through, driving this solar energy bill that will increase and you will pay for it on your tax dollars. I'm not sure how many people over here work in business. This is an economy-killing bill. We are going to drive our workforce out of the state of Minnesota. And today, Minnesota, I'm sad. Because I am sad. Democracy dies here today on this energy bill, that they refuse to listen and that they refuse to take one of our decent amendments. Minnesota, pay attention to what is happening here. This is not the Democrat Party that we all knew, loved, and grew up with here in Minnesota.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the Democrats. Energy is a very important issue. It's so important that we can't let ideological dogmatism dominate it. And the majority leader was correct when he said wind is awfully cheap right now. It certainly is. That's a wonderful thing we can be proud of as Minnesotans. But since 1990, we have lower carbon emissions now than we did in 1990. We're trending in the right direction. We're trending in the direction that you'd all like to see. And that's not because of mandates. That's not because of wind and solar, although it is partially. The main driver in lower carbon emissions is our conversion to natural gas. The biggest decline started when the shale revolution started in North Dakota. And natural gas, instead of becoming a precious, precious commodity, became a waste product when we produced oil. We are so blessed to live in a country where we have a waste product that can heat our homes during the polar vortex. That is not something the rest of the world can say. Look at the energy costs of Europe. They're over 10 times the amount, and they're only going up. They're restarting coal plants. They're going backwards, and they already do this kind of policy that you're suggesting, ramming renewable energy through a mandate that's pushed too early. We're trending in the right direction. We all want cleaner air, cleaner water, and we understand that energy is a huge factor in that. But this bill is just like what they do in California, where they have blackouts. That's why we're calling it the blackout bill, because right now we're in a decent shape, but our grid is not even good at the moment. We've been warned repeatedly that we could be in a blackout scenario already at peak times. And in California, a blackout means you go spend a day at the beach. In Minnesota, a blackout means you could die. Even in Texas, when they lost power, even in balmy Texas, it still was dangerous and dozens of people died. This is not something we can just talk to our ideological base, talk to the Looney Tunes, and then take their policies to a sacred institution like this and decide that it's the right thing for our state. We actually agree that we want cleaner air. We're for building out clean energy. But doing it through mandates isn't the right way to do it. It compromises the reliability of our grid. And again, energy is the most important issue we deal with down here. You know, it really doesn't make our lit pieces too often. I'm sure it makes your lit pieces in a primary. But really, energy doesn't get the attention it should. But when we have high energy costs, it makes everything more expensive. It makes this desk more expensive. It makes your car more expensive. It makes heating your house more expensive. It is the most important issue. So when you pass policies that are going to increase energy costs, well, okay, so we talk about this could be $1,000 to $4,000 a year for a family. A lot of families, that's not a big deal. But you know, for low-income families, the people you claim to want to support and represent, that is brutal. And it's hard for them to deal with those increased costs. You know who it's not hard for? It's not hard for the 1%. Generally, it's not hard for corporations because they can just pass off the cost to us again. So when we pursue these energy policies, we should do them in a bipartisan manner. Because, you know, maybe you didn't love every amendment we had, but some of them were pretty darn good and you had some pretty weak reasons for not taking them. And I want to give you a picture of what a Republican clean energy future looks like. And if you want to have a clean, low-emission environment, the number one thing we need is nuclear. And we understand nuclear is tough to build. It's got a horrible regulatory climate, but it is a virtually carbon-free energy source, and it's stable, and it's safe. And nuclear conjures up these images of, oh, people think Chernobyl or 3 Mile Island. And when you compare that to any other energy source, fossil fuels in particular, you could attribute a whole lot of deaths, a whole lot of heart conditions, asthma, to the pollution generated by those, like coal. So rather than just take this approach where we're going to mandate it, we're going to force it down the throats of Minnesotans, well, we could encourage the development because it is irrefutable truth, that Natural gas is the leading cause of our lower emissions we've had because it's replacing coal plants. I remember in my first term here, one of the biggest bills, I believe Representative Jim Newberger had it, to close down the Sherco plants and replace it with natural gas. That's great. We're all for closing coal plants. They're, by and large, worse energy producers in general. They may be cheap, but they're not flexible. When you have natural gas, think about natural gas in your house or natural gas on your stove. It's very adjustable. So when we build these beautiful wind turbines that generate real, cheap, beautiful energy, but that energy is not baseload, it's not consistent. Some days it's more, some days it's less. Just look at the MISO grid on your phone. Just Google MISO, you'll find it. Then the natural gas can kick on, and we're okay. Nobody dies. We have cheap and abundant energy. But then when the wind is blowing, when it's generating energy, well, then we can turn that off. And that lowers emissions, leads us to a cleaner environment. So that is what we should be focused on. Let's move away from the dirtier fossil fuels, but jettisoning all fossil fuels is a recipe for disaster, and it'll put us in the same spot as California. And that is not where Minnesotans want to be. We're very used to having nice, reliable power, and it's very important that we have reliable power because our winters are like no other state in the nation, as I know you all know. And lastly, so say that doesn't matter. You just want to push forward with this renewable energy standard. We don't even have access to the raw materials to do this. The amount of copper, lithium, cobalt, graphite, zinc, chromium, and silicone we need to increase global output if we were going to do this across the nation by over a factor of 2 for most of those, over a factor of 5 for cobalt. We don't even think there's enough lithium on the planet for this electrification build-out when you talk about electric cars or building battery backups to run a renewable grid reliably. California is where they built the most batteries, and they have like over 3,000 megawatts of battery storage, and that would run LA for about 4 hours. So the current technologies we have aren't going to get us there. They physically can't. We don't even have the raw materials if we had infinite money to do so. So rather than pushing this through, putting an artificial deadline on it, we should be incentivizing smart production, not mandating this bill. It doesn't make sense. It's unaffordable. It will bring blackouts to Minnesota, which we do not need here because it's dangerous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Let's start out with some good news. The United States is the leading industrialized economy for improved or decreased carbon footprint. I remember a couple of years ago hearing that we already had a carbon footprint about the same as it was back in the 70s. Those of us that remember before the turn of the century, and a few of us are still here, there were a lot of smog. There was really bad air quality in a lot of parts of the country. And the country and the people and the legislators got together and we did things to improve it. So I understand the intent behind this bill. But people that have served in the committees with me know that, ooh, there's a shiny. How do we get there and how do we avoid unintended consequences? And so when I looked at stuff, and I shared tonight with all of you a recent report about the first U.S.-approved small modular nuclear reactor design. The United States is actually behind in some of the technology. France has had tidal power and a lot of nuclear power for decades. And when we look at, someone sent out a MISO mix, and frankly, most of the energy is from coal and natural gas, but nuclear's up there almost 15%. Wind is almost 19% on this mix. And that's good. But if you look at Germany and some of the European countries, they've been working on this clean energy and the conversion and et cetera. But look at them this year. They have had to switch on old coal facilities because in the wintertime, sometimes it gets cold. And when you increase the amount of heating by electricity, you increase the load. And so we got to look at what unintended consequences might come up and stage appropriately. That's why some of the amendments were made. In just a few minutes, I was able to go to the MnDOT, the Federal Highway Administration, and a few other sites to get some data. And so the total electric use for a year in the state of Minnesota is 59.2 million megawatt hours. If we had all of our cars go electric, we would end up having an additional 26%, which would be just a little bit under 15.5 million megawatt hours. And it means that we're going to have to increase our grid and our production, but it also means that when you're looking at this, without baseline, when the wind doesn't blow, when it's nighttime, you've got to have battery storage. So most of us saw, the Muni and the other power people around the last few days this week. And so I sat down and I asked if we have to store a couple days of power, because when we hit 20 below, a lot of our renewable stuff, similar to Texas, not quite as bad, went down. And he did some calculating, and I talked with 2-3 of them, and a few million acres of storage, battery storage. Well, you could decrease that by maybe making them 10-story buildings, but then you have a lot of power distribution issues you might have to do. But I also looked, and we've got a total of 51 million acres in the state of Minnesota of land, another 2 million or so of water, 19.3 million acres of crop or tillable land. 19.3. So if we have to take up 1 million here, that's a fair percentage of our cropland. That's not getting into the fact that if we had to do the solar to get the power, beef that up, if we did it all solar, we'd run out of cropland. Because, you got a 10 megawatt. Well, there's a efficiency decline because of the angle of the sun in Minnesota. Southwest, they have great efficiency. Up here, not so good. Plus, we have issues sometimes when it gets cold with our solar facilities. So when I look at it, I say, if we don't do nuclear, we don't increase the hydropower, we don't have a baseline, and we've got to build a whole lot of acreage of batteries. So when we didn't do the amendment for the nuclear or opening up that possibility, this distribution is really lacking baseline when you get rid of over 63% of it being non-renewable in carbon between the coal and the natural gas. So when I agree, I had a constituent ask me, should I put solar on my house? I said, well, what direction is the roof? Look at your energy usage, electric usage. Look at the cost. See what, if you spread it across years, when the payback. Look at the numbers. Because everybody's situation may be a little different, and it'd be good. My youngest son came to me, I'm thinking of buying a hybrid. And advice-wise, I said, go to electric or stay with gas, because hybrid, you've got the maintenance for both. He's got an electric vehicle. He loves it because of the way he drives. He doesn't have long trips. He doesn't have any issues with the charging stations. And he saves money. His friends look at him and say, man, gas prices are high. He says, I haven't spent a cent on gas for a year. I haven't had to pay for an oil change. So for each person, there are good choices. For the state of Minnesota, I got to think about all the people. So when I look at this bill, I know there'll be blackouts, because you can't actually achieve the goal in this bill without adding the nuclear, which sadly those amendments didn't make it, and without looking at, can we boost up the hydro, there are a lot of little things that come together. But when you talked about the wood stoves, I worry about a power outage in the winter. If we're all electric in our heating, where are the people going to go? Well, if we can't have a wood stove, you don't have that backup. And I thought, emergency generators. So we've got, 500,000 emergency generators just in case in the winter, but oh no, we can't create and use that energy because it's carbon, it's not clean. So you've got to look at all the intricacies. I love the intent, because you're caring about making it better. But remember the practicalities, and that we live in Minnesota. And it's been said before, in California, you lose power, it's uncomfortable, but when it's 20 below, you can't last long without heat. And so I wish we could have gotten some amendments and improved, but this bill is not ready for prime time because it hasn't considered the unintended consequences and the realities of getting there. And to get there, what that would do to our cropland. We can't give up 5, 10, or more % of our cropland. So do the numbers, look at the math, and sit down with us and come up with a plan that actually is feasible and doesn't have the risks. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I'm not going to talk about what we've all listened to tonight. I'm going to ask the author of the bill to yield in a second. But I just want to remind, I wish we had an energy bill here tonight that there's more people that could vote for. We've talked long and hard about what we think the problems of the bill are. I think there's been a lot of amendments. There's been a lot of honest dialogue about what we think could make it better. And unfortunately, every one of those was turned down. Now, I didn't get to hear the bill in committee at all, so I want to ask if the author of the bill, the majority leader, would yield to a question. Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. on page 3, 3.27, there's an exception to the renewable energy credits that focus on an energy recovery facility that's in Hennepin County. It's a very pointed exception. Can you talk a little bit about why that exception is in there and why it was added to the bill?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. So the communities that surround the Hennepin Energy Recovery Center, the HERC, are deeply concerned about the pollution coming from that facility. It's cumulative to a lot of other local impacts, and it was painful for them for that facility to be considered renewable and for trash burning to be considered on par with wind and solar.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that. So to make sure I understand this correctly, so it's the HERC plant, that trash burner, is actually polluting. So Hennepin County isn't meeting the requirements to ensure that we're not polluting. Is that the, if you'd yield again? I just want to make sure that I've got it clear.
He will yield.
Thank you.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you can pollute under a permit, but that is still pollution. And when you are adding that up with all of the other cumulative impacts that are located in that community, with all the other industrial uses, it does contribute to what is the highest asthma rate in the state in North Minneapolis.
Representative Nadeau.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that. You know, I'm going to disagree. I guess I'm just going to have to disagree. I mean, and there's more. You know, that facility, we've spent tens of millions. Hennepin County taxpayers have spent tens of millions of dollars, and the county has done an incredible job of making sure that that's probably the cleanest burning waste-to-energy plant in the country, I would almost suggest. And if it is such a polluter, and if we want to get rid of that, if I have one more question, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't mean to belabor this.
He will yield.
Why aren't we exempting every other waste-to-energy facility in Minnesota?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was designed to respond to the concerns of this particular community.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know which community that is. I'd like to meet him at some point. I just want to remind everyone that this not only produces, you know, almost 250,000 of megawatt hours of energy every year. It heats, you know, a significant portion of downtown Minneapolis. There's 52,000 trucks that deliver trash from Hennepin County to that facility. It recycles, burns, turns to energy over 365,000 tons. If we get rid of this for whatever reason, if we lose an incentive to actually take something that is causing problems and we have to cite a landfill to basically replace this thing, I just really think that's bad news. I think we as a body should do everything we can to encourage this dual use. And I don't know what community stepped up, I guess, and said that it's a bad thing. But thank you, Representative Long. I appreciate you answering those questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this has been a long debate tonight, but this is a good day. This is a really good day. You know, Minnesotans have been asking us for this bill for the last many years. Back in 2007, Minnesota passed the Next Generation Energy Act, and it was a leader in the country at that time. And since then, we have fallen behind, and it shows. And so I will say, when someone was talking earlier about what goes on campaign literature, what I will say is, when I was campaigning this summer, when I was talking with constituents, their concerns are around our changing climate, protecting our environment, because our changing climate does impact our environment. The science tells us that, the science shows us that. We are seeing it already happening in our state. So if we want to be following the science, we know we need to be cutting carbon. We know we need to be cutting carbon across all sectors of our economy. Passing the 100% clean energy bill today is a step in the right direction to put us on the path that we need to be in order to prevent the worst impacts of climate change. So when we hear scientists talk about what Minnesota will look like if we don't pass bills and policies like this, and if we don't cut our carbon emissions, our state bird, the Minnesota loon, won't be able to survive in Minnesota. Our state tree, the red pine, won't grow in Minnesota. Our treasured fish, the walleye, won't be able to live in the lakes in Minnesota. Minnesota will become Kansas, which is a fine, wonderful place, but it's not Minnesota. Minnesotans love our environment. They love and value our environment. They want us to be passing bills like the 100% clean energy bill. So I ask you all, after this long day, join me in supporting this bill. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Mr. Speaker, members, we have had a lengthy discussion tonight on this blackout bill. We have offered a number of amendments that frankly would have made this bill more affordable, would have made energy more reliable, and it would have made Minnesota more safe. But those amendments were rejected. It's a little bit ironic. I'm, as all of us have been over the last few days, I was reviewing the governor's budget, and I think the governor knows that blackouts are coming. I think the governor knows there's a problem. Interestingly, in his budget, he has reference to 400 community public water supplies with no backup power. And so in the governor's budget, he has proposed grants for backup generators. I suspect the governor knows we're going to need those once this bill passes into law. Tonight, we were told that California has blackouts because they just need more electricity. We were literally told that tonight by the majority party. Yes, that is true. I think we all understood that, actually, that the blackouts in California were not just happening because of renewable energy, because renewable energy does produce some energy. It just doesn't produce enough. California has blackouts because they don't have enough electricity. And that's why my colleagues and I offered so many amendments tonight, because we want to make sure that doesn't happen here. We want to make sure that in Minnesota, we are never in a situation where we are having rolling blackouts. Because here in Minnesota, that creates unsafe and dangerous environments for our people. I did some research. And in 2007, we passed our first renewable energy standard in the state of Minnesota. 25% by 2025. We're almost to 2025. We are not yet to 25%. Interestingly, they actually started building renewable energy in Minnesota in 1994. So 29 years ago is when they started building renewable energy sources in Minnesota. It started with wind, the Buffalo Ridge Wind Farm, partly in Representative Swazinski's district, the lead on the on the Energy Committee. In that 29 years since Buffalo Ridge was constructed, we've managed to get to about 20% renewables. About 20% of our energy production is through renewables. 29 years it took us to get to 20%. And in the next 17 years, under this bill language, in the next 17 years, we have to get to 100%. 100%, and we're not going to do it with nuclear. The bill makes it clear we're not going to do it with nuclear. We're not really going to do it with hydro under this language. We're not going to do it with natural gas. We're not going to do it with clean coal. We're not going to do it with carbon capture. We're not going to do it with any of those things. We're going to do this with wind and solar. And I know that the majority leader said that this is neutral on technology, but that's it. That's our technology, is wind and solar. That's what we have. If we're not going to include things like nuclear energy, which, by the way, might be able to get us there, but if we're not going to include nuclear energy, it's wind and solar. That's what we're looking at. So, members, I sent around a handout, and I just screenshotted the MISO grid for this evening during our debate. And I found it really interesting. So wind was producing just under 19% of our energy tonight. Solar actually was producing -2 megawatts. It was actually a drain on the grid while we were meeting tonight. In fact, I assume it still is. It bumped back up to -1 megawatt, but it is still a drain on the grid during our debate tonight. So I hope you take a look at that. However, let's talk about solar for a minute. My colleague here, Representative Joy, did some math for me. He was very helpful. Takes 5,000 solar panels, 5,000, to produce 1 megawatt of energy. 5,000 solar panels creates 1 megawatt. That takes about 10 acres of land. In Minnesota, our average electric use per day is 78,762 megawatts. So do some math, number of acres, we end up with 160 square miles. 160 square miles, that's how many solar panels we need to serve Minnesota each day. And that's at average use. That's at average production. So when we're in the middle of winter, when we have weeks where we all know we have plenty of weeks during Minnesota winters where we have cloud cover. I have a friend on the board of Connexus Energy, and she told me, she said, Ann, it's fascinating. As you watch energy production, you can see a cloud. You can see cloud cover as it comes over the solar panels, and the energy production drops just from a cloud going through the sky. The energy production drops. So, assuming we could get average production, which of course in Minnesota we can't always, we need 160 square miles of solar panels. We're not quite there. We're not even close to there. So let's take wind, because a lot more of our energy is produced by wind right now. We're at almost 20% right now, tonight, as we speak. We're at almost 20% from wind. This was shocking to me, actually. So again, did some Googling and some math, and one windmill produces 2.75 megawatts. So again, if we're using our average use of 78,000, we need 31,504 windmills to produce the energy we need. 31,000, over 31,000 windmills to produce the energy we need. But here's what's fascinating. I was actually shocked by these numbers. So right now in Minnesota, we have 2,400. Not even close. Like, we're not even touching what we need to fulfill our energy needs in the state. But do you know what's fascinating? There are only 70,000 windmills in the entire United States. In the entire country can only produce twice what we need in the state of Minnesota. That's in the entire country. And we're saying in this language tonight that we're going to do all this. We're going to build our solar panels. We're going to build these windmills, and we're going to do it all in the next 17 years. We're going to get it done. Interestingly, both wind and solar, again, I just talked about solar, when the clouds come over, the production drops. You lose production. The same thing actually happens with wind, of course. The wind doesn't always blow. We can't control that. We can't control the wind blowing. And with both solar and wind, when they are dormant, they both draw energy off the grid. Right now, tonight, solar was -2 megawatts, -1 megawatt. It's drawing that much power off the grid. But wind does the same thing. When the wind isn't blowing, a windmill draws energy off the grid. This energy, this form of energy that we are talking about tonight, wind and solar, is not reliable. It is not reliable. And right now, I looked at my phone, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, it was 12 degrees outside. Obviously, we are used to this. It's 12 degrees outside. And for most Minnesotans, oh, it's dropped. It's 10 degrees outside. It is 10 degrees outside right now, well below freezing. For most Minnesotans, Representative Doubt mentioned that he heats his home with wood. Most Minnesotans don't do that. Most Minnesotans need a combination of natural gas and electricity to heat their homes. Your furnace will not run with just your natural gas. You must have electricity to make your furnace run and the blower blow and burn. You have to have electricity. When it is 10 degrees outside and we are demanding unreliable energy, that is dangerous. That is dangerous for Minnesotans. I don't know, you may have heard, there's the rule of threes when it comes to danger. You can go 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 days without water. I think it's 3 hours in the freezing cold. 3 hours in the freezing cold before your body is shutting down. It's dangerous. This policy is dangerous. Since 2002, we've talked a lot about our friends up north today and the mining industry, because there's a real opportunity here, actually. There's a real opportunity to provide good jobs in Minnesota and to produce a lot of these things right here and take what comes out of the earth in northern Minnesota. But instead, this bill is going to do the opposite. We could help our mining industry, but instead this bill does the opposite. Since 2002, this is crazy. Large users of energy, the costs, and we're talking mining. Our mines up north are some of the largest users of electricity in the state of Minnesota. Since 2002, the costs for our large energy users have gone up 91%. Now, we may think, well, maybe that's what happens everywhere, but no, the average costs for large users across the country have increased 42%. We are way outpacing the national average, way outpacing. Minnesota went from the 34th highest to the 12th highest energy costs for large users. This bill is not just unaffordable for us, this bill is unaffordable for our businesses. These mandates are unaffordable for our businesses. They're certainly unaffordable for our mining industry. This bill is not just unreliable, unaffordable, and unsafe. It's anti-mining. This bill, we had opportunities, we brought amendments forward to not even to ensure these things were happening in Minnesota, to study it, to figure out what we could do, what we have to offer through our mining industry in Minnesota. But not only did we reject those amendments that could have helped the mining industry, this bill is anti-mining. You don't increase electricity costs by 91% and think that you are helping the mining industry. We had a lot of opportunities to make some changes to help make this bill better. But we're not interested in that. We're not interested in that. We're interested in pie in the sky dreams. We're interested in dreams that frankly are not possible. And we also don't want any guardrails. We don't want any guardrails to say that, well, if we can't make it reliable, if we have blackouts, we should pause. Nope, we rejected that. If it is not affordable, if this significantly raises the cost of energy, we should pause. Nope, we rejected that. This bill is going to hurt Minnesotans. This mandate is going to hurt Minnesotans. It's going to hurt their ability to have access to reliable energy. It's going to hurt their pocketbooks. And frankly, it's going to hurt the safety of many Minnesotans and probably our most vulnerable. That's who this is going to hurt. It's bananas. I encourage you to vote no.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a really good night. There are so many reasons that passing this 100% bill is the right thing to do. From the emissions it will reduce, to the jobs it will create, to the cleaner air we'll have, to the insulation our residents will have from fossil fuel price volatility. But I'm going to focus on what I've learned about the perspective of young people on this. An interesting thing about youth is that relative to older folks, they're simultaneously more concerned about climate change and more hopeful. According to a University of Minnesota survey conducted just 4 months ago, 76% of Minnesota residents are concerned about climate change. Of Gen Zers surveyed, 85% are concerned. The survey also showed that 56% of Minnesotans are hopeful that society will do enough to reduce the most severe impacts of climate change. That response went up to 62% for the Gen Zers surveyed. This makes total sense to me. I was the executive director of a nonprofit for 5 years that helped young people in hundreds of communities across the country, primarily high school and some middle school students, take local action on climate change. We help them get civically engaged and conduct their own campaigns to get their city councils to take aggressive climate action. There was a real consistency to the journey most of these kids had been on. It went something like this. They learned about climate change, got concerned about it, but assumed that someone, i.e. the adult world, must be on top of it. Surely, the right things were being done about it. But as they learned more, they were absolutely astonished to realize that we didn't have it, not even close. The reaction of the youth leaders we worked with was not to give up, but it was to take action and try to change the local systems they were part of. And they did it with a determination that it was not someone else's problem to solve. This gave them agency and typically a lot of hope. You know, as I've listened to all of these amendments and the objections being raised, it made me think of a conversation I had with my eldest child, Jamie, when they were 9 years old, and an instinct of my own that I had to fight. We were at an exhibit on climate change, and Jamie had a lot of questions. Finally, Jamie said something like, well, can we do something about it? And I said, well, yeah, we can. And then Jamie said, well, Diddy, let's just stop it. And the instinct I had to fight was to tell Jamie that it was more complex than that they didn't understand, that there were all kinds of obstacles that made it really hard. But I stopped myself because I realized that Jamie was right. At some level, it really is that simple. We have the technology, we simply need the political will to commit ourselves to solve the problem. I have so much faith in the people of Minnesota and the people of this country to achieve whatever we set ourselves out to. There really isn't another option if we want to leave our kids and grandkids a functioning world. We as adults sometimes get too caught up in the complexity of things and describing why things can't happen. But climate change demands of us that we take a young person's perspective, or at least always have it in the back of our minds. That straightforward, just do it, no excuses attitude, because it is their future that we're dealing with. Failure is just not an option. I'll close my remarks with the comments of my friend, Lillian Hertel. Lillian is a senior at Benilde St. Margaret in St. Louis Park and is one of the 2 youth members on St. Louis Park's Environment and Sustainability Commission. She told me that, quote, immediate climate action is really important to young people because although we're already feeling the effects of climate change now, they'll only worsen over time, and my generation will have to bear the consequences for the actions and inaction of policymakers today. She's right. So now, I ask everyone to join me in voting green for HF7, not only because it's the right thing for our grid, for our air, and for our carbon emissions, but also because it's a message of hope. What we do here matters beyond Minnesota. I know this because I've seen it. When young people initiated aggressive climate policy in one city, other cities followed. When Minnesota commits to 100% carbon-free electricity by 2040, it sets a leadership example that others will follow. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was wondering if the Majority Leader, Representative Long, would yield for a question.
He will yield for a question. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Long, we've heard a lot of both in the committee testimony and on the floor here today, a lot of the costs and potential horrible future effects of climate change. We might lose the loon, we might become Kansas. But I want to really try to zero in on exactly what the benefits of this bill are compared to not passing the bill. And so if you'll just bear with me for a second and assume a world in which all other actors remain equal, China, India, North Dakota, California, everyone else does the same thing they're doing now, in a world in which Minnesota continues on its current trajectory of reducing its carbon emissions or passes HF7 and gets to zero and succeeds, if we are able to succeed and we don't have to go on an off-ramp, gets to zero carbon energy generation by 2040. In the difference between those 2 scenarios, can you tell me what the best climate science tells us about the reduction in global temperatures from scenario 1 to scenario 2? Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. So collective action problems are hard, and it's very easy for any individual actor in a problem that is a joint problem to say, it's not my problem, I'm going to throw my hands up. If you have a walleye fishery that's getting overfished and you ask, hey, you individual fishermen, if you don't adhere to your catch limit, what's going to happen? And that would be like, well, not much, right? I'll catch 3 additional fish. But if every single fisherman makes that same decision, then guess what? You have no more walleye left. The same is true when we're talking about the climate problem. And right now, 51% of American citizens live in a state that has committed to 100% clean energy. We're going to be the 22nd state to do that when we pass this bill. And I think that means that collectively we are able to take really significant action to reduce our climate emissions.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Long will continue to yield?
He will continue to yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Long, I think I missed the answer to the question. And so let me try to be a little bit more precise. Are we talking about, in the difference between those 2 scenarios, are we talking about 1 degree Celsius of global temperature reduction? Are we talking about 0.1 degree? Are we talking about 1/100th of a degree? Are we talking about 1,000th of a degree? What does the best climate science tell us, according to the models that would lead us to take the action under HF7 that you're advocating? What do those best climate models tell us about the difference in global temperatures that would result from Minnesota either continuing on its current downward trajectory in carbon emissions or doing HF7, and if HF7 were to succeed. What's the number, if you have one, please? Thank you.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. So this is the most significant climate action that the state will have taken. Reducing our climate emissions from the energy sector to 100% clean energy is going to be significant. It's hard to bottle because when you get to 100% clean energy, that also means you can have carbon reductions in the transportation sector, in the building sector, in the industrial sector. So I don't have a specific number for you, but what I can say is that we have goals that we are not meeting as a state, that scientists are telling us we need to meet on greenhouse gas reductions. This will be the most significant step that we've taken towards meeting those goals. And we have a choice. We can either pretend that we can't help solve this problem, and if everybody does that, then we have no more walleye, or we can all come together and solve this problem, and that's what the state is asking us to do.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Long, let me help you out on the answer, because the Center of the American Experiment has tried to do those two comparisons. And their best analysis, based on the climate science that you're relying on, is that this bill, by passing it, would reduce global temperature, according to your climate models, by 0.001 degrees Celsius by 2100. So that's the benefit. That's the benefit of passing HF7. What's the cost? Our job here is not to just think about this the way a 9-year-old thinks about policy. Our job in the Minnesota legislature is to think about the costs of a policy and the benefits of a policy, and we should only vote for something where the benefits outweigh the costs. The reality of the fact of the matter is, this is going to increase our energy costs. This is economics 101. We've heard that supposedly, right now, wind and solar, isolated as their current percentage of the energy grid, is a cheaper form of energy. That doesn't necessarily happen when we go forward, when we're talking about all of the dynamics that are in place. We are constraining and restricting energy production for electricity at the same time, as the majority leader just talked about, we are going to more electrification. We're trying to electrify the transportation sector. That is constraining supply and increasing demand. If we could have props on the floor, this would be the time to have the basic first day of microeconomics 101 supply and demand chart. When supply goes down and prices go and demand goes up, prices go up. This is basic stuff. At the same time, we're increasing reliance on batteries to store wind and solar power, because wind and solar power only work when the sun's shining and the wind is blowing. We need batteries. At the same time that we're increasing our dependence on batteries for the electric grid, we're also increasing our reliance on batteries for the electrification of the transportation sector. There's a big bottleneck there when it comes to actually having the minerals we need to build the batteries. And unfortunately, this body and the federal government won't let us mine for those minerals where we find them in Minnesota. Again, constraining supply at the same time we increase demand. We're increasing demand on solar and wind turbines and all of the things, the minerals that go into those solar and wind turbines, at the same time that we're trying to get other actors to also do the mandates to also increase their demand on solar and wind turbines. We're increasing demand on farmland at the same time that a growing global population needs Minnesota farms to feed the world. So what is the solution to that? Well, we shot down a bunch of solutions to that. We shot down nuclear power. We shot down more Minnesota mining. We shot down carbon capture. The reality is this will increase costs. And let's be real, we all know it's going to increase costs. If it wasn't going to increase costs, if this new energy was not going to be more expensive, we wouldn't need a government mandate. All we would need to do is wipe out the regulatory burdens and do what we need to do to get investment to come into the sector, and the market would take care of itself. That's what's happening in a lot of, we're in the middle of a energy transition because of market forces. The only reason to have a government mandate is to force people to do things that are more expensive. You know, I knocked on a lot of doors this year. I knocked on doors in my district. I knocked on doors in Representative Stephenson's district, and Representative Wolgamott's district, and Representative Bonner's district, and Representative Norris's district. I talked to a lot of Minnesotans, and I did not hear one person tell me that they thought energy prices were too low. I did not hear one person tell me they thought grocery prices were too low and that we should increase grocery prices by making it harder to grow food, by making it harder to transport that food to the market. I did not hear one person tell me that inflation was too low. This is the energy cost increase, energy reliability decreasing, and frankly, the Inflation Addition Act. This is going to increase costs at every chain of the supply chain, from manufacturing goods to getting them to the market, from growing food to getting it to the grocery store, and for all of us to get to work. This is unaffordable, it's unreliable, and as we talked about earlier, I won't belabor the point, it's unconstitutional. It's going to result in us paying probably over $1 million to the people of North Dakota. This is a bad bill. Please vote no.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I'm going to be brief, and I know that's a terrible thing to say as a politician, but I'm actually going to be brief. Representative Nadeau had some really interesting points, and I just wanted to put an exclamation point at the end of it and explain what this policy will actually do. In the realm that he was just talking about with the HERC, so that's the Hennepin Energy Recovery Center. So what they do, as Representative Nadeau had basically said, is they're really, really good at taking the mixed municipal waste, sorting it, taking out anything that's recyclable, selling it, and then converting that to energy. And heat. It sounds like a whole lot of Minneapolis is heated also by that plant. What he didn't tell you is what will happen if they are forced to close, which of course it'd be millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars down the tube, but also it will increase carbon emissions. You think you're going to be decreasing carbon emissions, you're not. You're going to be increasing greenhouse gases, because this is what's going to happen. It's not just the HERC that you're going to affect with this bill, because this is rushed through. It didn't go through the proper committees. I've been saying this in every committee. I've been saying this in the Rules Committee. I've been saying this in the Climate Committee and Energy Committee. This was rushed through. This is not well thought out, and I'll tell you why. Just one piece that Representative Nadeau pointed out about the HERC will literally increase the emissions that you do not want. And how is that? Well, there are 8 other waste-to-energy facilities that this will also affect. Because if they burn, they're emitting carbon, and they produce energy, so they are underneath this mandate. So 8 other facilities will close because of this bill. So in Minnesota, 31 of 87 counties, 31 of our 87 counties send their mixed municipal waste to a facility just like what Representative Nadeau just pointed out. They sort it, they extract all of the recyclables, the valuables out of it, and they burn what's left and convert it to energy or heat. There are 8 plants like that. Now, we used to have 9. One was in Elk River, and I've actually toured it. I know I tour everything, but I did tour it before it closed. And they did close it. And what happened when they closed it? And this is a picture of what is to come. You think you're going to reduce greenhouse gases, you're not. Because as soon as they closed, as soon as Jerry closed that waste to energy plant in Elk River, the waste to energy processing that they did dropped by 265,000 tons per year. So I should also say this. So out of these 8 plants that are left, They take 1 million tons a year of mixed municipal waste out of the waste stream. They recycle it and they burn it and convert it to energy or heat. 8 plants, so 31 counties are already doing that. That's gonna stop. With this bill, that's done. So guess where it's gonna go? The landfill. And you know what happens in the landfill? The greenhouse gases from a landfill far exceed what it would if we had just converted it to energy, because as Representative Dow pointed out very eloquently, they have scrubbers and they have all kinds of things to reduce the pollution as much as humanly possible. So what else happened at GRE when they closed it? 110,000 tons of recyclables just got landfilled. We stopped recycling they stopped taking all that out of the stream. So you think you're going to be reducing greenhouse gases, you're not. And this is not well thought out. It never went to the Environment Committee. I am not an issue area expert on this, but I took an interest. And you know what happens when I take an interest? A lot happens. I learn a lot. I tour a lot. I study a lot. I read a lot. The other thing that this is a huge miss on, I already talked about this, is we are not lifting the nuclear moratorium. If you're gonna do this bill, my gosh, you have to lift the moratorium. There's no way to achieve this without advanced nuclear reactors. You just can't do it. So not only are you gonna be polluting more and causing more greenhouse gases to go and landfill 1 million tons of more mixed municipal waste right into the landfill, and you're gonna miss all of that wonderful recycling. And I have recyclers in my district and they're amazing. They do a great job. And they extract all of that precious resources right out of the waste stream. You're not gonna do that anymore because you're gonna close those plants. This is short-sighted. It hasn't gone through the proper committees. You've missed major milestones, major markers that would actually make this work. Because this is partisan, there's not a single Republican on this bill. You're not taking any input from anything that we've said. You're not even taking input from the stakeholders. The real stakeholders, you know, the energy producers, they are neutral because they have to be, because you've pushed them into a corner. And I'm gonna say it, you have pushed them into a corner. But behind the scenes, they do not know how they're gonna achieve this. The technology has not advanced far enough. So members, the only thing you can do tonight that's responsible is to vote no on this bill. Go back to the drawing board, let this bill run through the proper committees and actually get bipartisan support and input from the actual stakeholders that are going to produce the energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Mr. Speaker, members, as was foretold on Monday, tonight is a dark night for the future of Minnesota. And I look across the aisle and see friends. I see people we've shared a lot of opportunities to discuss positive solutions for the state of Minnesota. But this bill, ladies and gentlemen, as we know tonight and have talked about many times, this is a part of your extreme agenda. House File 7, the blackout bill, unaffordable, unreliable, and dangerous. Why is it unreliable? Because of the decisions that you made tonight. This minority, this side of the aisle, we decided to offer many solutions to this problem. In fact, those on the other side of the aisle who've spoken so far tonight have said the reason that we're bringing this bill forward is for one major reason: climate change. Now, one member of this body tonight has even challenged that point, and I'm certainly not going to, because it is changing. But members, it's clear how partisan this bill is. It's clear how dangerous this bill is. When given opportunities time after time to improve this bill, the answer was no, no, no. So whose party is the party of no? It's not this side of the aisle, as we consistently bring solutions to the issues facing Minnesotans. I'm so glad we've talked about the campaign trail tonight. I'm so glad we talked about the things that we've heard from Minnesotans. Affordability was the number one thing that I heard as I traversed this state, not just in my own district, but in many. And it's great when we hear from the people of Minnesota. When they're talking about not being able to afford their groceries, when they can't pay for gas, when they have to make those decisions between heating their home and the pharmaceutical things they may need to stay healthy in their lives, or putting food on the table or heating their home. Those are decisions that are being made right now across the state, and especially in low-income neighborhoods across the state. When given opportunities tonight, members, to make this bill specifically more reliable, you said no. You said no. When given the opportunity tonight to bring about a more clean and more reliable and safer energy grid here in Minnesota, you said no. Members, tonight you had the opportunity specifically to lower the carbon footprint, and you said no. When given the opportunity to use our natural resources, to heat our homes, to provide the energy for our businesses through large hydro, you said no. Members, I read tonight through this packet of supporters of this bill. I'm not sure if you did. I certainly hope that you did. You know, there's a lot of organizations in here that supported me and supported many of you. And I hope you read their words, because I did. Read the words of the union workers of this state who said that we should prioritize reliable and affordable energy. This bill doesn't do that. Countless times, whether from the laborers, whether from the operating engineers, whether from the carpenters, it's constantly inside this bill. Whether from the Minnesota State Building and Construction Trades Council, they said reliable and affordable energy, and you said no. That is the priorities within this bill. I can appreciate that the majority party in Minnesota didn't go about changing the workforce standards that were already in law. But members, that's the only thing the unions like about this bill. The only thing. Constantly, they said reliable and affordable energy was their priority. Why? Because that's the industries that they go to work in every day. Whether they work in an iron mine in northern Minnesota, whether they build energy infrastructure, whether they work in energy infrastructure and energy-related industries today, they know that solid baseload energy is what we need in Minnesota. So members, I simply cannot understand when given the opportunity to provide the most renewable resource in hydroelectric energy, you said no. I've had the one-on-one conversations with members across the aisle about these priorities. These are issues we should work on. And this was the opportunity. This was the vehicle. And you said no. Why? Maybe because you're chasing some pretty extreme agenda that really isn't about saving the climate. I mean, as I listen to the debate tonight, I have a hard time understanding if the goal is reducing carbon in our environment. There's so much more this bill could do. There's so much more this bill could do. I happen to be someone who lives on a lake and enjoys amazing natural resources in my district. I go to bed at night and wake up in the morning to the call of the loon. This bill falls short of the opportunity to protect the future habitat here in Minnesota. Instead, in rural communities across the state of Minnesota, this bill will continue to put solar panels across habitat and agriculture land, and that certainly isn't environmentally friendly. Members, so much of what we do here at the House impacts many facets of life. But what I really can't understand is when there is an inability of us to even have the conversation and to work together. I was shocked when this bill was so fast-tracked that it couldn't even take in the input of Minnesotans. How long was the hearing that was held on this bill? 2 hours? An hour and a half is what I'm hearing? How many Minnesotans did you hear from in that moment? How many industries represented? How many union workers represented? Upon the time that this bill was making such a quick track through this House, I made sure to send the message that I needed to hear from my constituents, which I sure hope all of you did. I asked for input. I wanted to hear how it impacted them. And not one single person sent in an email in support of this bill. Not one. Not one single person. Not one group. Not one labor union. Not one individual. Members, we're in the depth of January, and if you haven't heard, it's going to be pretty cold this weekend. On the campaign trail, during the course of the last election, I had the chance to hear from many, specifically seniors on a fixed income. Seniors who live specifically in rural Minnesota, in districts that are quite 50-50 politically. Seniors who rely upon Social Security, and those same seniors are being crushed by energy increases. What's it going to be like for those same seniors for the next 17 years? I certainly hope we think more about that and the impacts to those on a fixed income here in Minnesota. We should, and I certainly hope we will, set a leadership example here in Minnesota for the nation and for the world. But when given the opportunity tonight, you said no. You said no. You said no to the best labor standards in the world being put to work to develop, extract, process the minerals that go into making the very infrastructure you want to install. That's really sad. It's really sad considering in our nation, we have such a huge and vital role to play here in our state so that our nation can lead. That is what we failed to do tonight. I don't want to see child slave labor anywhere. I want to put Minnesota workers to work. I want northern Minnesota, southern Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and everywhere in between to thrive. This bill does not help us thrive. My district is one that many of you travel through to get to your places of recreation. You simply travel through. You emit carbon on your way. You use your cell phones, your laptops, and everything in between in your everyday life. But when you get to the most beautiful and prestigious parts of Minnesota, it's okay for you to be there and to use those same resources mined by child slave labor when we could do it here. These are the things that this bill enables. You are enabling this action across the world. That's really sad to me, especially when you consider the role that we play here in Minnesota to lead the way. Members, much will continue to be made about why this is titled the Blackout Bill. But I sure hope that as we look to the future, there are not Minnesotans that are found in a place without energy because we weakened our grid, because this bill made our energy unreliable. Let's lead. Let's lead. We don't have to pass this bill tonight. We don't. When I consider why this is so important, just imagine the stats that Representative New Brindley used tonight to talk about how many windmills, wind turbines it would take to achieve this goal here in Minnesota. 31,000, I believe, 31,000 plus. Where are those being placed? Where are those being placed? Is that being placed in Minneapolis or St. Paul? Interesting. Where are those solar panels? They're certainly not happening in the amount that they should. Maybe this bill, members, maybe this bill is about equity. Apparently, we've achieved too much prosperity in rural Minnesota, and so you need to come take it. Is that what this bill is about, members? Maybe we need to spread the wealth. No, members, I would challenge you. Let's look through the stats. Let's check the median incomes across this state. Are the highest median incomes found in House District 10B? Nope. So whose income, whose future are you stealing? That's the question for us, members. The market is driving the change that we're seeing in this space. The market is driving it. And every single time, whether in this body or today in the federal government, it's the federal government that's getting in the way of prosperity and a cleaner future here in America. This is a pretty hard day, not just for me, but many members of this chamber, because of the actions taken by the Biden administration that directly impact our ability to meet this very goal found in this bill. So, my question is, what does the Democratic Party in Minnesota stand for today? Do you stand for farmers? No. Do you stand for laborers? No. Those people live in my district. So what is it that the Democratic Party stands for today? I see a wish list of special interests. But when you read the details of the men and women who go to work every day, they say that this policy is actually so far-fetched from the priorities that this state needs to have. Would Representative Long yield to a question?
He will yield, Representative Schultz.
Representative Long, I appreciate many provisions inside this bill. Can you tell me where I can find the letter from the IBEW and the Boilermakers?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not every group in this state did send a letter, but when you're talking about special interests and working men and women in your district, well, you should maybe read some of these letters, because one is from the building trades of Minnesota, one is from LIUNA, one is from the carpenters, one is from the operating engineers. So these are hardworking men and women, the very men and women who you seem to call special interests, who are working hard on these projects to build renewable energy across the state, and they support this bill because they know this will mean good jobs for them.
Representative Schultz.
Mr. Speaker and members, it's true. The people who go to work today in the industries that secure our energy future aren't listed in support of this bill. And in particular, the people here are all about building, 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 and building Minnesota, helping us grow. The same people here listed as supporters specifically said, when you read their words, Representative Long, they specifically say, we prioritize reliable and affordable energy here in Minnesota. We can achieve those goals. We can achieve those goals safely, and we can do it in the way that best takes care of our environment. But you said no. Members, please simply look at the contents of this bill, of the people it benefits and the people it harms. This is a bill, clearly, that is not going to build one Minnesota. This is a bill to favor some. This is a bill to subsidize industries and investment from people far, far away. And it doesn't have to be this way. I urge a no vote.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as the person who actually represents the Sherco power plant, this is a pretty interesting day for me. A couple years ago, we heard that the gas plant was not going to be put in Becker. Many people over there actually called that a win on social media when it was announced where they were going. But where are they going? Lyon County, that's a half a win. That's Representative Swedinski's area. The other one goes to North Dakota. Sounds like we keep giving North Dakota wins, sadly. Now, the reality is, if you look at the way the wind blows, we get the carbon anyway from whatever it produces. So all they got was the jobs and the tax base, and we still get the exhaust. This blackout bill that we've been hearing so much about, there's a lot of people in my district that have a lot of concern about it. And the direction this is all going. Earlier, Majority Leader Long made a statement early on in the amendments about he was very confident this wouldn't affect reliability. One of the things in the last 4 years that we've heard a lot from in the Energy Committee is we hear a lot from climatologists, professors, environmental groups, all kinds of people like that, and the lobbyists for the power companies. What we never hear from are the people who actually run the power plants. Never once. Where I live, I have many, many friends that will work both at the Monticello nuclear plant, but even more at the coal plant. Their contention now is the sooner we have blackouts, the sooner this will end, because the court of public opinion will rapidly change. For the past 3 years or so in Energy Committee, we've heard a very repetitive comment. The cheapest, most affordable energy you can have is the energy you never use. Sounds like a blackout. Like a planned blackout. Because if you have no power available to your house, it's the cheapest power you can have. None. I'm surprised, as a person who has repaired many, many houses in my day, where the insurance companies are on this, because I've repaired an awful lot of moldy sheetrock and burst pipes. We get very, very cold here. None of this adds up or makes any sense. We talk about conserve and recycle and reuse. Oh, Representative Nadeau, you talked about your HERC plant. Came out in energy last year, Soretsky brought it up. If you simply unplug it and don't make any power, then none of this matters. You just don't get the inconvenient bonus of making some power. But at least you're burning the garbage. So, the plan now in Becker, everybody talks about as this lovely Sherco solar. So originally it's 3,200 acres. A month or two ago, Excel put out another RFP for another 280 megawatts, which equates to about another 2,000 acres. So we're at about 5,200 acres of productive ag land. This local municipality there identified many more landowners. They got up to 18 to 20,000 acres. Actually, after the RFP, they're at 20,000 acres that has signed into this, future solar project. That's 20% of all the agricultural land in Sherburne County. Now, I've been around a little bit longer than some of you as far as age goes, and I've always heard America feeds the world. And we see what's going on in the Netherlands with their farmers, what's going on in Canada with their farmers. And there's many of these solar projects going on throughout the nation, but they always seem to target agricultural land, and I don't quite understand that. I've walked many roofs this last summer. I've seen a tremendous amount of shattered and cracked solar panels. I asked in committee the other day if there's a plan to put a membrane down underneath this large project in Sherco. How do we protect the groundwater when these things get hammered by hailstorms? I didn't really get an answer. So I don't plan on making a big to-do out of this, but this is a sad state of affairs, and this is extremely unreliable and dangerous. And sadly, when I think my colleagues that work at these plants, my friends, and they're right. The sooner people feel the pain, they will realize this was a horrible mistake. And I hope to, you wouldn't accept the amendment to have a backup plan to get rid of this stuff. If it doesn't work, if it's damaged, when it runs out of its lifespan, there is no plan. I don't think I see him in here. Northern Metals moved to my district as well. They're a very big international company. They have been working on trying to figure out how to recycle these things. It does not quite exist yet based on all of the negatives that come along with a little bit of positives. If anybody can figure it out, they can. Maybe the day will come, but at this point, it does not exist. So, and I believe earlier Chair Acom mentioned when she was door knocking, her number one thing she heard was about climate. I would say the number one thing I heard was about what are we going to do with all these solar panels. Now, we don't blame the landowners. They're literally being bribed because there is no farmer in the world that could make 1,400 acres. Or maybe once Stephenson's weed bill passes, then maybe they could. But right now, they can't. And I had a very good conversation with one of our larger landowners, and I asked him a simple question. If the Chinese Communist Party offered you $2 million a year not to farm your land, would you take it? It was a very, very blunt, with a little bit of cursing, absolutely not. And I simply asked him, what do you think you're doing? Since then, he's reconsidered. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have prepared speech here, but I'm going to go a little bit off book because I've heard so much today about how we are moving too quickly and why there is so much urgency to get this done. I am almost 40 years old, and this issue, the issue of climate change, has been my top priority and anxiety for 30 years. So if you think we are moving too fast, I've got news for you. We're not. And if you don't like the price tag on what we've got now, we should have done something 30 years ago. So I believe that we are absolutely moving at the right pace. I'm excited to get this done. I have had hundreds, if not thousands, of messages from my constituents telling me how enthusiastic they are about this bill. I'm very excited to vote green on this today. But I also wanted to talk a little bit today about how we are framing this issue, which I think is really interesting, We tend to think of climate change as something that's going to happen in the future, something that's coming down the line. But I can tell you that this is impacting real people right now, and it is impacting low-income, Indigenous, and Black and Brown people disproportionately. I wanted to tell a couple of stories from my district because I think it's important to humanize this issue and for us to think about this in a holistic way. When we're thinking about who benefits from this bill, we're not just talking about labor, we're talking about people who are in need and future generations. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about people who couldn't be here today. Julie is a single mom in my district, in the north end of my district, and she bought a starter house. She wanted a good place to raise her kids. She was very excited about it. And because of the increase in precipitation and the rapid freeze and thaw cycle that we are in due to climate change, she has had repeated flooding in her basement. And now black mold is developing in her walls. This means that the investment that she made that's supposed to create generational wealth for her is no longer something that she can handle. It's something that is poisoning, potentially poisoning her children, and it's something that she is stuck with. That is what happens with climate change. I want to tell you about Sean, who lives in the shadow of the HERC. We've heard a lot about the HERC today. It's the incinerator that burns most of Minneapolis's garbage. And realistically, it spews out mercury and lead and a whole host of other heavy metals right into the community that is historically and is predominantly Black and brown and low income. Sean has 3 kids, and they all suffer from asthma. The middle kid repeatedly has bouts of bronchitis. This is a 9-year-old who is having repeated bouts of bronchitis. Even the doctors don't know why this is happening. The doctors can only say, we're guessing it's because of your proximity to the HERC. Can they afford to leave? No. They're not in a position of privilege. They're not people who can just up and say, this is something bad and I'm going to absolutely move away. That's not something they can do with 3 kids. This is the impact of climate change. I'm also speaking for Brad, who lives on the east side of St. Paul, which is where I live. He lives in a multi-generational household, which a lot of people on the east side do. He's got his kids and his grandparents living with him. And just a couple of years ago, we had a really hot summer. I don't know if y'all remember that. It was miserable. Brad's grandmother got heat stroke. And he told me it was one of the scariest moments of his life to hold her limp hand as they wheeled her away into the emergency room. And that he lives with the guilt, feeling that it was his fault for not making sure that air conditioning was available throughout the entire house. That is the effect of climate change. These stories are really important for you to hear because it's not just the physical and financial tolls of climate disasters that should make us worry, but also the growing deficit of hope among our youngest Minnesotans who talk to me often about this. When I talk to young people, both at the high school level, at the college level, this is their top priority. Climate change is their top priority. And I would go ahead and recommend that you talk to some of the young people around your district too, because they're your future voters. They're about to be 18, and they are going to make the decisions that bring you back to this house or don't bring you back. I know for myself, as a parent, I lie awake wondering what the future is going to bring for my children. As I mentioned, this has been a top concern of mine for 30 years. And I made a vow that it would not be the top concern for my children in 30 years. That's why I am voting yes on this bill. And what I want you to do today, all of you, members, when we push the button tonight, I want you to think about not just about how climate change impacts your life and what this bill does for you, but what this bill does for the people who cannot be here tonight. the people who are being impacted by climate change right now. I want you to think about Julie, and I want you to think about Brad, and I want you to think about Sean and their children. And I want you to think about all the future generations and how they will be impacted for years to come by the choices we make here today. Paul Wellstone said, "We all do better when we all do better." House File 7 will help us all do better. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looks like we're going on 7 hours on this wonderful blackout bill. We've heard a lot of bad news for Minnesotans tonight, but I have a better idea. I'm going to give you all homework, and the people at home too. Let's make this a fun family bonding exercise, okay? Let's gather around the living room on a Saturday evening. I know at my house it's going to be 2 below for a high. I think the low is going to be 22, 23 below. So hey, great night for family bonding. So instead of watching movies and eating popcorn, get your blankets and your flashlights and go out in the garage. There's that big gray box out there. Open it up. There's this black switch on the bottom. Flip it. And you're going to kill your electricity to the house. So let's talk about some of the things we can do when the electricity's off. We can play charades. You know, you got the flashlight. You can play charades. You can play cards, maybe a little rock, paper, scissors. Your cell phone may work for a little while until your battery runs out. But after that, yeah, there's a few things left to do. And if I remember right, back in the day, there was a big power outage in New York City. And 9 months later, they had a baby boom. So, you know, maybe you guys stumbled across the solution to our labor force problem. So I commend you for that. So in all seriousness, though, I mean, this blackout bill is dangerous. People will probably die. And that's not hyperbole, folks. In my neck of the woods, it gets cold. The wind rips through. Some of the houses are very old. I know when I moved into my house, if the wind was 40 miles an hour off the lake, I had a 2-inch snowdrift in my living room. I was able to update my house. There's a lot of houses up there that aren't even in that condition. So think about what you're going to do to our folks out in rural Minnesota. And our majority leader promised us no blackouts. I feel so confident. You know, but I tell you what, I'm going to trust my co-ops and their engineers, and you might even say that I'm going to trust the science on this one. They promised us rolling blackouts. Last year, we had a Max Gen event in my neck of the woods. And a Max Gen event for the folks at home and folks here, that's when the power companies call the people that have self-generation capabilities, get off the grid, fire up your generators. We're at a situation where we don't have enough juice. That's with our current system. You take away the nuclear, you take away the coal, you take away the natural gas, which is 60, 70% of our generation. Oh, but hey, we're going to, trust us, we're going to come up with some good solutions. We're going to take, a couple hundred square miles of prime farmland out of our farming country, and we're going to put in these solar panels. So we're going to find the solution. So at the end of the day, folks, if you do this exercise, by the way, and your water pipes burst and you get a little mold damage, call Representative Meckland over here. He'll come fix it and just send the bill to the state of Minnesota because the Democrats are on a spending spree, evidently. And I just have one comment. You know, there was a comment made about rushing it through. We've been waiting 30 years. Could we not have 1, 2, 3 more committee stops? 4.5 hours, is that asking a lot to get more input on a bill like this? This is impacting the entire state of Minnesota, and we should have the conversations with the people that are involved. Thank you.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Zeleznikar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is an inconvenience to us. It's 10 o'clock, right? Imagine what it's going to be to the people. It's not going to be an inconvenience. It's going to be more than an inconvenience when you can't heat your home. When I look at this, it's hard for me not to think of the seniors I've cared for. So I decided to stand up because we're on week 3, and we're not talking about the generation that built this state or built this country. We want 100% clean energy, but we don't have a 100% situation to even care for the seniors that are aging. And I can look around this room and tell you there's a whole bunch of you that are going to be aging, and we're not set up. So hospitals are waiting to find placement, and we're looking for plans, but we're going to have 100% clean energy, 100% goal. No modifications. If we don't do X, we're going to have dead walleye, dead fish. No, it doesn't matter if we're going to have dead people. The fish are going to be first. And I'm all for clean energy, but I'm also a farm girl. I grew up where common sense was common. I don't know what's common about this. I've lived in northern Minnesota where common sense is common. I've cared for seniors who actually know what an inconvenience is, because guess what? We're too fortunate. Call it privileged. We haven't stood in food lines for bread, okay? We're too young to have actually seen Minnesota in hardship. I've cared for that generation that had lanterns in their house. I've cared for a generation who said rural electrification was the best thing that happened in their lifetime. And now I sit here and think, is it going to be that we're going to have blackouts be what we talk about for our next generation? We're not talking about Tom Badette when he said, hey, I'll leave the light on for you. Because guess what? It's not going to go on. We're going to need the lantern. Okay, I got a lot of them. You know, farm people have it. We don't throw anything away. We're ready. Is everybody else ready? I've been around leaders my entire career, but leaders were respected, not because the authority we've been given, not because the title on my name tag, your name tag, the party we represent. It was because how we led. We were collaborative. We worked across the aisle. Interesting enough, when I door knocked, guess what I heard from everybody? I'm tired of elected officials not reaching across the aisle. Two very prominent people of the Democratic Party from the range, with two very familiar names, Rukavina and Bach, who I actually have a lot of respect for, left the party for a reason. They sounded the alarm before it was even popular. And tonight's a good wake-up call of what it was. We're talking common sense. We are not California. We are Minnesota. We have 4 seasons. We should have a diversified, clean energy bill that understands where we live. And I invite you to Friedenberg because it's going to be 19 below on Sunday. So head on up and see what 19 below feels like, because sometimes we have it for 6 months. And we burn wood up there. So whether or not it gets in an amendment or not, we burn wood because we need to be warm. And the electrical grid has went down already in many storms, just in December. And it wasn't a day, it wasn't 2 days. We've had people out of electricity where I live for more than a week, 2 weeks. Storms roll in. So the seniors I cared for, they had a lot of common sense. It doesn't feel like common sense is very common anymore. I came here, and I'm one of, I think, 34 people that this is the first time they've been elected. So when you may have been talking about this, the constituents I represent want to hear about a bill. They want it to go through more than one committee. On The Voice, people get to use their text on their phone to send in their vote. The people I represent are working. They're caring for their kids, taking them to activities. They're expecting me to give them feedback on what all this is. But it doesn't matter, because we don't even get to do that. And the very things we need to use this device, like everybody said, is right here in northern Minnesota. And we're shooting all that down. So I'm really confused, but I do know the road to hell was paved with good intentions. I learned that from every senior I take care of. So I think we need to remember, good intentions don't create jobs. Good intentions aren't going to heat a home. And good intentions aren't going to keep us warm in northern Minnesota. So let's work together on a true energy bill that's diverse. This doesn't have to happen tonight. I urge you to vote no.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Ream.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's a saying I've been thinking about the past couple days, maybe a Chinese proverb. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is now. That sums up where we are right now. This is a good bill, and it's gotten better with time, but really, we'll be the 22nd state to have a clean energy bill when we pass it tonight. Minnesotans call upon us to lead, to be bold, to take decisive action to mitigate the climate crisis we're in. And I'm glad that we all agree that we are facing a climate crisis. And we're already paying for it. With homeowners' insurance rates going up, I heard they've gone up 3 times, threefold. We're paying for it with kids who are dealing with asthma. The heating of our planet is causing allergy symptoms to exacerbate other symptoms. Our health and well-being is already suffering. We had a tornado in December. You know, I'm not used to having a tornado in December here in Minnesota. I don't know if anyone else has experienced a tornado here in Minnesota in December. I think it's these extreme weather events. You know, we're going to see them happening more often. And it's already killing people. You know, I'm glad that we're all concerned about the health and well-being of the children throughout the world. I am too. But I'm also thinking about Minnesotans, our kids, our families, our well-being. And this bill will make our lives better. This bill is bold. This bill will make Minnesotans the leaders that we are. You know, when I was campaigning, I talked to a number of people. And yes, with young people, I would say climate change was one of the top issues for those people. But even amongst older people, climate change was a big issue. And I have to say, some of the things that I've been thinking about lately is how many people from other states have moved to Minnesota. You know, I would knock on doors and I would find that the person who was living there had actually come from California. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that. People are going to be moving from the coastlines to places like Minnesota, because California is going to start losing land. There's more wildfires. People are going to move to places like Minnesota. So our housing prices are going to go up, you know, where it's going to be harder for us to find land that's affordable. I think we need to prepare for that. We're already paying for the effects of climate change. And this bill is one way to be proactive. I'm thankful for all the people who have worked on this bill, who have made this bill even better. I know some of the testifiers said that, you know, other states, 21 other states have come up with a great climate, 100% clean energy bill, but this bill might be the one that actually achieves it in 2040. And we have a number of people who have testified in support of this. And I know people here have talked about how it's going to be bad for our laborers. Well, you know, I trust the people at LIUNA. I trust the AFL-CIO, the building trades, the carpenters, the operating engineers. I trust these people to know what they're talking about when they testify in support of this bill. And lastly, I know we're hearing a lot of fear-mongering. And I'm going to say, I have faith tomorrow that the sun will rise, that the wind will blow, You know, in southwestern Minnesota, a lot of people call southwestern Minnesota the Saudi Arabia of wind power. And if you've driven down there or if you live down there, you know this. But you know, we have great opportunity to make change here. We are going to make historic improvements in the lives of Minnesotans and beyond. And so I'll make it short and sweet and just say, vote clean, vote green. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Ingen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think my colleagues on the DFL side of the aisle, I think you guys really are genuine in wanting to make a positive change. I don't believe that this is for any alternative reason. I think you guys do want a clean future. I think you guys do want a clean environment, and I think you guys do want a better future. I just don't think that that's what this bill actually does. You know, I've heard a lot about how we're going to be doing this for the future generations. Well, we're here, and this bill isn't it. What do we want instead? I think we want China to start lowering their 30% global emission rate. That'd be nice, because they make up the same emission rates as 11 other countries combined right after them. I think we want innovations to our grid that improve reliability and cost. And a lot of those we just offered in all these amendments. Every single one of them was shot down. That's what we want. I think we're sick and tired of the feel-good policies that masquerade as do good. We want real solutions. You know, when we talk about feel-good policy, you know, about a decade ago, European governments began to subsidize wood, and it was in response to a global initiative to encourage folks to move away from oil and gas to power their homes. This led to a booming market for wood pellets, which eventually grew out of control. Right now, wood biomass is the #1 renewable energy in the European Union. It makes up 60% of their renewables. Bottom line, it was feel-good policy, and that's what your guys' bill is. I would urge a no vote on this for our future.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So we have before us that we're going to be voting on House File 7, Representative Long's blackout bill, which is unaffordable, unreliable. It is dangerous. It is also a humanitarian crisis. This bill relies on child labor. It also relies on slave labor to make it happen. You know, energy bills going up $1,600 per year per household. And Minnesotans will face, on average, cost increases up to $3,900 per year. And that's not even including the inflation. The increased costs also impacts businesses and would just destroy 79,000 jobs. That's a lot of jobs. To Representative West's point of the minerals needed, 180 new mines are going to be required. 180 new mines in order to hit the 2030 climate goals using solar, wind, and electric vehicles. Of that, we're looking at needing 30 cobalt mines, 70 lithium and nickel mines, and 80 more copper mines. And this, according to the International Energy Agency, opening a new mine takes 17 years on average. It's a lot of time. We're not going to have the minerals or the materials needed in order to achieve those goals. To the comment about California people fleeing their state because of fires, a lot of those fires are committed by arsonists, not climate change, arsonists. And California is so-called quote-unquote a leader in green energy. So why would those in a state that is leading on green energy escape to Minnesota? That, to me, does not make any sense. So I call hooey on that one. This bill is unreliable and dangerous, as I said. But it's not just going to be unreliable for Minnesota. It's already been proven unreliable across the world. Some headlines for you. I like headlines. I like articles. U.S. states tout Biden's green subsidies to lure clean tech from Europe. Greedy and wind lobby is asking Biden for more subsidies. Yeah, kind of needs some more subsidies in order to make it work because, you know, it's really not a organic need. It's more of a forced. Investors plow into renewables, but projects aren't getting built. Well, that's because we have a major supply chain issue. Have you thought about that? The national grid is falling apart thanks to net zero. This is from the Daily Telegraph, January 23rd. And what I found really interesting in this article, and I quote, "Government has incentivized the green energy industry to build more and more wind and solar farms. Energy storage has fallen way behind. They can only store enough clean energy to keep Britain powered for less than an hour. Gaps fill with gas-generated power. But that gas-generated power has to be removed from the grid by 2035. They're in a little bit of trouble. Let's see, how net zero will drive British entrepreneurs abroad. Who can blame them? And finally, this is from the editorial, it's from the Washington Times. It's titled, "And finally, for Select at Davos, money, money, money is key to staying cool." That is what John Kerry said. Money, 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 money. It's money, 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 money. And that was the World Economic Forum event, which this bill, House File 7, it's like Klaus Schwab's biggest dream right here. Like, this is his goal, people. You know, the saying by 2030, one of his goals is you will own nothing and be happy. That Klaus Schwab. Another goal of his is you will eat meat as an occasional treat. I can't wait to see those bills coming down the pipe. Imagine telling your pork and beef producers that, sorry, we're gonna run you out of business and you're gonna be eating crickets. That's coming. They just won't admit it right now. Germany electricity to be rationed as EVs and heat pumps threaten collapse of local power grids. This headline is gonna be Minnesotan soon. The real winners of net zero. China's cheap EVs will swamp Europe's car market. And my bet is those EVs are not going to be made with ethical standards. We're going to be relying on poor labor standards, no wages. It's going to be on the backs of children and slaves. Biden's climate plan is dangerous, says the UK business secretary. That's another headline. That's from Bloomberg, definitely not a right-wing article. Renewables lobby warns renewables are uneconomic without hundreds of billions in subsidies. Well, that's not a shocker, is it? Wyoming to ban EVs. When will the Tories realize that net zero is a foolish fantasy? Friends, these are headlines across the world. Minnesota is not going to do it better. Our headlines are eventually going to look exactly like the ones that I'm reading. And you just wait until there is that blackout. Your constituents are going to be pointing the finger at you. You, everybody here who votes for this bill. I would not want to be on the end of that email. Let's see. ESG will kill capitalism and freedom along with it. If you don't know what ESG is, environmental social governance standards, that's what's pushing this green energy stuff with BlackRock and Vanguard. You probably want to learn about a little bit about the ESG, because nothing is organic, people. Nothing is organic. We don't want to be like Europe. China coal production hits record high in 2022. What? China is increasing coal, and here we are killing our coal production here. And coal, if you take a look at the MISO map, you guys, I have it on my phone because I just love to pull it up and just see what's going on. Coal is right now 29.8% of the MISO grid, followed by natural gas at 28.90%. Solar is still, well, it's not quite a -2 megawatts right now, but it is a net 1 megawatt. So, -1. I guess their sun isn't shining those. So what I hear, though, is that solar doesn't work unless the sun is shining, right? Is that still correct? Okay, so we're going to continue investing in this that only works when it's sunny. And something that I do know that my good friend, Representative Paul Anderson, I think he's going to be introducing soon, is a bill that says, you know what, you might want to dust off the solar panels after a snowstorm. So maybe those solar panels can work again. What a novel idea. Thank you, Representative Paul Anderson. That's awesome. Let's see. Ooh. This is Ross Clark from The Spectator. Do we truly know the cost of net zero? Do we really know the cost of this bill, you guys? I mean, we do know that it's going to raise electricity bills, right? In a time that families are facing extremely high inflation rates, and you want them to pay more for their electricity bills, which just dumbfounds me. And then I can just see if it's not this year, it'll probably be next year or the next budget. But you're going to be going and saying, you know what we need? We need some more money in the heating assistance program because people can't afford to pay their bills. And then you're probably going to want to think about raising those income caps so that more people can qualify for the heating assistance that you've drove them to not being able to afford anymore. I can just see it. And then it'll be like, oh, Republicans told you so. Yes, I'm just telling you now. It's like going to be prophetic. It's going to happen. Let's see. Oh, the World Economic Forum, the WEF, Klaus Schwab, our good friend Klaus Schwab. Global cost of living crisis threatens to derail net zero as firms ditch climate concerns. Well, yeah, if you're smart, you are ditching them. But apparently this body, not every person in this body, obviously, because those of us voting no know better. But if you vote yes, this is going to be you. Back to black. Bulgaria rolls back plans to phase out coal amid fears over energy and job security. Bulgaria's got it right. German village at center of a fight over coal and climate is cleared out. Germany needs coal for longer than planned. Germany's starting to think like, whoo, what we got going right now isn't working. We're going to need to keep the coal on the grid. UK coal imports rise 39%. The UK starting to get a little smart there. Back to black. Coal power plants to stay open for 2 extra years in blow to net zero. This is from the Daily Telegraph. Biden's green subsidy bonanza threatens Europe's car industry. Oh, this is my favorite headline. By Ralph Scholhammer from Newsweek. Climate activism isn't about the planet. It's about the boredom of the bourgeois. They're, the elite. They're going to be able to afford to fly on their planes. They're going to have cars, and the rest of us plebes, we're going to be lights out. Sorry, blackout time for you. Oh, you can't afford your energy bill. It's going to be blackout for a long time. Members, this is a really bad bill. It's only gone through one committee. One committee. Meanwhile, we have the marijuana bill. I lost count. How many committees is the marijuana bill going through? 12 committees, Representative McDonald. 12 committees. 12 committees to smoke some joints. Seriously, does anybody know how much smoke from those? This is just crazy. They call it wacky tobacco for a reason, right? But how much of the smoke from the marijuana that's going to be lit up is going to be going to climate change? I mean, have we ever even studied? I think it needs to go to another committee. I think it needs to go to sustainable infrastructure so we can study that. But it just like, I cannot believe that this bill that's going to affect every single individual in Minnesota, every businesses, manufacturing to your small entrepreneur, and it's gone to one freaking committee. But marijuana gets 12. That to me does not make any sense. Members, vote no.
The member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, as I listen to everybody tonight, being a freshman, enjoying our long evening time together, see us trying to work together, this bill doesn't help us work together. Amendments were offered tonight. None of them were taken. It's something we need. If we all can recall, when we talk about, all of us have a story, both sides of the aisle, talking about expenses, getting people moving out of their homes because they can't afford to stay in their houses. As we campaigned, we heard that. If we remember and call back to 2021, the Texas blackout, that cost Minnesota $800 million. $800 million it cost Minnesota. And what happened with that bill that came to Minnesota? We turned around and we passed it on to the customers. The customers didn't know what to do. I live in one of those cities that everybody called the mayor. Trust me. They called and they were upset. Then in 2022, the great PUC Commission tells them you cannot pass that on to the customers. Only a portion of it. So then they have, those companies that took that on have to do rebates and take that back. When we take no amendments on how to create better electricity or how to do things, and this happens in one night or 1 week, $800 million, and we're going to continue to know that we're going to have this great energy bill that's going to pass with no alternative fuel, not worrying about nuclear. We're just going to get this through. I think this is a great opportunity for everybody in this room to vote no, come back to the table, and work on this as a bipartisan bill. I would appreciate everybody tonight voting no.
The member from Anoka, Representative Stephenson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you in particular. I want to thank you publicly for making me Commerce Chair. It's just a great job. I really appreciate it. One of the things we get to do in the Commerce Committee is oversee the state's liquor laws, and that might be an odd way to start the conversation on this, but I'm just thinking tonight, and I'm imagining, I have some concerns, because I'm imagining that somewhere out in Minnesota today, there are a group of people watching this debate, and every time they hear the minority say the word blackout, they, consume a certain substance. And friends, I am worried for their safety. I am worried for them. But I also just have to observe that this debate, maybe it's the lateness of the hour, but this debate is altogether too familiar to me. I was here, not as a member, but as a staff member, in 2007 when we passed the renewable energy standard. I used to like to sit right actually back here. Phyllis Kahn, the great Phyllis Kahn, had the seat that I sit in now. My friend Mary Murphy sat here. It was really fun to sit behind them and listen to their conversations as the debate was going on. That was really entertaining. But as the debate was going on about that renewable energy standard 15 years ago, we heard all of the same arguments that we are hearing tonight. I mean, it is uncanny. We should have just skipped tonight and watched the debate from 2007 all over again, and we could have saved ourselves a lot of time. We heard people talk about how passing that bill would result in blackouts and brownouts. Did that happen? Nope. We still have one of the most reliable electrical systems in the country. We heard that that bill was going to drive up the cost of electricity in Minnesota to unaffordable levels. Did that happen? Nope. Minnesota still has bills below the national average. We still do. We heard it could not be done, that the technology did not exist. Was that true? Nope. We got it done early. We beat it. We bent the standard 7 years ahead of schedule. critics of that bill were wrong then, critics of this bill are wrong now, and they're wrong for one principal reason. They are betting against Minnesotans. They're betting against Minnesotans' ingenuity. They're betting against Minnesotans' can-do. I hear so much, we can't do this, we can't do that. We absolutely can. We have done so many great things in Minnesota in our history. We absolutely can meet this goal. I bet we'll meet it ahead of time. And I don't think it's not really all that speculative. Because our utilities here in Minnesota committed to 100%, even before, most of the utilities in Minnesota have already committed to get to 100% clean energy. And guess what? They have plans to do it. And they're not like secret plans locked away in a file cabinet somewhere. They're plans that they have to file in public with the Public Utilities Commission and undergo great extensive scrutiny and be approved. So you want to know how we're going to get there? Look to the roadmap of what our great utilities in Minnesota are, nation-leading utilities. Xcel Energy, first major utility in the country to say they were going to go 100% clean energy. That's Minnesota leadership. We absolutely can do this tonight. It's wrong to bet against Minnesotans. We will get this done, and we should do it. I've got 2 young kids. They're 10 and 8. I want to be able to look them in the eye 30, 40 years from now. I want to be able to look my grandchildren in the eye and tell them that I did everything I could do to make sure Minnesota is as great for them as it's been for me. That's what this bill is about tonight. Vote yes.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I just say, what an electric night we're having, right? People are energized. I won't quit my day job. All right, so I'll try to make this brief. We've had a long night of conversation, but I kind of want to go back to one of the most important parts of this bill, and I think it all stems down to affordability and reliability. And, you know, Representative Long, you and I had the conversation in committee about this. I wish we'd had more time to talk about it than that committee that day, but really what it boils down to is when we're looking at the supply and demand of electricity in the state of Minnesota, that is where my concerns are rooted in this bill. I said it in committee, I'll say it here. I have no concerns against us trying to have an all-of-the-above energy approach, diversifying our grid, and making sure we're going down that route. I said in multiple amendments tonight that my problems with a lot of this bill is that we don't do things to make sure that we're ethically sourcing the critical minerals needed to build those things. It is not right. We can't do that in fair justice or with integrity, saying that we're going to put that in the backs of other people around the world and destroy the environment, you know, et cetera, et cetera. We've all had this conversation. But if we go to supply and demand, and I was sitting here crunching numbers on my little legal pad, and trying to get an understanding of what costs are really going to look like. So the very agreed upon number, we'll start with electric cars. Then an electric car adds to charging for a person's house a month is between 4 to 450 kilowatt hours a month. So in the average Minnesotan home right now uses about 1,000 kilowatt hours per month. So I just did simple math. We're at 1,500 kilowatt hours a month at our state average of 16 cents. You know, that's going to be about $240 a month without your taxes and fees. So I guess we could probably assume probably just shy of a $300 bill. I bet it's different for everyone around the state. So the concern I had is that as we continue to electrify, and this is something that's going to be happening, like I know very well that people want electric cars, right? People are going to want electric source heat pumps, electric water heaters. Our demand for electricity is only going to increase, and that is not a bad thing. What is a bad thing is that we're not going to have the baseload electricity to provide for it with this bill. I know we always talk about battery storage is going to be the way to get there. Talk to any of our co-ops, IOUs, anybody in the state and say, are you able to produce a 100 megawatt battery that can get us through the night? And all of them laugh when they say that. The technology isn't here yet. And one day it probably will be. I can't wait for that day because it's going to make life a lot easier in my neck of the woods. But right now it's not here. So why are we not incorporating an all-of-the-above energy approach? Right? Why are we not allowing carbon sequestration in this bill to maybe give some length to our coal and natural gas? Why are we not incorporating, lifting the nuclear moratoriums so that we can actually start looking at, again, diversifying our grid? So if the wind isn't blowing, the sun isn't shining, at least we have power. Again, I don't really disagree with the idea behind this bill about making sure we have a clean environment and we're taking care of future generations. I live in one of the most beautiful parts of the state. I struggle coming down here every week because it means I have to leave my home. And I've said it on this House floor before, you'll never meet someone that wants to take care of their environment or their land for future generations more than an Iron Ranger, and that's someone I'm proud to be. So we go back to this bill, and I mentioned, you know, if we're looking at around a $300 a month bill at 16 cents after taxes and fees, after you plugged your electric car in, now because the coal has gone dark and the natural gas is gone, and we're just on solar and wind, what if those prices jump from 16 cents to 20 cents a kilowatt hour? I mean, your bill starts growing exponentially. You know, now instead of a $300 bill, you're looking at a $450, $500. That's not sustainable. We have inflation through the roof. A representative mentioned how, you know, housing costs are going through the roof. There's multiple factors that contribute to that, but it's another serious problem. A problem that we could have been talking about today with homestead tax relief or some of the other things that are really important that all of us have heard. That's, again, a bipartisan issue. But we're focused on this kind of policy today. I do want to close, too, and mention just the aspect of mining. And, you know, Representative Stephenson, you kind of making my point for me. You talked about sitting right back there 15 years ago, remembering hearing about, you know, the 07 standard, and we could just listen to it all over again, and it would be the exact same talking points, and it hasn't happened. You were right. Mining still hasn't happened. We've been trying to have the conversation for 15 years. Polymet's been in permitting for over 20 now. Twin Metals just got canceled today. You would think in that time we would have been able to continue having the conversations that members that were in this body before me were having long before. And oh, by the way, they all sat on your side of the aisle. They all used to be on your team. And you never made a difference for them either. And now we're over here trying to have the same conversation. But the passion for these mines in northeastern Minnesota isn't about party. It's about the people, and it's about the prosperity, and it's about the future. That's why I ran for office. That's why I'm down here, because I'm trying to tell that story. We want to be leaders in Minnesota. We always have been, whether it be for education, whether it be, well, I was going to say sports teams, but that doesn't really work. Maybe the Twins. But we need to have the tough conversations about how we need to bring things home again. And if we really want to go home, you know, Representative Long, if we really want to go home at the end of the night and pat ourselves on the back and say, we made Minnesota better, I can't in good conscience vote for this bill today knowing that it's going to destroy lives around the world. I can't in good conscience do it knowing that the nickel needed for the battery, that the 2-megawatt battery that GRE is going to put in is going to emit 25 times more carbon in its way to get here to Minnesota and maybe made with steel from Australia. That is not progress. That's the opposite of progress. So I wish that we could be taking this bill back and actually sitting down and creating a bipartisan bill for Minnesota. A bipartisan bill that's going to make sure that electricity stays affordable and readily available. Because if we are going to electrify this state, I don't see how the math works out in your equation for us to be able to continue to increase our demand when our supply is going to diminish. And if we go to the marketplace to buy, then the prices are going to go through the roof, and then people aren't going to be able to afford their bills. And then what? This bill is going to have lasting effects on Minnesota's livelihoods for years to come. And it's going to hit the poorest of the poor, and it's going to start eating its way up to the middle class, upper middle class, and that is how we're going to shoot ourselves right into an economic recession. And then things really start to get scary. Not to mention that we could really struggle if we're trying to build thousands of solar panels and wind turbines a year, and the Russians decide to stop giving us nickel, or the Chinese decide to stop trading with us, or Indonesia has an environmental catastrophe, which they're on the verge of doing because they're mining with no regulations and no labor standards. Then what? Then where are we going to get it? It's not just me and members of my community and other people I've talked to that see the potential of Minnesota. It's outside of Minnesota. You know, there's people traveling here. Better in Our Backyard, a nonprofit that works to advocate for mining and a lot of other things in northern Minnesota, just had their dinner last week. and had someone come all the way from England to say, your discovery here in northern Minnesota could change the world. Think about that. We could change the world. This chamber could start passing legislation and lifting something up, and Minnesota would forever be known as the state that made the world better. But we're not. And that's why I'm going to be a no on the bill tonight. And I proposed 5 different amendments today that we're trying to make this better. And my colleagues, we had 32 others that were trying to make the bill just a little better. I don't think anyone on my side of the aisle is against doing what we're trying to do here, which is make a Minnesota that's better for the generations after we're gone. Isn't that the point of life, right? To leave this place better than you found it? That's what I think it is. So I will be a no on this bill tonight. I would encourage a few other people to vote no on this bill, so maybe we could send it back and have those conversations. But I will be realistic and know that's probably not going to happen tonight. But just remember, we're going to continue to talk about this. And I'm going to continue to try to talk to every single one of you to talk about how Minnesota can change the world. And one day it's gonna. And one day it's gonna. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and a few thank yous as well. I want to thank my District 61 seatmate, Majority Leader Long, for all of his tireless work on this bill. For many, many years while he's been here, and even before he was elected, this was an issue that he worked on in his legal work and other jobs. So thank you, Majority Leader Long. And to this incredible community labor coalition that really moved this along in the public. We don't have historic transformative bills like this without a movement of people. Some of them are in the gallery here. I want to thank you for your work and for toughing it out with us tonight at this late hour. I want to start by just briefly correcting the record on some of the comments that were made about the HERC incineration facility. It is not going to, the provision in this bill will not shut down the facility, will not direct waste to landfills. It simply defines this particular facility as not qualifying for the same kind of renewable energy credits that wind and solar get. That's it. It's not shutting it down. It's just simply stating a reality. Burning trash with its very high level of greenhouse gas emissions is not the same as wind and solar. And this is among the top 30 emitters of greenhouse gas emissions in the state. That's it. But members, I appreciated that Chair Stephenson referenced the renewable energy debate in 2007. I was one of 10, I think we counted about 10 members here that are still here that were on the floor, voted for that bill. I still had hair at the time. And not only did we meet the standards of that bill, we exceeded them ahead of schedule. That's what happens when we put our heads together and we work for a better future. And we will do that again with this historic legislation as well. And so on this evening, I think 16 years later, we are moving Minnesotans towards a more energy efficient economy. We are moving Minnesotans for a cleaner economy, one that has good paying union jobs. And as Representative Kraft said so eloquently, at the end of the day, this is really about future generations. They are watching. And Representative Igo, I appreciated what you said about the world, changing the world. I had the good fortune to attend the UN climate conference in Egypt just a couple of months ago. It's wonderful to meet people from all over the world. And I was just in touch with someone I met from Nepal this evening about the debate tonight. And she said, I wish that all the world could implement something like this. So this is truly groundbreaking, not only for us in the United States, but globally. The world is watching, future generations are watching. We can make history again tonight. Join me in voting green.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. You know, I want to apologize to the chamber. You know, I think I was probably a little incomplete when I began giving you my amendments to consider tonight. But you know, one of the things I forgot to mention that, you know, if you had, you know, accepted my amendments, I would have guaranteed that you'd have had 134 votes tonight. And that really, truly is an opportunity missed. You know, when we think about One Minnesota, as Governor Walz explained, you know, we have to really contemplate, is that just one voice? This room represents many voices, many different parts of this state. And, you know, I'm reminded when I look across this room, I'm going to ask you a question. How many of you know what an Abelskieber is? We've got 1, 2. Well, an Abelskieber is kind of like a pancake, and it's round, and you kind of spin it around in like a little cup-based cast iron pan, and then you fill it with filling and continue filling, and it's really good. It's really good. And this town of Tyler, Minnesota has an event called Abelskieber Days. And Tyler also has Abelskieber Days, but it also houses Lion Lincoln Electric. And Lion and Lincoln Electric is the cooperative that I belong to, that I am a member of, and that I am a voice for, and I'm a user of. And what disappoints me in this bill is that there was 2 hands, well, 3 counting me, that knew what an Abelskieber was. And there's probably about as many hands in this room that understand the unique aspects of that cooperative. But you know who does know, if I walked into a different room, that I could ask what an Abelskieber was, and almost everyone would raise their hand? Their annual meeting. Whether it's an Abelskieber we're discussing and which flavor is best, whether it's date or raspberry or strawberry, or what energy portfolio our cooperative should be investing in. Is it wind? Is it coal? Is it hydro? Is it nuclear? That's the opportunity we lost tonight, to have diverse ideas come together for solutions, squashed by a majority. Shoot! You know, this blackout bill, we've heard that word a few times tonight. But it's not just this cliche, it's not a joke, it's not a comic strip. It's reality. You know, we heard tonight that this bill will stop basements from flooding. This bill will stop asthma. This bill will save loons, save walleyes. This bill will stop the earth from warming. This bill will stop mental illness. This bill will keep home insurance low. This bill will make our lives better. This bill will increase our population and our home values. But we forgot to mention, and maybe we did, but this bill will increase families' budgets when it comes to energy by $4,000. This will increase the cost of production in Minnesota. This bill will not eliminate CO2 from being emitted, but it will force people that do to go out and buy a piece of paper to say, I'm sorry. You know, I'm not sure where I come from, but, you know, we've heard on this House floor of a game. I believe it was Representative Doubt that often talked about 3-card Monte. And you know, if you ever played that game, a lot of times it's street vendors, and if you ever did it, they've got 3 cards, and you got to choose, hey, I'm going to show you this card. If you pick that one, you're going to win. Well, none of the cards are winners tonight. China, when it comes to CO2 emissions, is going to add 270 gigawatts of coal to their emissions. That is 6 times. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times
the production that we currently have in coal today here in Minnesota, here in the United States. Will that stop my basement from flooding when we get rid of those jobs in Minnesota? Would it be Becker? I think we just picked the wrong card. We had an opportunity, folks, to give voices to the voiceless. Representative Franzen had a few bills talking about labor and what that means to us and what our role is in that. What is our role in international people when it comes to forced labor? We spoke with one voice tonight by what didn't pass. We'll be judged by that. We'll be judged by that. It might not be this year, but might not be next year, but maybe in 20, when we're finally able to maybe open a mine here in Minnesota because of the president's actions today. I mean, you think about that. Crazy. I think Representative New would call that bonkers. Bonkers with a B. Capital B. I mean, wow. They estimate to do this Green New Deal here in the United States that we will have to mine the same amount of copper, the same amount of nickel that's been mined in the last 500 years, 500 with a 5, in the next 25. Do you think we can squeeze that out of northern Minnesota in the last 5 years when this ban on mining comes? I mean, who are we going to be reliant on? Who? Boy. You know, when I grew up, I'm a kind of self-sufficient guy, right? Growing up on the farm, you know, my dad and I would go out through the scrapyard used to call it Becker Iron and Metal in Marshall. And we'd walk through, and my dad would have an idea. It was early 80s. He'd have an idea on a piece of equipment to make. And he'd read in a magazine on this particular new tool or how to build an 11-row bean planter out of an old bar by taking old planter units and sticking them between everything else. And we'd go into the scrapyard, and we'd look up on the pile of metal, and we'd say, you know what, I think that 6 by 8 foot tube with that 3-point hitch in the middle, we could buy that from there, and we could buy those parts from that scrap planter over there and create something new. Create something cheap. Create something affordable. This bill is not affordable. This bill will cost Americans jobs. This bill will cost families the ability to provide for themselves. And ultimately, which is probably the biggest issue that we should have, our ability to compete internationally and regionally. And as Representative Niska spoke very eloquently as a freshman, and just would be, whether he was here 10 years or not, he still did a great job. But to speak about lawsuits and our responsibility to our neighbors, are we a good neighbor with this bill? Probably not. Are we going to open ourselves up to litigation in this bill? Probably. Is that going to cost the taxpayers in Minnesota? It will. 1, to defend it, and 2, to pay North Dakota's bills again. I wish we could say, hey, you know what? We gave you some off-ramps. We gave you some opportunity to just tap the brakes, slow her down. When this bill gives us what we think's coming, which is not a good deal for taxpayers, not a good deal for Minnesotans, not a good deal for kids that work in places that we never would. We had some good opportunities tonight. We had a good opportunity to represent folks that elect people to represent them on boards, in city councils, in municipalities, And we said, you know what? The folks in this room know better. Do we? Vote no.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, tonight we have had a long and very informative discussion as we've looked at this, and I have to believe that we all want cleaner energy. The unfortunate thing is, as this bill was pushed through and only had one committee stop, a lot of what you heard in amendments tonight didn't have an opportunity to be offered until this evening. And I have to believe that if we would have had the opportunity to present in committee and to hear this in different committee stops, that we would have worked hard to make this bill better. But this was the only opportunity for Minnesota to actually hear what is going on and what we want to do and what we would like to do to see this a little bit better. I have to think about the increased costs at the grocery store. I know in my area right now, a dozen eggs is $5, and that's coming from someone who doesn't even eat eggs, but I buy them for my family. But even small price hikes negatively impact Minnesotans and their family budgets. And we hear about the cost of these everyday goods going up. So what if, as a result of a bill passing here in the legislature, Minnesotans' energy costs would increase by $1,600 a year? Well, members, that's exactly what we're doing here tonight with this unaffordable, unreliable, and dangerous blackout bill. Again, we offered amendments to try to protect Minnesotans. But despite this, you didn't accept any of those amendments. We offered amendments to try to protect Minnesotans if, despite your promises, the reliability of our energy grid would start to suffer as a result of the blackout. But here we are, and that was not accepted. We offered amendments to put this blackout bill on pause if brownouts would occur, if the energy grid would fail because of policies of this bill, but all of you voted no. So every one of us knows that inflation has been hard on Minnesotans. But with a $17 billion surplus, tax relief should have been an area that we would have focused on the first week of session. We could have taken action to give some of the money back and help Minnesotans with the pinch that they feel with the inflation that is still way too high. But helping Minnesotans and giving the surplus back has not been a priority of the majority. You've prioritized an extreme and divisive abortion bill when we already had a precedent set in Minnesota that wasn't going to change. But yet today, here we are tonight, hearing the blackout bill that will absolutely raise energy costs for all Minnesota families, $1,600 every single year. But not only will this hit families, it's going to hit our mainstream businesses. Restaurants are having to adjust the rising costs, and they pass that on. How do you think that's going to be when they actually have to adjust for the costs of the rising energy bills? We know it's going to hit our large manufacturers, our mining industry, as you've heard, and it's going to be a lot more difficult to attract those major investment businesses here to our state with unaffordable energy costs. Unfortunately, this is not hypothetical. We've seen in other states and countries who have tried to allow these policies, and what have the results been? Well, those results have been price hikes, blackouts, and a grid that's unreliable when it is most needed. We also know that Minnesota has high electric rates as they are. Right now, 34 states currently have lower electric rates. But as we've heard tonight, and thank you, Representative Franson, for bringing this out, worst of all, this bill is going to perpetuate the abhorrent human rights abuses that we see so often within the green energy sector. And that amendment to fix that would have limited use of materials produced by slave labor, was rejected tonight in this chamber. We know that there's stifling of the mining for the precious material or metals that the bill needs here in Minnesota, and increasing our dependence on countries with no emission standards, no environmental protections, and no protections against slave labor. So we do all want to see energy that is cleaner and better for the environment. We know that everybody here does support that. But this blackout bill excludes nuclear, excludes carbon capture, excludes other renewable technologies that would help protect Minnesotans from the severe consequences that this bill will bring us. Finally, as you've heard other of my colleagues mention, this bill is unconstitutional. We've already lost court cases with North Dakota on this topic, and it's likely that we will have that happen again. So members, I'm encouraging a no vote on this unaffordable, unreliable, unconstitutional, and very dangerous blackout bill. Not because we don't want clean energy, you know we do, but because we have devastating consequences for Minnesotans and their families and their budgets. So tonight, please join me in pressing red and vote no.
The member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the past 7.5 hours, I think we've heard a real sharp contrast. We've heard, on the one hand, hope and optimism and a can-do spirit. And on the other hand, we've heard fear and pessimism and a heck of a lot of misinformation. Minnesota has long been a clean energy leader. We don't have fossil fuels in our state, but we do have a really sunny state and a pretty windy state. We built the first industrial-scale wind farm between California and Denmark. We passed a bipartisan renewable energy standard in 2007. We passed a solar energy standard and a community solar standard under Speaker Hortman's leadership in 2013. And being an early mover gave us a competitive advantage. In fact, Minnesota companies have installed nearly half of all wind turbines across the United States in the last decade. We have a lot to be proud of. But we've slipped. Other states, too, have seen these opportunities and are passing us by. We are now 9th in the country for wind when we used to be higher. We are 15th in the country for solar and only 24th in projected growth. We're not on track to hit our goal of reducing emissions 80% by 2050, as we set in law on a bipartisan basis, and this goal is still short of what science says we need to achieve. But we can turn it around. We have an incredible opportunity to regain our clean energy leadership. Our state's 3 largest utilities have all committed to 100% clean energy. This is remarkable leadership and means that over 80% of Minnesota electric customers already have a utility that is committed to rapid decarbonization. That's pretty much every one of our districts. Our utilities wouldn't propose this, and the Public Utilities Commission wouldn't approve it if it was not affordable and reliable. And I want to thank our utility community for a collaborative approach to this bill and for working together to improve it. The utilities have said that while climate is important to their customers, the real driver in the clean energy transition is cost. In the last decade, the cost of solar energy and storage have declined by 85%, and wind energy has declined by 55%. And they have continued to innovate. Just today, there was an announcement that Xcel Energy has signed an agreement to install one of the first of its kind long-term duration battery storage in Minnesota that will be an iron-air battery. And the first utility to do that is Great River Energy. So 2 Minnesota utilities leading the way. Wind is the cheapest form of electricity, period, and solar is cheaper than any new fossil fuel plants, and that is unsubsidized. Both have the added benefit of a guaranteed cost, so no susceptibility to fuel price swings like we've seen with gas prices recently. Great River Energy lost $170 million at its largest coal plant in 2019. By selling it, GRE projected rate cuts of over 10% for their member co-ops. Xcel noted $200 million in customer savings from having installed renewable energy instead of gas in its Steel for Fuel transition. Zero carbon sources now provide over half of Minnesota's electricity. Is it reliable to get from over half to 100%? Absolutely. Scotland in 2020 had 97% renewable energy on its grid. And guess what? The sky didn't fall, the lights stayed on, everything was okay. And now, thanks to the Federal Inflation Reduction Act here in Minnesota, renewable energy is even cheaper. It will mean 10 years of incentives for wind, solar, batteries, help with transmission build-out, and more. Excel reported that the Inflation Reduction Act would reduce the costs of our largest proposed solar installation in the state at Sherco by 30%. We can do this. When we set our renewable energy standard in 2007, the goal was 18 years away. Some doubted we could achieve it. Some said we could never get there. Well, not only did we achieve it, we did it 8 years early, cheaper than anyone could have imagined, and led the nation in creating good, clean energy jobs here in Minnesota. Going to 100% clean energy will mean cheaper power, more jobs, better health, and helping to do our part to confront climate change. Minnesota has led before. We can do this again. Let's be a clean energy leader. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 60 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 35. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 35, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government requiring the state forecast to include the rate of inflation.
I recognize the member from Anoka, the author of the bill, Representative Stephenson, to explain the bill.
Madam Speaker and members, this bill would restore inflation to our budget forecasting, making our budget forecast honest. In the next few weeks, we're going to kick off our 2023 budgeting process when we get the state's budget forecast. But unfortunately, over the last 20 years, our budget forecasting in Minnesota has been dishonest because we have included inflation on one side of the equation, but not on the other side. We account for inflation on the revenue side, but not on the spending side. We are the only state in the country that does this. The federal government does not do this. No business in their right mind would do this. It's insane. I believe, as you heard in the last bill, that Minnesota is an exceptional state. This is not something we want to be exceptional for. You're getting handed out right now a commentary from 5 former finance commissioners for Minnesota, 2 that served in Republican administrations, 2 that served in DFL administrations, and 1 that served under Governor Ventura. They all think that we need to make this change. I hope you'll join me in supporting it tonight.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Stephenson moves to amend House File number 35. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Stephenson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment adds an effective date to make sure that the February forecast will include this change.
Any discussion on the Stephenson amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File number 35 as amended, and the amendment is coded DE3.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash, to your amendment.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. This would take the exact same amount of money that's going to be peeled off the surplus and spent on autopilot for this bill, and it would put it towards something I think that's really, really good. Members, you've heard me talk about in the past that we need to educate our students long-term to become cyber literate. I actually was talking with some of your members in the alcove earlier. I think I freaked them out a little bit about some of the things that are going on in the world of cybersecurity, but a great goal and a great effort to spend this same amount of money on that it's going to peel off would be to educate our students to become literate by the time they graduate high school, so that they can be sound cyber students moving out in the world. And because I feel so passionately about the DE3, Madam Speaker, I would ask for a roll call.
Representative Nash requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the wise words of Representative Davids, this is a fine piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage a green vote.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order under House Rule 4.05. And I will proceed to state my point of order that an amendment to a bill that has received its second reading and is being considered by the House is out of order if that amendment would increase the spending. And there is no appropriation in the bill as noted on the fiscal note because the bill doesn't actually appropriate any money. And according to Representative Garofalo in committee when we heard the bill, this does not spend any money. This amendment is out of order.
I've reviewed the bill, I've reviewed the amendment, I've reviewed the rule. I find the point of order well taken.
Madam
There's
Speaker,
another-
I would appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call.
Representative Nash appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Discussion on the appeal. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Yes, vote green. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 59 nays, is a judgment of the body that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Robbins moves to amend House File Number 35 as amended. The amendment is coded DE1.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Following up on Representative Nash, I also think it's very important that we not just put inflationary increases into the budget projections across the board. Our job is to provide oversight and to set priorities. All Minnesota families have limited budgets. They don't get inflationary increases, and the state government shouldn't either. It is our job to provide oversight and set priorities, and one of the priorities all of us talked about on the campaign trail was to eliminate the tax on Social Security for all Minnesotans. I know DFL members who supported that complete elimination. I know everyone on our side did. And that's been a top priority for Minnesotans for years. We are only one of 11 states that still taxes Social Security income. So this amendment would simply take that money and use it to fully repeal the Social Security tax. As you know, Governor Walz did some adjustments, but he did not fulfill the promise of fully repealing it. And members, it's time we do that in Minnesota. Thank you.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order under House Rule 3.21. Under the House Rule 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane. A motion or proposition on a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted. House File 35 has nothing to do with taxes.
I reviewed the amendment and the rule in the bill, and I find the point of order well taken. Representative Robbins.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move to appeal the ruling of the Speaker.
Would you like a roll call, Representative Robbins?
And request a roll call. Thank
She
you, Madam
requests a
Speaker.
roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any discussion on the appeal? Green agrees with the Speaker. Red would go against the ruling of the Speaker. The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was odd. We were just told that the amendment has nothing to do with taxes, but it's literally repealing Social Security taxes. I'm confused. Clearly, it's germane. We're talking about taxes, and we're talking about taxes, and that was the most bizarre argument I've ever heard. I'm not sure that Representative Hollins intended to cite that particular rule on germaneness, but according to her own argument, I would say it certainly is germane. It is absolutely about taxes.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the appeal. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 59 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 35 as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. In my time here in the legislature, our state budget and the forecasts have become something of an interest to me. My staff would tell you that I was just obsessed with making sure that I had the briefing book from our forecasts from MMB every time. I still have them in my office from the entire time, and I look back at them from time to time. In this state, we have 2 forecasts a year that forecast the revenue that we bring into the state. In that report, and right now in the report that we have, the most recent one, we have the largest surplus in state history. So I'll remind folks the way that our budget works, and I think you know this. In my freshman term, we had a 22-day state government shutdown. Since then, well, let me start with, during that time, the courts actually ruled that we would continue essential operations during that 22-day period. I think at the end of that 22-day period, they actually realized that the shutdown was more expensive than keeping state government running. I might be wrong on that, but I think that's my recollection. And the reality is, since then, in the little standoff that we had with the governor when he tried to line item veto the House and the Senate's funding, and then we went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court actually ruled at that time that in the event of a state government shutdown, that the courts cannot appropriate money, that is a job that is solely the job of the legislature. So in the event of a shutdown now, there will be no money appropriated in the state of Minnesota. We haven't actually dealt with what that looks like yet. I keep kind of bugging people and prodding people that we've got this cliff that we will all jump off of if we don't have funding that continues. And you will see things completely shut down, which means rolling wheelchairs out of nursing homes and unlocking the doors to the prisons and letting people go, because nobody will be showing up to work. Our state government will shut down completely. The reason that I'm telling you that is because this really does nothing when it comes to spending money. This legislature has to, every 2 years, appropriate every dollar that is spent from the general fund in the state of Minnesota. This does nothing. But I will tell you why it's important to Democrats in this chamber, okay? Because Democrats in this chamber find themselves with a rare trifecta in state government. They have complete control of state government at a time when we find ourselves having the largest surplus in state history, okay? And if you were to poll Minnesotans, probably 99% of them would say they want some tax relief. The other 1% are elected to the legislature and are Democrats, okay? And this is the most difficult thing that they have ever and will ever have to do, because they don't want any tax relief ever in the state of Minnesota, okay? But it's very difficult to convince the general public when you have a $17 billion surplus that we aren't collecting too much money from Minnesotans to operate state government. And Minnesotans want their money back, okay? So what this will do, it will actually reduce the surplus when it's reported in the revenue forecast, because it will overstate the spending. Not money we've appropriated, but they will add to that appropriation this inflationary rate and assume that that's going to be spent, even though it will require the legislature to appropriate that money. And if we don't appropriate that money, state government will shut down, okay? But what it will do is create a perception that we don't have a surplus, which will take away any incentive for Democrats to ever do any tax relief. That's what this is about. But I assure you that right now, Minnesotans know that we have a $17 billion surplus, They're struggling from the record inflation that Democrats have inflicted on them with their terrible economic policies, and they want their money back. And believe me, whether you pass this or not, they're going to remember it come the next election, and I can't wait.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to share the same word that I think my colleague over on the other side just said. I think it's insane to actually pass this law. And let me tell you why. So I think Representative Dowd just made, I think, a really good case that this body has to appropriate all funding that's spent. And guess what we appropriate? The dollars that come in. We don't appropriate inflation. Inflation is an argumentative issue out there. We know how much money is coming in. We do have some control on increasing those taxes that are coming in if we want to or not. But the reality is that we have to appropriate every dollar that gets spent. Whether it's inflationary or not, it doesn't matter. It's appropriate that we understand that we are spending the dollars that are appropriated. And so when we go through our budgeting process and we look at what was spent last year and was needed for this year, we're looking at all the needs of the agencies, and the agencies are going to only spend, again, as I'm going to say this again, they can only spend what we appropriate, regardless of what the inflationary dictates say. So, and we're talking about this now when we have a surplus. And surplus really sounds good because, well, okay, it just means we have a little less surplus. But let's take it to the extreme, and all of a sudden there's a deficit. If we do this inflationary one, this bill here with inflation, that has a tendency to actually appear like the deficit is less. But guess what? We still have to appropriate the dollars for that inflationary cost beyond what the revenues are. Now, I could tell you those extra dollars that could be raised through this arbitrary inflationary factor. I know Chair Hornstein over there and I on transportation would love those dollars to come into transportation. But they're fiction, they're arbitrary. We have to understand that our responsibility is for funding the organizations based upon what they spent last year and what the increases are this year, and we need to know that in relationship to the revenue that comes in. To put in an arbitrary factor of inflation just gives a perception of more than more spending, and it has nothing to do with reality. And I know that we deal a lot with perception here, but I think this is very dangerous. I think it's ill-advised, and I think what's even worse is it has a tendency to erode the responsibility of this body to actually delve into the costs that are going to be there and whether or not expenses ought to be reduced, not just because they're an automatic pilot in regards to inflation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I've talked about this in state government finance and in Ways and Means. This basically puts government spending on autopilot. And as many of you know, and for our new members, this body is the origination point for every nickel spent here at the legislature. And then we ship it over to that other mysterious body that we don't often talk about, and they slow things down. But it has to be appropriated by the legislature. Putting inflation in like this simply puts government spending on autopilot. And for those of you that have had either the pleasure or displeasure of serving with me in committee, you know that I scrutinize pretty much everything that we get that comes into committee. I ask a lot of questions. That's what we should be doing. We should be encouraging scrutiny of our budgets. We just shouldn't say, we're going to put this on autopilot. That's what this bill will do. What this bill also doesn't do, doesn't factor in deflation. Doesn't mention that at all, doesn't handle that at all. But, so if you want to push a green button tonight, you are putting Minnesota government on autopilot spending. It will get larger. My colleagues have already said that. Minnesotans will be watching you. They're going to wonder why you have abdicated your responsibility as the appropriations body to a simple fact or a simple act of inflation. Representative Stephenson will tell you this is a great bill. I would rather rely on all of us to beat up on a budget and then ship it out as opposed to just sit back and let autopilot take you probably on a ride that you don't want to take. Vote red.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Would the bill author yield to a question, please?
He will yield. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Stephenson, could you just, for the body, it's kind of late, and it's maybe been a while since folks have had a chance to look at the bill, but could you review the methodology that will be used to determine what inflation would be and how these different budget areas would be affected?
Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Driscoll, the bill gives MMB discretion in determining that they have to consult with the appropriate chairs. I'm aware that MMB uses the Consumer Price Index.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. And would the bill author yield to an additional question?
He will. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Stephenson, so this, if I'm not mistaken, is also going to be centered in MMB, the acronym standing for Management and Budget. They are going to be the ones who are going to be helping to evaluate and meet with the various chairs in the House and the Senate to determine what these inflationary numbers might be. Am I correct in that?
Representative Stephenson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Driscoll, MMB is required to consult with those chairs, yes.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, what you just heard tonight is a lot of folks we've debated over the years in this chamber which Minnesota agency has the most power and control over people. And for years and years and years, that's been debated in here. And if this was Canterbury Downs, we've got a new leader in the race. Management and Budget has just become, if this bill passes, the most powerful agency in the state of Minnesota. Head of the PCA, goes ahead of the Department of Natural Resources, and a bunch of other areas that people continually on both sides of the aisle have angst over year after year after year. MMB consults with the chairs, and then MMB comes back and says, behind curtain number 1, this is inflation for this area. Behind curtain number 2, this is inflation for this area. And curtain number 3, this is inflation for yet a third budget area. And then what happens is that gets out in the news and people start seeing these. And then when the legislature, this body, begins to go ahead and start doing an appropriation, these are budget cuts. The legislature's cutting education. The legislature's cutting transportation. Right on down the list. Mark these words. Take a look at the clock. That says 11:30 on January 26, 2023. Representative Tim O'Driscoll told you it was going to happen. And he's not going to be wrong on this. And everybody in this chamber in their heart of heart knows that that's exactly what's going to happen. And if you don't think politics can be played with this one, ho, 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 ho. Have I got an energy bill for you? This legislature, year after year after year, has been abdicating its authority and handing it over to the administration on a silver platter. And then when the administration doesn't do what the legislature does, the governor goes, shouldn't have given me that power. Power changes in Minnesota. Sometimes the House is in the hands of Republicans. Sometimes it's in the hands of Democrats. Same thing with the Senate. Same thing with the governor's office. And I don't want to hear anybody, when the political landscape changes, saying, you're playing games with this. Because I'm almost positive that everybody on this side of the aisle is going to be a no, and everybody on this side of the aisle is going to be a yes on this topic. I rarely stand up on this floor and talk about things, but this has really got my dander up. And it should each and every one of you in this chamber who holds an election certificate and told the people in the state of Minnesota, you are going to look out for their best interests. And constitutionally, you set the budgets. Madam Speaker, no vote tonight for everyone. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm only asking this because, you were moving a little fast at the beginning, and you adopted the First Amendment before I got the copies of the amendments. So I just want to question, was the A3 amendment added to this bill?
Yes, it was, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, pay attention to that. What I was telling you earlier about the perception of reducing revenues, the A3 amendment makes the enactment language on this bill the day after enactment. Okay? So what that means is our February forecast is the actual forecast that we will use as we set the next biennial budget, and the forecast that Democrats will use when they determine the spending and any potential tax cuts. So if you're wondering why, I don't know how many bills we've passed off the House floor, and I won't ask, but I don't think it's very many. So this is the first 1% of the bills we're going to pass off the House floor. Why is this bill so important? Because they need to make sure that that February forecast that comes out at the end of this month has a drastic reduction in the perception of the surplus that exists or would be available to Minnesotans for tax relief. So when you want to know why we're not giving taxes back to Minnesotans, this is the sort of thing that we're doing at almost midnight, in the dark of night, trying to pull the wool over Minnesotans' eyes so they think there's no revenue left to give back in tax relief. Okay? It literally was the first amendment adopted tonight to make this enacted the day after this bill gets signed. That's why we're rushing it through here at the beginning of session, because Democrats have to make sure that they reduce that surplus as much as possible. Because I guarantee you, I haven't had a single person tell me that they don't want tax relief. And I'll guarantee you, even as liberal as their constituents are, they haven't either. Because when you've got $17 billion, or about, what is that, 25% of our general fund budget, Minnesotans know that we're collecting more than we need to operate state government. So that's why it's such a, today, the two things, we had a climate crisis and we have a budget surplus crisis. We have to get rid of that as immediately, as quickly as we can.
Parliamentary inquiry.
So tonight is about crises.
Representative Freiberg, for what purpose do you rise?
A point of parliamentary inquiry. Are we currently on a point of parliamentary inquiry?
No, I believe Representative Dowd moved on to a speech related to my answer to the parliamentary inquiry. Representative Dowd.
Appreciate the latitude, Madam Speaker, and you weren't wrong. But no one else had requested the floor, so I just assumed since the Speaker had recognized me, I would expound on the point. And I think I've made my point. The reality of this bill is it has no real impactful meaning. I explained that earlier. This body has to appropriate every dollar from the general fund that gets spent in the state of Minnesota. And I actually believe now that's every dollar from the general fund based on the Supreme Court ruling that happened a few years ago. But this is a real thing, and it will create a perception amongst the public and amongst our voters that the surplus is drastically less. Okay? I tried to quickly look back through. On the 10th of every month, you will get an email from our fiscal staff and from MMB telling you what the previous month's actual revenue was. Hopefully somebody right now is looking it up. I don't think we've yet had a month where our revenues were less than projected in the previous forecast. I don't believe we have. I think every month they have been higher than the previous forecast. So that means this forecast is very likely to be, if this isn't enacted, 17 billion or greater. You watch. You want to see three-card Monty, this is it. Because Democrats are rushing to the finish line to get this bill passed so that they can reduce the surplus. That's what's happening here. It will artificially reduce the surplus. We still will have the same amount of money coming in revenue, but it will look to the public like the surplus is a lot less. And believe me, the pressure on Democrats will be a lot less to give the tax cuts that they don't want to give to Minnesotans. But I guarantee you that you've got people in this chamber that are going to fight to make sure Minnesotans get their money back. That's what Minnesotans want. They're hurting right now from the inflation that's hitting their family budgets. And by the way, Democrats in this chamber don't seem to care about the inflation that they've inflicted on Minnesotans. 8% or more year over year, consistently now during the Biden administration. So while you don't care about the inflation you're inflicting on Minnesotans, it's a revenue emergency that we get this bill across the finish line as quickly as possible so that Minnesotans don't think we have too much money and they don't think they're going to get any back. It's wrong, members. It's wrong. And whoever made the point over here earlier about this will make the legislature lazy is right. There's a point at which government gets big enough and our budgets get big enough that a part-time legislature here who's struggling to dig through every one of these budget bills and figure out, hey, where are the efficiencies? I remember when we adopted MNIT, M-N-I-T, the statewide IT department. And that was supposed to be an efficiency. It was supposed to save money. But when we did it, we never reduced the IT people in each one of the departments, so it was this great redundancy. And all it did was add, I don't know how many more jobs to state government, and that's the problem. You can't tell me in the 12 years that I've been here that we can't find any efficiencies in state government. Minnesota families have to. Minnesota businesses have to, and they do. They provide better service to Minnesotans, and they do it cheaper. That's what technology does. But technology has not had that impact in state government, or has it? And we haven't held state government accountable. That might be the real problem. But make no mistake, this is only pulling the wool over the public's eyes to make the surplus look smaller so that Democrats can get away with zero tax cuts. In fact, I can't believe that every time they speak to the cameras now, they will say, yeah, we're going to cut some taxes and we're going to raise some taxes. Watch what the net is, because I guarantee you they're going to raise more than they're cutting. And this is going to help them do it. So this is nothing more than pulling the wool over the public's eyes, and we're doing it here just before midnight. Has no real impact, but it's going to make legislators lazy, and we're going to just, well, it was $50 billion last year, it's going to be $55 billion this year, right? Instead of actually going back and holding each one of the departments accountable and saying, how are you providing better service to Minnesotans? How are you doing it more efficiently and more effectively? And how are you using technology to accomplish that? Those things never happen in our committees here. We ask those questions, but they never happen. We just rubber stamp big increases, and this will be I lost it. This isn't it, but let's pretend like it is. This will be the excuse that Democrats will use to do it. So, members, vote no. This is nothing more than trying to play three-card Monte with the public, and it really is that. That's all this is. Because at the end of the day, every legislator in here is going to have to decide how much more money state government needs to operate, and we're going to get to vote on that, regardless of what this thing says. All this is going to do is give the press an excuse to make it look like Minnesotans don't need any tax relief. And I think we all know the answer to that. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, with a $17.6 billion surplus, and we know that is what it is, if not more, and we couldn't even pass ending or eliminating the tax on Social Security tonight, we are not doing what is right for Minnesotans. We need to return the money to Minnesota. We can't increase and autopilot our government. Please vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative Stephenson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for the debate tonight. I think it's just important to recall that the reason why we have this particular oddity in Minnesota government, the reason why we are the only state, the only one that does this, is because of political gimmickry of the kind that Representative Doubt was just accusing us moments ago. There was 20 years ago a situation where we had, maybe a little deficit, and we didn't really want to raise taxes, and we didn't really want to cut the budget, so hey, I know, let's cook the books and take inflation out of the forecast. And 20 years later, here's where we sit. This should not be partisan. Every other state in the country, from the most ruby red to the most blue, does not do this. I sent you around a letter from 5 former finance commissioners from Democratic, Republican, and independent administrations saying that this is madness. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 60 nays, the bill passed as amended and its title agreed to. Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail.
Edelson moves that House File number 584 be recalled from the Committee on Health, Finance, and Policy and be re-referred to the Committee on Human Services Finance.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House File 584 is in the Health Finance Committee. It really needs to be in the Human Service Committee. I've spoken with both chairs and they agree.
Can you just say a few brief words about what House File 584 is?
Yes, this is a bill that is about a rate increase for nursing homes.
Any discussion on the Edelson motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Motion prevails. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 3:30 p.m. Monday, January 30th, 2023.
Representative Long moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 3:30 p.m. Monday, January 30th, 2023. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Long moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 3:30 p.m. Monday, January 30th, 2023.